S.D.G, of the worthless vanity of worldly riches. And thus have I shown the vanity of worldly honours and preferments. Let us in the next place consider of worldly riches, which if we thoroughly examine we shall find, that howsoever worldlings make such high account of them that they prefer them before the salvation of their souls, yet they are in truth, if we compare them with God's spiritual graces and heavenly joys, vain, worthless, and void of excellency. For if honours which are esteemed more excellent are, as we have shown, vain and of no worth, and pleasures which are more sweet and comfortable are being thus compared of no value or esteem, as we shall see hereafter, then how great is the vanity, and how small the excellency of worldly riches, which are of a more base and contemptible nature, being but as it were servants unto the other, which are only desired and provided to serve for their uses and employments. Neither doth any man, unless it be some sottish misers, who in getting riches have lost their wits, esteem of riches for their own sake, but as they serve for their use, either to advance their honour and reputation by bestowing them bountifully where they may have most credit, or for the obtaining and enjoying of their pleasures and delights, to which purpose serve stately houses and rich furniture, pleasant gardens, and fruitful orchards, dainty fare, and soft clothing, which ends if riches advanced not, they would like contemptible garbage rest untouched in the earth's bowels without any to admire or sue for them. Now if these ends themselves, which are their chief good, be void of excellency and full of vanity, then how vain and worthless are these base riches, which in an abject subjection serve but as it were to hold the stirrup to mount men up into the seat of honour, or for porters to open unto them the door of pleasures. And this was the cause why the Apostle Paul so lightly valued them, that comparing them with Christ and his righteousness, he esteemed them no better than dung, which if it be not vain and base enough to show their vanity because it is of some use and profit, consider that the wise Solomon valueth them by that which is yet of less worth, calling them nothing. Wilt thou say he cast thine eyes upon it which is nothing? And lest yet this nothing should have some esteem, as doing no hurt, though it do no good, the Apostle further telleth us in the former place, that he esteemed the things of this world as loss, which is worse than nothing, that he might win Christ, and be partaker of his righteousness. But let us consider of the worthless vanity of worldly wealth in some particulars. And first, what great excellency is there in large lordships, and great lands, seeing the whole earth is not so big as a pea in comparison of our heavenly country, and yet they who hold the greatest possessions have not so much as a little prick or point in this small globe of the world, and therefore as sometimes Socrates said to Alcibiades, have not so much when they glory most in it, as may have the least place, or smallest resemblance in the greatest map. What worth or excellency is in them, because they hold them in fee simple, and have them as perpetuities annexed to their successors, seeing though they should thus continue to the end of the world, it were but a moment of time in respect of eternity. And yet the longest liver hath but a small part of this moment, even to the short period of his own life, so that to him, notwithstanding the glorious titles of fee simples and perpetuities, his inheritance and possessions are but momentary, and as it were tenements holden at will, out of which he is ready daily to be turned at the landlord's pleasure. And yet these small lands oftentimes bring with them no small encumbrance, seeing as an heavy load they oppress men's minds, so as they cannot mount up aloft in heavenly meditations, nor have their conversation in their own country, being clogged with this lump of earth. And these momentary possessions are causes unto many of no momentary mischief, seeing they deprive them of their everlasting inheritance, when they set their hearts upon them, especially if, as the prophet speaketh, they have used oppression to enlarge their lordships, joining house to house, and field to field, enclosing commons and dispeopling towns, that the poor being rooted out, they may place themselves alone in the midst of the earth, by which cruelty enlarging their possessions, which are but momentary, they make themselves subject to an eternal woe, and most fearful malediction. Neither is there more excellency or worth in gold and silver, which by the wise Solomon are reckoned and ranged among those vanities, which bring no good to the owners, but vexation of spirit, and by the prophet directed by God's Spirit, they are called thick clay, which have their value and preeminence above other earth. because they are a little more shining and refined, neither have they their worth and value from nature, but from men's opinions. For as one noteth, those things which are naturally excellent do show their own excellency without any mountebank to commend them, or to set them out to the show, as the sugar his sweetness, the sun his brightness, and the earth his fruitfulness. But these wares which are of imaginary worth need a monitor to tell us of their excellency, or otherwise we should not know, much less admire them. For if we do see copper gilt, we are delighted with the beauty of the metal, and we call it gold. But when those which are more skilful come and admonish us that we are deceived, our error and admiring wonder lean us both together. Moreover, we see that God in the very placing of these metals would take away from us all opinion of their worth and excellency. For whereas the Lord hath placed his creatures according to their dignity, man only excepted, who is in the place of his exile and banishment, as the holy angels in the highest heaven, the sun, moon, and stars in the firmament, the elements as they are more pure, so in place one superior unto another, he hath seated these so much admired metals in the entrails of the most gross element, as though he would have us so far from setting them upon our heads, or our hearts upon them, that he would have us with contempt to tread them under our feet. Which also seemeth to have been practised by the primitive church, who delivered not the price of their possessions into the apostles' hands, but cast them at their feet, to show how meanly they accounted of them. And as he hath placed them in this inferior place, as fit to be contemned, so also in the hidden caverns of the earth, far remote from human sight, out of which they are not gotten without infinite toil and labour, that he might hereby withdraw our greedy eye from looking after them, and our covetous hearts from desiring them, or at least though we should covet them, yet we might be discouraged with this intolerable pains in the pursuit of these worthless vanities. Besides, he hath not there seated them in their beauty and perfection, fine and purified, but in their all unsightly and base to look upon, as having in it much more dross than pure metal, from which it is not purged and refined without endless toil and labour of the workmen, who besides all their pains have their health thereby so impaired, and their faces blemished with swartness and dead paleness, that they seem to have taken upon them the deformities of the metal, and to have been content to make themselves ugly, that it may receive beauty and brightness. Notwithstanding all which, vain man doting upon this worthless pelf is not discouraged with all these labours, but is content to spend his life and strength in searching and seeking, digging and mining, purging and refining of this earthy dross, not caring to lose himself that he may find it, and that which is worst of all, when by the work of his own hands he hath brought it to his full beauty and perfection, he doth not only make it his chief ornament, who is much more comely and graceful in himself, placing it above his head, which God had seated under his feet, but also erecteth it as his idol in his heart, and as it were falleth down before it to adore and worship it, whilst he loveth, trusteth, and hopeth in it more than in God himself, whereby it cometh to pass that their souls are more deformed who possess it, than their bodies who in the mines digged for it, and more endangered to death eternal, than they to any temporary perils, for howsoever their gold itself shall be unto them but a momentary good, yet the rust thereof shall continue to the day of judgment, to be a witness against them for their confusion and condemnation, as the apostle speaketh. Seeing therefore these base minerals are in themselves so contemptible, and bring unto us so little profit, and oftentimes no little hurt, we may well admire, and even be astonished at the cause, why men should so dote upon them, loving them so dearly, and the joys of heaven so slightly, and taking so great care and pains for them, whereas they take little or none for the saving of their own souls. So as it may seem that there is in them a kind of witchcraft which thus seduceth and abuseth their admirers, seeing there is no reason to be given, either in nature or religion, why men should contemn those eternal treasures and heavenly excellencies, and pursue with a besotted and madding affection this earthly trash and base vanities. Let us therefore learn wisely to stop our ears against these charms, and howsoever we are not utterly and absolutely to reject gold and silver, as being the creatures of God, which as hath been shown may serve for good use, yet let us take heed that we do not set our hearts upon them, but contemn and despise them when they come in comparison with God's spiritual graces, or our heavenly patrimony, and making account of money, as travellers of their provision for their journey, which being moderate serveth for their use, and to help them forward, but being excessive and superfluous, toileth them as an heavy burden, and hindereth them in their way. Let us content ourselves with a competency and sufficiency, or being not able to attain unto it, let us supply that with our minds, which is wanting unto our outward estate, laying up our chief treasures in heaven, where, as our Saviour saith, the rust cannot corrupt them, nor thieves spoil us of them. Neither is there less vanity or more worth in other kinds of riches, for what true excellency is in rich jewels and precious stones, which are by the Creator contemptibly cast upon the earth and sands with worthless regard, but being sought and found by men, are sold at such high rates as not their own worth, but the buyer's fantasy sets upon them, in regard whereof the same jewel or stone altereth the price according to the worth of the owner. And that which is esteemed in the hand of a poor man at a small value becometh precious and of great worth when a richer and more noble master is owner of it. So that these are commended by their rarity more than by their excellency, by opinion rather than sound reason, by the wealth of their owners rather than by their own worth, and are in truth mere trifles for wantons to play with, rather than any solid or substantial good which brings true profit to those who are possessed of them. The like also may be said of rich furniture and sumptuous household stuff, which in comparison of those more excellent things are mere vanities and worthless trifles. Neither is there any cause why any man should much desire these things if he want them, or glory in them if he have them, for the chief ornaments of a house are not gorgeous hangings, rich beds and such like furniture, but the virtues and graces of the inhabitants, the wisdom and discreet government of superiors, the duty and obedience of inferiors, with piety, honesty, and good order observed of all, even as contrariwise the chief disgraces and deformities thereof are not walls covered or coloured with nothing but smoke, empty rooms, or poor furniture, but when, as our Saviour speaketh, it is clean swept of all virtue and goodness, and blemished and dishonested with disorder, vice, and wickedness. Again, the great labour which these things of small worth require may serve to wean the hearts of any from them who are not too full of pride and vainglory, for as at first they are not easily gotten, so they are kept with no less difficulty, there never wanting occasion of looking to them, folding, unfolding, brushing, cleansing, altering, removing, to say nothing of the manifold discontents and occasions of anger which they bring to the owners, if any of them chance to miscarry or to be misused. In all which the trouble and grief oftentimes exceed the comfort and contentment which they bring unto them. What if there be such care, providence, and pains used, that none of these things happen, but all is preserved in his full beauty and good order, then is it a manifest sign that most of their time is spent about these vanities, and the whole mind so wholly possessed and taken up with them, that the soul is neglected, and little or no pains taken to deck it with the rich ornaments of God's spiritual and sanctifying graces, so that when one cometh into a rich man's house where there is such costly furniture, so curiously and carefully disposed and ordered, he may probably suspect that he seeth all the goodness of that house at the first view, and that there is nothing better than that which presenteth itself in the outward show. Furthermore, we are to know that these glorious things bring to the owners no lasting delight, or durable contentment, for howsoever whilst they have them but in their desires, or are newly possessed of them, they take great pleasure to think upon and behold them, yet when as they have them continually in their eye, and that they are become common and ordinary, their delight presently ceaseth, especially if they chance to see more rich and costly things of the same kind in the possession of other men. And no marvel, for if the sun itself, because we see it daily, worketh no extraordinary delight, although the dark night coming between his setting and rising setteth some edge on our tired affections, how much less are we to expect that we can find it in these earthly trifles, whose chief glory, being compared to the sun's brightness, is but obscurity and gross darkness. Finally, the more we abound with these rich furnitures, the more are we exposed to the fear and danger of fire, thieves, yea, silly moths, which howsoever they be base and contemptible, yet have they power enough to pull down this pride, and to consume the matter and occasion of this vain glory. Or if all these with providence be prevented, Yet these glorious shows do seldom fail to expose us to envy, which usually feedeth upon these outward appearances of worldly happiness, and feeding pineth those whom it possesseth, because they want the means to make ostentation of such pomp and glory. Seeing therefore these things are not only full of vanity, but also of many evils and inconveniences, how much better were this cost bestowed upon the poor members of Jesus Christ than upon these needless superfluities, many whereof are so fine and costly, that the owners can never almost find in their hearts to use them, but keep them locked up in their chests, not suffering them to see the sun, unless upon some special occasion, which happeneth not once in a year, when as pride meaneth to triumph in all its bravery, and causeth them to make ostentation of all their glory. How much more were it for their credit to be with their wealth beneficial to many, than to dwell in a house thus pompously furnished? How much more wisely should they employ their wealth for the good of men, than upon carpets and hangings, upon living and reasonable creatures, than upon dead and senseless walls? How much more profitable were it to have clothed friends, than adorned lodgings, the one serving for defence, the other exposing them to the prey? Lastly, it may well wean our hearts from being in love with this riotous excess, if we consider that it will make our account more hard and difficult at the day of judgment. For how do we think will this reckoning be accepted of our Lord and Judge, when as we have spent his talents upon needless superfluities, and suffered the poor members of Jesus Christ, for whose use also we received them, to want necessaries? When as we have adorned our walls with arras and tapestry, and suffered men created after God's image, yea, our brethren and fellow members of the same body, to starve for want of frieze to cover their nakedness? When our horses are decked with gold, silk, and velvet, and poor Christians neglected, not affording them rags to cover them, and bread to feed them? How will this go for current at this great audit, that we have suffered in the time of dearth a great many to starve for want of relief, whereas we might have redeemed their lives from death, by parting with an unprofitable jewel, or some needless furniture which is scarce ever used? Or how can we then hope to find mercy with God, when as we have shown so little compassion to one another? And thus it appeareth how vain and worthless these rich jewels and costly furniture are justly to be valued and esteemed. Let us in the next place consider of stately houses and sumptuous buildings, wherein worldly men so much glory and delight, in which after due examination we shall find no more excellency, or less vanity. And first, if we will credit the wise Solomon, who having for a time his affection greatly set upon them, wanted neither wit curiously to contrive his stately buildings for most convenient use, and greatest state and glory, nor yet wealth to second his inventions, he will tell us on his own experience, that when in this kind we have done all we can, yea, all we will, and in our heart's desire, we shall in the end of all our cost and labour find nothing but vanity and vexation of spirit. Again, if there were any excellency in these sumptuous buildings, it is chiefly the glory and praise of the builders and workmen, whose art and skill is hereby commended, and not of the workmaster and owner, who had no other part to act in these works, but to disburse the money and beat the charge. The house therefore doth not grace the inhabitant, but he his habitation, whenas he maketh it a holy temple for religious duties, a mansion for virtue and good order, the seat of good hospitality, and a place of refuge and relief for the needy and afflicted. Neither will these stately buildings greatly profit us, for they do not bring to the owners any sound joy, quiet, and contentation, which dwell more often in poor cottages than in stately palaces. They do not free us from care and grief, wherewith stately buildings are often pestered, whenas thatched houses are privileged and exempted. They do not preserve their lords from the encounters of sicknesses and diseases, yea, rather there lieth an open passage to let in gouts, palsies, colics, consumptions, whenas they are kept out from entering such slender buildings as will scarce bear off a storm or hold out rain. The thickness of their stone or well-timbered walls, nor the strength of their nailed gates will serve to keep out death, neither will the height of their buildings make him need a scaling ladder when he cometh to assault their lives, for when he knocketh the doors fly open, and he findeth an easy passage into their secret chambers. Furthermore, let us consider that the most sumptuous buildings have within a while a time of ruin, and though they are assaulted with no outward violence, yet they have their periods, whenas they will fall with their own weight. Besides, oftentimes they come through fire, foreign forces, and such like casualties to untimely ruin, for not only in the ages of men, but also in buildings, immature death, and unexpected destruction, rageth with fury irresistible, which if we know not by our own reason, let at least the example of others teach us. For behold the stately buildings which have been of old, what are they now but ruins? And where are their builders, which in all this cost affected a name, but rotten and consumed in the grave, without name or memory? Lastly, let us remember that these stately houses are seldom erected without oppression, for either Naboth's vineyard lieth near unto them, which if he love his life he must sell them, because it is convenient to make them a garden, or the poor's houses stand on the best seat and must give place, or hinder their prospect, and must be pulled down, or else they must gratify them, though for fear more than love, with their labour carts and carriages, without wages or reward. By which causes, when these sumptuous and beautiful buildings are erected, a grievous woe and heavy curse lieth upon the owners. Woe unto him, saith the prophet, that buildeth his house by unrighteousness, and his chambers without equity. He useth his neighbour without wages, and giveth him not for his work. And see, shalt thou reign because thou closest thyself in cedar? Did not thy father, though he dwelt in more homely buildings, eat and drink and prosper when he executed judgment and justice? When he judged the cause of the afflicted and poor, he prospered. And see, the like woe the prophet Isaiah thundereth out against those who join house to house, laying on them this curse from God, that their houses should be desolate, and though they were great and fair, yet they should be without any inhabitant, according to that malediction denounced in the law, Thou shalt build a house and not dwell therein, which curse lieth heavy upon many builders in these days, though they never think upon their burden, who make stately houses and never inhabit them, and spend all in building, but nothing in hospitality, as though the use of building were only, like the pyramids of Egypt, to make a glorious show, and as though they had no other inducement to be at all this charge and labour than those had that built the Tower of Babel, that is, to threaten heaven with their houses' height, and get a name unto themselves upon the earth. Seeing therefore these sumptuous buildings are always vain and worthless, and often accompanied with sin and wickedness, let us learn, though the world and worldlings so highly value them, to contemn and think basely of them, labouring to be inhabitants of that divine and angelical habitation, which is not made with hands, but eternal in the heavens. And when beholding these stately houses on earth, we begin to be besotted with their momentary beauty and false glory, let us presently cast up our eyes towards heaven, and if having seated our minds and meditations upon that heavenly and divine beauty, we do from thence reflect our eyes upon the chief glory of earthly buildings, they will seem but as children's houses, which in play they build upon the sands, which every blast of wind defaceth, and every wave of water washeth away, and as the houses of spiders, which being made with great labour, are with themselves easily brushed away with a wing or broom. For then we will easily conclude, that if there be such goodly habitations in our pilgrimage and place of punishment, then much more glorious mansions are prepared for us in our own country, where the Lord is purposed to glorify and reward us. If God's enemies have such stately palaces on earth, then how much more excellent hath the Lord provided for his children in heaven? If the great monarchs of the world have mansion houses befitting their might and majesty, then how glorious is the court of heaven, and chief mansion house of the King of kings, which he hath purposely fitted and prepared, as is most beseeming his glory and greatness. Surely being suitable and agreeable unto his majesty, which is infinite, it must needs also be of unspeakable and incomprehensible excellency. If the world have such a goodly vaulted roof, beautified with such glorious lights, and embellished with such shining stars, then what shall we think of our heavenly habitation, whose floor is much more glorious than this stately roof? Finally, if the kings of the earth have their marble, ivory, and jet to adorn their buildings, then may we well conceive that which the apostle saw, namely, that our heavenly city is of much more precious stuff, the walls of jasper, garnished with all manner of precious stones, the gates of pearl, and the streets of gold. And therefore if we affect stately buildings, let us contemn these base cottages on earth, and labour to be owners of those glorious and heavenly habitations, which, as they are by infinite degrees more goodly and excellent, so are they also everlasting habitations, which never need repair, nor any whit abate of their first glory. And thus have I shown the vanity of sumptuous buildings. Let us in the next place consider if there be any more worth and excellency in many servants, and a great retinue, where also we shall find, that howsoever it is accounted a glorious thing in the world to have a multitude of attendants, and a great train attending at their master's heels, yet it is but a mere vanity, yea, if it be possible, more vain than any of the former. And this also appeareth by the testimony of the wise Solomon, speaking upon his own experience, who seeking herein for some worldly happiness missed of it, and having retained such a multitude of servants, as served not only for his necessary use, but also for pomp and state, for pleasure and delight, concludeth of this as of the rest, that he found nothing in it but mere vanity and vexation of spirit. Unto which testimony we may add diverse reasons, which show the worthlessness of this great attendance. For howsoever a man hath hereby from the mouths of many the goodly titles of Lord and Master, and the outward reverence of cap and knee, yet what is he in truth, but a common servant unto them all, and even as it were the steward of the family, who taketh the care and pains to provide them of all necessaries. Yea, which is worse, hereby he becometh a servant to his own avarice and concupiscence, it being a chief cause and motive which induceth him to toil and labour, scrape and rake together, to oppress and encroach upon other men's rights, that he may have wherewith to maintain this numerous multitude to attend upon him. The which error were so much the less, if all these men thus entertained were faithful well-willers, and as one calleth them humble friends, ready at all assays to seek his good, and to stand in his defence with their own hazard. But contrariwise experience teacheth, that among many servants are many enemies, who because they are restrained of their wills, or punished for their faults, or not rewarded according to their expectation, though it may be above their deserts, malign their master, and wait for occasion to show their hatred. Now these domestical foes are of all others most dangerous, because they are no less privy to all their master's infirmities, than ready to divulge them underhand, where they may most disgrace him. Neither can anything he doth in the family be hid from those who wish him worst, because as he hath many eyes to observe his hidden counsels and greatest secrets, so hath he also many tongues to reveal and utter them, yea, and that which for fear they but secretly whispered whilst they remained in the family under the government of their master, they are ready with professed malice to proclaim publicly when they have left his service, and be under the rule of another, unless they be restrained more with fear of their new master than with love of the old, lest he might justly suspect that he also shall receive at their hands the like measure when they leave his service. Now this misery is so much the more miserable, not only because it is impossible to prevent these dangers, which come by these secret traitors, who are hidden and unknown, but also because they are fain unwittingly to nourish these vipers in their bosom, feeding, clothing, and rewarding them whenas they do them most hurt, and are ready upon all occasions to plot against them any mischief. Unto this we may add, that where there is a multitude of servants, there are also many contentions and domestical quarrels, much brawling and wrangling, clamour and noise, which must needs be exceeding troublesome to the governor, whenas he must be fain to be a stickler in these frays, and every handwhile be disquieted himself that he may set them at quiet, and accord their differences and contentions. Yea, but at least where there are many hands there is an easy and quick dispatch of household business, and all things are done seasonably and in good order, to the contentment of the master, surely nothing less. Yea, contrariwise, unless there be an exceeding wise and strict government, there as are most servitors, there is worst service, disorder, negligence, and confusion, either because the slothful are encouraged to continue in their idleness, seeing they may easily hide it in a crowd, and fasten their negligences and defaults upon some of their fellows, or because the diligent are discouraged in their painful labours, seeing others mar that which they make, and also for that particular notice cannot well be taken of their governors, by reason of the multitude of their well-deserving, that so they may receive due praise and reward. Or finally, because they strain courtesy, and put off the business to one another, thinking his fellow may do it as well as he, whereof it cometh to pass, that is neglected of all, which might be done of many. Moreover, he who entertaineth a multitude of servants doth hereby waste and consume his estate, which might be much better spent, not only by continual feeding so many idle bellies, and clothing so many backs, but also because where multitudes are, there is much lavishing, spending and writing, none taking care to spare or save anything, because his faithfulness and frugality would not be observed among so many, and therefore seeing all will be spent, he thinketh best to do like his fellows, and to take his share before all be gone. To say nothing of their pilfering and purloining for their own use, and their wasteful prodigality in bestowing upon others their master's goods, if at least they can have them as their instruments and deputies to do their business, whilst they spend their time in pleasures or idleness. Finally, it is a thing of great difficulty to govern well such a multitude in the family, to keep them in good order, and to make them diligently to perform their duties to God, their Master, and to one another. For if every one findeth it a hard matter to rule a few in such sort as God requireth, then surely it must needs be almost impossible to rule so many. And this cometh to pass, partly because the master among such a multitude cannot have his eye at all times upon all, to observe their disposition, carriage, and behaviour, and partly because there is almost always amongst a great number some corrupt and vicious, who, like scabbed sheep in a flock, infect and taint their fellows with their wicked behaviour and conversation. Lastly, what do they else who entertain a great multitude, but take upon them a great charge, of which they must give an account how they have discharged it at the day of judgment? For it is not sufficient for such to have lived like good men, if they have not also carried themselves as good masters, nor enough that they have themselves served God, unless also they have been careful to make those under their government to join with them in the like service. And if so be through their default, either because they have not encouraged them in good, or discouraged and restrained them from evil, they have neglected their duty and lived wickedly, they shall be found accessory unto, and guilty of their sins before God. Which if masters would but seriously think upon, they would not be so much exalted and delighted to see the gloriousness of their numerous train, as amated and affrighted to consider of the greatness and difficulty of their reckoning and account. Chap. Roman 15. Of the vanity of costly and brave apparel, and thus much concerning the vanity of many servants, and a great retinue. The last thing wherein we will consider the vanity of riches, is costly and brave apparel, which is a thing so much esteemed among worldlings, that they place in it no small part of their happiness, thinking themselves best when they are bravest, and most esteemed when they have got on the richest suite. And this maketh them to set their hearts so upon it, that they think no time too much, no cost too great, which is spent in adorning of themselves. Yea, they are ready to sell religion, conscience, and credit, to purchase this excessive bravery, and to commit all manner of wrongs and injuries, oppression, and violence, to maintain their gay and gorgeous apparel. Which folly, that we also may not fall into, let us learn basely to esteem this which the world so much admireth, and to contemn it as a trifling vanity which is not only void of all worth and excellency, but also through common abuse subject to much corruption and sin. And yet lest for the abuse we should reject the lawful use, and cynically refuse that Christian liberty which God herein hath liberally allowed unto us, let us in the first place consider that there is a good and lawful use of these rich attires, and costly apparel, namely, when as they are well fitted and sorted unto the calling of those that wear them. For as the Lord hath made diverse estates and degrees of men, so would he have every one to apparel themselves according to their degree and calling, that so these diverse orders and conditions of men may the better be distinguished the one from the other, kings with royal apparel, nobles according to their nobility with that which is rich and costly, gentlemen, as befitteth their gentry, and the meaner sort according to their quality and condition. The which difference may lawfully appear both in the matter, and also the form of their garments. For in the former respect, it is lawful for those who are in high estate, to wear silks and velvets, gold and silver, jewels and precious stones, neither were these creatures causelessly created, but for the use of men, and that not heathens, worldlings and infidels, but chiefly and principally for God's own children and servants, who only have just title and interest unto them. The like difference there may also be in the form or fashion of apparel for the king and the mean subject, the courtier and the country man, the gentleman and yeoman, the old and the younger sort, as they are not to have the same matter of their apparel, but one more costly, another more mean and cheap according to their quality. So is it fit that they should also differ and be distinguished in their several fashions, as best befitteth every one's degree and calling. And thus in the time of the law the priests had a peculiar kind of apparel allotted unto them. The prophets had their rough garments, whereby they were known. Kings and queens had their royal ornaments, the man one kind of apparel, and the woman another, which was unlawful for them to interchange. Thus Rebekah had her golden habiliments and bracelets, and the Israelites their earrings and other jewels, and that by the appointment of God himself. And our Saviour Christ, the wisdom of his Father, seemeth to allow unto courts and kings' houses soft raiment and gorgeous apparel, as beseeming those who in the world are advanced to these high places. Yea, but the apostles Paul and Peter do forbid this bravery and gorgeous garments as unbeseeming Christians. I answer, that their sayings are not to be understood as general and absolute prohibitions, but only as admonitions, whereby they withdrew them from setting their hearts upon pride, vanity and bravery, as though they were things greatly to be esteemed and desired, to the end they might fix them upon the spiritual ornaments of the soul, God's sanctifying and saving graces, as being much more excellent, which also appeareth by the antithesis there used. Again, this gorgeous apparel might be interdicted those Christians unto whom the apostle wrote, as being in those days for the most part of mean quality and condition, as the apostle elsewhere affirmeth, and therefore howsoever it were lawful in itself, yet it was altogether unbeseeming their estate. Besides that, the church was then under grievous persecutions, in which respect these costly ornaments were unfit, as being a time of humiliation, and also because of the great wants of many the poor members of Christ, which the richer sort were to relieve, not only out of their superfluities, but even out of such necessaries, as might otherwise have well beseemed their place and calling. So that notwithstanding this objection, it is lawful to wear rich and costly apparel, if it be fitted to the state and condition of those that wear it. Yea, men may offend in the contrary extreme, whenas they use such base and beggarly attire, and in such a sordidous and slovenly fashion, as is altogether unbeseeming men of their quality, unless it be in some particular cases, as in the time of fasting and humiliation, or when the church is in extremity and want, and must of necessity be relieved, and c. when notwithstanding decency and comeliness may be observed, though it be but in a poor habit and mean attire, and therefore the practice not only of sordidous misers is to be avoided, who will not be at the cost to maintain themselves in such apparel as their place and calling requireth, but also of those, who out of their religion, or rather superstition, go in beggarly and poor clothing, to make ostentation of their humility and contempt of the world, all which look the same way, though under another vizard, with those proud cynical philosophers, who affected the glory of the world by their contempt of bravery, even as some of themselves who were infected with the same disease judged of others, whom they saw tainted with it. So Socrates telleth Antisthenes that he could spy his pride through the holes of his cloak. And another having censured the Rhodians for their pride in apparel, and afterwards seeing the Lacedaemonians in base and sordidous clothes, said, Behold another kind of pride. So one of the ancients saith, that there may be glorying as well in base as in gorgeous apparel, which is so much the more dangerous, because it deceiveth under the colour of God's service, and therefore another exhorteth us to avoid the one extreme as well as the other, because the one savoureth of wanton delicacy, the other of vain glory. But I shall not need to say much of this argument in these days, wherein men and women generally are fallen into the contrary abuse of excess, forgetting all respect of order or degree. For whereas our Saviour restrained gorgeous apparel to kings' courts, now it is grown common in every house, without any respect of state and calling, gentlemen going in their attire and habit like nobles, the yeomanry like the gentry, cottagers like yeomen, citizens like courtiers, subjects like princes, and servants like master and mistress, as though their eyes were so dazzled with pride, that they mistook another's apparel for their own, the which abuse as it hath tainted all, so especially the womenkind, who deck themselves with so many vain toys, and load their bodies with such gorgeous attire, as that we may truly say with the heathen man, that they are the least part of themselves. Neither are worldlings alone infected with this contagious plague of bravery and excess, but the professor of religion and the profane person, the harlot and the honest woman, are so like one another in their habits and attire, that a man seeing them both, can put no difference between them, as one of the ancients in his time complained. And therefore seeing this running canker hath infected and corrupted the whole body of our state, it were to be wished that our ancient laws against this excess were put in execution, or because our sores are grown so desperate, that they cannot be cured with ordinary and easy medicines, that there were provided for them some sharp corrosive, like the Lacedaemonian law, which ordered under a great penalty that none but harlots might use glorious and rich apparel, that so honest women might be brought out of love with this pride and bravery. Now these abuses of apparel are either in respect of the causes, or the use thereof. The causes are the matter, form, or end. In regard of the matter, men show their vanity and sin first, when in the cost bestowed on the stuff, they exceed their calling or ability, wearing such things as are above their estate, or more than their rents, revenues, or other means may well maintain. In which kind there was never greater excess since the beginning of the world, than in our times, everyone herein exceeding their state and condition. The tenant will have as costly stuff as his landlord, the farmer as the gentleman, and ordinary gentlemen as great nobles. Insomuch as the abler sort stick not to hang the price of a good farm at their wives' ear, and a great lordship about their necks, and the poorer sort neglect all good duties, yea, pinch their own bellies, that they may wear the most costly stuffs, and adorn their backs with silks and velvets. So that we may justly take up that complaint used by an ancient of his times, namely, that whereas the thing covered should much exceed in value the cover or case in which it is contained, as the jewel the cabinet, the soul the body the garment, now contrariwise, when as the body itself being set to sale would not yield many groats, one suite of apparel wherewith it is adorned is not bought for many pounds. Of which excessive cost in maintaining pride we might well be ashamed, if we considered that our first parents had no better clothes of their own making than such as were made of fig leaves, and when God provided for them, their apparel was of no richer stuff than beast skins, which were only fit to cover their nakedness, and to keep them from the injuries of the weather. Secondly, in respect of the matter, they offend who make choice of such stuffs as are so slight, as will serve to no use, but to cover their nakedness, for which also sometimes they are unprofitable, and are almost no sooner made than worn out, which they purposely affect that they may show variety of bravery, and often change into new fashions, wherein as they do much exceed their ancestors in costliness, who clothed themselves with the dearest, but yet most lasting stuffs, so do they take away one chief end of superfluous apparel, which was, when themselves had laid it aside, to clothe therewith the poor members of Jesus Christ. And as men sin in respect of the matter of their apparel against their particular callings, by exceeding their state and means, so also they offend against their general calling of Christianity in respect of the form and fashion, and that both in the excess and defect. For as Christians ought to look that the matter of their apparel be not over costly, so also they should take special care that the fashion be grave, sober, and modest. For so the Apostle requireth, that women should array themselves in comely apparel with shamefastness and modesty, not with braided hair, or gold, or pearls, or costly apparel. And the Apostle Peter likewise chargeth them that their apparel should not be outward, as with braided hair, and gold put about, and see. Now in this respect people offend two ways. First, weeners they affect fashions, which are not grave and modest, but light, vain and wanton, whereby they outwardly discover the lascivious lightness and vain immodesty of their hearts, and by hanging out this sign of incontinency do set their honesty to the sale. And of this kind are those habits and attires especially, which do not cover the naked parts, which God and nature would have hid, as also when men effeminately affect fashions like unto women, and women mannishly go in such apparel, as doth hardly distinguish them from men. Secondly, they offend through fantastical pride, which moveth them as often to change their fashions, as the chameleon his colour, a sin unto which our people in this land are exceedingly addicted, and therein notably show their vanity and folly. For if constancy be an inseparable fruit of wisdom, so that they who are most wise are most unchangeable in their courses and actions, because at first they are able to discern what is best, and knowing it adhere unto it, whereof it is that God, who is infinite in wisdom, is also immutable in all his counsels, then must also by the same reason mutability and fantastical change be a notable effect and sign of folly, which being not able to judge of that which is good, often shifteth and changeth, that at last it might find it out. Again, upon this often change there followeth another mischief, for when they have tired their wits, and run through all fashions which themselves can think upon, they crave aid of foreign inventions, and follow the fashions of other countries, sometimes the French, and sometimes the Italian, one while the Dutch, and soon after the Spanish. Now it is unlawful not only to break the laws and statutes of our country, but also the manners and customs, wherein they are not dissonant from God's word, because it is a breach of human society, when so much as in our habit we differ from the rest. And as we are not to be ruled by the laws of strangers, so neither must we follow their customs, unless they be much better and more convenient than our own, in which case when we have received them, we must constantly hold us to them, that so they may in time grow customable among ourselves. Neither must everyone according to his own fantastical humour vary from his country fashion, seeing that part is ugly and monstrous which agreeth not with the whole body, neither must he through vain inconstancy affect strange fashions, for this also will induce him in time to imitate their vices and corruptions. In which respect God threateneth to punish even princes and kings' children, who a man would think should in this kind be allowed greatest liberty, because they were clothed with strange apparel, and would not follow their country fashion. In the defect also men offend through slovenly and handsomeness, not caring how their apparel hangs upon them, nor how beastly and nasty their clothes are, so they keep them from the cold. Into which disorder they fall either through slothful negligence, because they would not be at the labour of dressing themselves, or through affected pride, seeking for praise at the back door, and desiring to be talked of, and to seem notable for somewhat. But this also is unlawful, for the same Scripture which forbiddeth excess in broidered hair, pearl, and gold, doth also require that we should clothe ourselves in handsome, decent, and comely apparel, as becometh shamefastness and modesty. Lastly, men offend in their apparel in respect of the ends thereof, the which are two, honesty and profit. In regard of the former, apparel is worn by man to cover his nakedness, and to hide his shame which after his fall ensued by reason of sin. The other end is profit, which is twofold, first for necessary use, secondly for honour and comeliness. Apparel is necessary unto us, for howsoever before the fall there was such a just temperature of the air, that it was not at all offensive to man's naked body, and consequently in this behalf there was no need of garments, yet through sin this temper being lost, and an inequality following of heat and cold, both intolerable unto man, and hurtful to his health, apparel became necessary to preserve him from the outward injuries of the weather, and to keep him in an equal temperature. Secondly, apparel is profitable for comeliness, honour, and ornament, not only as it covereth natural deformities, but also as it now maketh the body seemly and graceful, which in itself was more comely and beautiful before the fall. And this end the Apostle speaketh of, where he saith, that upon those members of the body which we think most dishonest, we put more honesty on, and our uncomely parts have more comeliness on. And in the verse following, that God hath tempered the body together, and hath given the more honour to that part which lacked. And these are the ends of apparel, in which many failing do show much vanity and sin. For how many are there in these days who dishonest themselves by their wanton and light garments, wearing such as will not cover their nakedness, but discover their bare breasts to open view, whilst their apparel either covereth them not at all, or in covering doth not hide them? How many are there who in appareling themselves have least respect to necessary use, or to preserve their bodies from the injuries of the weather, but affect thin and subtle fineness more than wholesome warmness, desiring rather to be adorned than clothed, and to delight others' eyes, than to preserve their own health? Finally, how many are there who do not honour their bodies with grave and decent apparel, but disgrace themselves with fantastical fashions and lascivious habits, proclaiming by their outward garments their inward pride and wantonness, as though they would have all men to take notice of their vanity and lightness? And these are the abuses of apparel in respect of the causes thereof. In regard of the use also it is abused, when as gorgeous and costly apparel, which might sometimes be lawfully worn in respect of the dignity of the person, is daily and ordinarily put on, for greater ostentation of pride and vainglory. For as we may offend by wearing such rich and costly garments as are above our state and calling, so when these might well bear it in due time and upon fit occasion, we offend also when we show excess in neglecting these circumstances, and in keeping revels all the year. And this was the sin taxed in the rich glutton, not that he was clothed in purple and fine linen, but because he was excessive in respect of time, using these costly ornaments every day. In which respect men and women greatly offend in these times, who not observing the course and custom of their ancestors, which having this rich attire befitting their callings used it sparingly, at certain great festivals only or some few extraordinary meetings do make it their daily habit, and as we say work-day attire, as though the chief end of their coming into the world were to prank themselves in riotous pride and superfluous bravery. And thus have I shown in what respects apparel, in which worldlings so much delight, is vain and sinful. Now in the next place let us consider of some arguments which may wean us from this vanity, and may move us, both in our judgments lightly to value it, and in our affections to despise and contemn it. The first reason is, that God in the Scriptures hath forbidden this glorious and gorgeous apparel, unless it be to some persons, and at some times. So the Apostle Paul giveth women in charge that they array themselves in comely apparel, with shamefastness and modesty, not with broidered hair, or gold, or pearls, or costly apparel, but as it becometh women which profess the fear of God with good works. Likewise the Apostle Peter willeth them that their apparel should not be outward, as with broidered hair, and gold put about, or in putting on of ornaments, but that the hid man of the heart should be uncorrupt, with a meek and quiet spirit, which is before God a thing much set by. If therefore we would show our obedience to our great Lord and Master, we must not conform ourselves to the fashions of the world, by wearing such costly apparel, and glorious or garish habits, as beseem not our place and calling. But alas, such is the vanity of the times, that people stick not to come into the public congregation, where out of God's word this pride and excess is condemned, with their broidered, curled and frizzled hair, gold, silks, velvets, and excessive bravery, as though they would openly profess their disconformity with the Scriptures, and rebellious disobedience against God, in doing that which he forbiddeth before his face, and even in that very time when by his word he doth condemn it, as if they should plainly say, I will not forsake the fashion of the world, though it be never so much or oft forbidden. Which as it is a great offence among ourselves, so doth it scandalize pagans, infidels, and worldlings much more, and as a stumbling block in the way hinders them from the profession of our religion, when as they hear our doctrine, and see our practice, observe that the Scriptures which we profess to believe, and propound as the rule, according to which we frame our lives, condemn and forbid this vanity, and we even when we hear them read, use that excessive bravery which the heathens themselves would never tolerate. Secondly, if we would call to mind the first original of apparel, we should have little cause to affect bravery, or to wax proud of gay clothing, for had our first parents continued in the state of innocence, they should have remained glorious in themselves, and not have needed any apparel, but having transgressed God's commandment they saw their nakedness, and being ashamed of their deformities, they sought to hide themselves, and to cover their shame by the help of garments. In which respect what is our apparel but a daily monitor, to call our sins and shame to memory? What is it but a lacer's cloth, cast over our filthy sores of sin, that we may not become loathsome through our deformities to ourselves and others? And consequently what do they which vaunt themselves in this vanity but like the thief, who being adjudged to wear an halter in perpetual remembrance of his foul crimes, doth make him one of silk or gold twist, and seeing it to make a glittering show, doth wax proud of that which should rather humble him, as being a continual testimony of his sin and shame? So they wax proud of that which is the ensign of their sin and misery, and convert the habits which were given us to hide our sins, into sin itself. Again, if we consider the use of apparel in the first institution, which was not only, as I have said, to cover our nakedness and hide our filthiness, but also to preserve our bodies from the injuries of the weather, we shall find little cause which may move us to affect or delight ourselves in this superfluous bravery. For this enmity between us and the creatures which makes us need these armours of defence, puts us in mind of the cause thereof, which was our enmity with God by reason of our sin. These covers to hide us, argue to our shame, that there is something under them which needs covering, and these plasters, though they be of silk or velvet, show that under them are some loathsome sores, which being seen would disgrace and shame us. In all which respects the most glorious garments bring with them cause of blushing rather than of boasting, for before man sinned he was glorious in his natural beauty, and a garment to him would have been but as a cloud to the sun, which doth not grace it but hide his brightness. Neither would these ornaments have more adorned him than a silken case a sweet rose, but when his beauty was by sin blemished, then, like the withered rose reserved in a bag of silk, he was driven to seek for ornaments, and to supply natural defects with the help of art. So that he who is proud of these poor supplies, is like unto him who being blind glorieth in silver eyes, or unto a lame man, who having lost his leg boasteth and braggeth of a gilded stump, which was not given him for glory and ostentation, but as a poor support to hold him up, and as a sorry help to relieve his misery. And this the Lord plainly intimated in those first garments which he gave our great progenitors, for howsoever he could as easily have provided apparel of silk, or velvet, curiously embroidered with gold and silver, as of any meaner stuffs, yet he clothed them with beasts' skins, which were only fit for those uses of hiding their nakedness, and defending them from the weather, and served rather to humble than to puff them up with pride, not only by putting them in mind of their brutish condition, but also of their frailty and mortality, seeing the creatures for their sakes were already subject to death and vanity. Thirdly, let us consider, that howsoever it may beseem worldlings to jet it out daily in their gorgeous attire, because they have nothing to glory in but these outward things, and also have their proud habits suiting with their proud hearts, and the rest of their outward carriage and behaviour, yet it much misbeseemeth Christians herein to fashion themselves to the custom of the world, for their chief ornaments are not outward and carnal, but inward and spiritual, whenas they are decked with God's sanctifying graces. They are most glorious when they are most humble, and what hath humility to do with the ensigns of pride? They are best adorned with modesty and chastity, which outwardly show themselves in sober and grave attire, and therefore what have they to do with fantastical fashions, and the wanton and light habits of lascivious and filthy harlots? They come nearest the truth of their profession, when as following the rule of the Scriptures, they put on the habit of holiness, and array themselves in comely apparel, with shamefastness and modesty, and are adorned with good works, as it becometh those that profess the fear of God. Why therefore should their practice give the lie to their profession, by accustoming themselves to wear gorgeous and gay garments, which harlots use as snares to set out their beauty to the sale, and to entice vain persons to folly and filthiness? Why will Christian women seem such as they would be loath to be, and having nothing to sell, why do they hang out signs to invite customers? Finally, seeing in our baptism we have renounced the world with the vanities and lusts thereof, why should we in our apparel show ourselves as vain as the vainest, or having cast these lusts out of our hearts, as it were the chief city, why do we suffer them to rest upon our backs, as in the suburbs, where they are ready every day to make a re-entry, and to bring with them all vice and vanity? Again, let us remember that if our Saviour Christ would not of us, who profess ourselves children of our Heavenly Father, to take any care for food and raiment, but to rest ourselves upon his all-sufficient providence, how much less would he have us to trouble our brains about curious and costly ornaments? How far would he have us from spending our time and study about variety of colours, embroidery, jewels, dyeing and curling of hair, painting, periwigs, and such like vanities? Finally, seeing we profess ourselves pilgrims on earth, why should we go like, not only citizens, but courtiers of the world? And seeing we say that we are travelling towards our heavenly country, why do we load not so much our bodies as our minds with the intolerable weight and heavy care of variety and superfluity of suits, made more massy and burthensome with gold, silver, and precious jewels, or which before we come to our journey's end we must leave behind us, if at least we do not make our porters to bear them for us? Fourthly, that we may be weaned from this vanity of costly and gorgeous apparel, let us consider that it is of no worth and excellency, for the most rich clothes do not better the body that wears them, much less the mind that takes care to provide them. But as it is unto this the bellows of pride, so unto the other an unprofitable burden. And were it not for opinion and affection which lightens the load, what less weight and cumber is there in a chain of gold than in a chain of iron? What less trouble to have the fingers loaded with gold rings set with pointed diamonds, than to wear upon them rings of brass set with flint or small pebbles? Seeing the price doth not lighten the burden, but only a deceived and false conceit. Again, what excellency or worth is there in the richest silks and finest clothes, the matter of the one being the excrement of crawling worms, the other the fleece of the silly sheep, both which within a short time wear out to rags, or with untimely decay may be consumed with moths and silly vermin? And what excellency is in that which as worms breed, so worms destroy? And of what worth is that to be valued which man borroweth from beasts and creeping things, which are creatures far inferior unto himself? A noble man much scorneth to borrow clothes of a mean yeoman, or being by present need constrained to be thus beholding, he would rather be ashamed than glory in it, although these both are creatures of the same kind, made by the same workman, and cast out of the same mould. And yet man borroweth ornaments from all the inferior creatures, from one his fleece, from another his skin, from this his light feathers, from that his teeth and solid bones, from worms their entrails, from cats their excrements, from the sands his stones, from the earth his gold. And when with the crow he hath made himself gay with these borrowed feathers, he glorieth and vaunteth himself in his own worth, as though they grew all upon his own back, and that nature and not art had put this difference between him and others. Let not therefore any who profess Christianity much affect these trifling vanities, or having them, glory in these base toys, unto which beasts, birds, and silly worms have the first title and most natural interest, whereas man only cometh by them as it were by conquest, violence, and force of arms. With all which ornaments, when men or women have with great cost and labour decked themselves, yet shall they find small excellency in them, seeing herein they are matched by many, and exceeded by some, and that not those only of the noblest rank, but also such as are of mean and base condition, as players, dancers, harlots, who adorn themselves with as glorious apparel as the best, that ravishing the minds, and dazzling the eyes of their beholders, they may allow them to offer to this idol of beauty and glory the sacrifice of fools, and to become contributors towards their maintenance in these lawless courses. Yea, not only are they herein matched by men, but also with their horses, whom usually they adorn with gold, velvet, and embroidery, and so cause them to communicate with them in an equal share of this glory and bravery. And what excellency is in that, wherein man is not privileged above the brutish creatures? To this purpose one of the ancients speaketh fitly, Wilt thou, saith he, that we examine their course which equally clothe their horses and wives with golden ornaments? For besides other things, this privilege riches have, to make men fools. They communicate the same honour to their horses and their wives. One kind of ornament belongeth to them both, and by the same things they desire to make their wives glorious and famous, wherewith they adorn their coaches, curtains, and coverings. Yea, herein men are not only equal with the beasts, but also inferior to the senseless creatures, for when they are in all their royalty and bravery, they are not to be compared, as our Saviour Christ speaketh, with the lilies and flowers of the field. And who would think that any part of man's excellency, who was created after God's image, wherein these inferior creatures do so far exceed him? Fifthly, to this worthless vanity and want of excellency, let us add their inutility and want of profit. For howsoever worldly men procure them with great cost and labour, as if their chief happiness consisted in them, yet they do them no good, nor make them a whit the better when they are adorned with them. For howsoever purple and scarlet, silver and gold, silks and velvets have in them some beauty and glory, yet they do keep it to themselves, and do not communicate it to those that wear it. And therefore seeing the glory which cometh by the putting on of the apparel vanisheth away when it is put off, without leaving any sign behind, it hereby appeareth, that it is the glory of the vesture and not of the owner. So that vicious men have little cause to glory in this external and strange beauty, when they have lost their own, the inward virtues of the mind. As therefore no man judgeth a horse the better which is set out to sail, because he hath a velvet footcloth, or golden trappings. Yea, rather suspecting this bravery, he uncovereth him of them all, and looketh upon him in his natural beauty. So neither is a man to be esteemed better for his glorious ornaments, but laying these aside, we are to value him according to the inward beauty of his mind. For if that which is outwardly seen of man is not man, but the soul, unto which his body is but the case or cover, how much less are we to esteem gay apparel any part of man's excellency and goodness, seeing it is but a mere accident which may easily be put on, and with more ease laid aside. But this unprofitableness will better appear if we consider that this glorious apparel doth not advance those ends for which it is used. For first, whereas it is put on as an ornament to commend us, it is manifest that it faileth herein. For as one saith, he who thinks that gold adorns him must acknowledge himself inferior to that whereby he is adorned, and being inferior, he is no more master of it but a servant. Now what is more absurd than for a man to acknowledge himself inferior, and less comely and beautiful than this Lydian fragment? Neither in truth doth this gay clothing adorn and commend any in respect of their state and person, body or mind, if it be excessive in itself, or immoderate and too common in respect of time. For if a man thus go above his calling, instead of making himself commendable by all his cost and labour, he is of some envied, of others scorned, one he provoketh to anger, another to laughter, and all to displeasure and dislike. Yea, they who bow unto those thus richly adorned and do them reverence, even in the performance of these outward compliments, do secretly condemn them in their hearts, censuring them of pride, vanity, and wantonness, seeing if they were not wholly possessed of these vices, they would not with so great cost and labour attire themselves above their calling, nor with such fantastical and light fashions deform their bodies. Wherein the just judgment of God threatened against the proud lieth heavily upon them, for when they think by their cost and bravery to exalt themselves in every one's judgment, and to be commended and approved of all that behold them, the Lord resisting them in their pride, pulleth them down, and maketh them to please none, whereas they intended hereby to please all. For God approveth them not, yea, rather he professeth to oppose against them. The virtuous and humble like them not, for hating pride in themselves, they cannot love it in others. Those who are as proud as themselves are not hereby pleased, for they who are their superiors disdain that they should match or come near them in bravery. Their equals emulate and contend with them who shall exceed other. Their inferiors envy and malign them because they cannot be as fine as they. Yea, themselves are not pleased with themselves, because they never think that they are brave enough, which is the reason that they so often alter their attires and change their fashions, because none can long please them and give contentment. In a word, they please nobody with their bravery, but only the Prince of Pride, whose subjects and servants they profess themselves by wearing his badge and livery. So that if a man would honest and commend himself to the judgments of all, it were a much wiser course to fit his apparel according to his place and calling, yea, to carry a lower sail than the ship may well bear, abating somewhat of that bravery which his estate may well warrant and maintain. For here also we shall find it most true, that he who exalteth himself shall be cast down, and he who humbleth himself shall be exalted, every one being ready to add unto his praise, who rather shunneth than seeketh it, and to detract from him, who too much affecteth and eagerly pursueth credit and commendations. And as this costly and gorgeous apparel doth not commend the person or state of any, so neither doth it make their body or mind more commendable, whether they be beautiful or deformed, endued with rare virtues, or defiled with foul vices. For if they be beautiful by nature, what need they the help of art, seeing nature itself sufficeth? Especially seeing these goodly ornaments do not commend them so much to the sight, as they detract from their praise in the judgment, every one being ready to attribute a great share of their beauty and comeliness to their setting forth and gayness in apparel, imagining that almost any other would be as praiseworthy as they, if they were so decked and adorned. In which regard a careless neglect of beauty better pleaseth, and oftentimes not to be adorned is instead of the best ornament. Again, this bravery as little helpeth those who naturally are deformed, seeing it doth not take away their deformities but rather showeth them, whenas it inviteth the eyes of all to behold them, and so causeth them to think in their judgments, that so great cost is but ill bestowed. Neither doth it at all profit the mind of man, whether he be endued with virtue, or blemished with vice, for if the glorious beams of virtue do shine in any, the brightness thereof so much excelleth these outward ornaments, that they add no more grace to a man, than a candle light when the sun shineth. Contrariwise, if the mind be destitute of virtue, and deformed with vice, this outward decking will little avail to furnish it with the one, or cleanse it from the other. It will not make any more religious, humble, just, and temperate, yea rather, as experience showeth, it bringeth men to the contrary extremes. It doth not abate pride and vainglory, yea rather it increaseth it. It doth not extinguish the heat of lust, but rather doth inflame it. It doth not warm our hearts with charity, nor repel the force of the devil's darts, but causeth rather our love to freeze, and endangereth us to Satan's blows. It doth not free us from injustice, raging anger, envy, malice, intemperance, covetousness, ambition, and such like vices, but rather giveth occasion and way unto them. In which respect a vicious man adorned with glorious garments is like a dead core stuck with flowers, or like a glorious sepulchre containing in it a putrefied and rotten body, which is tainted thereby with unsavoury stench, but can give no beauty or excellency to the dead and corrupted carcass. So that rich attire neither beautifieth nor bettereth either the body or the mind, and therefore those who being destitute of virtue or of natural beauty do think to adorn and commend themselves by their goodly apparel, fall into the error of the painter's boy, who being to paint the fair Helen, and wanting art to set forth her beauty, daubed on gold on her apparel, making her clothes rich, because he could not make her face beautiful. Secondly, worldlings use these rich ornaments because they would be more admired and respected, the which end also is often frustrate, especially when as by often use they are made ordinary, for gold and silver, silks and velvets, being as common as stuffs, cloth, and frieze, are within a while as little regarded and admired. Yea, though man could match the sun in glory, yet if with the sun they should daily appear in this bravery, it would work in the beholders no wonder or respect, howsoever at the first sight they were much admired. Yea, contrariwise, because they waste their states, and spend all their livings in maintaining this bravery and superfluous excess, which was heretofore bestowed upon charitable uses and good hospitality. Therefore the meaner and poorer sort, receiving no relief or comfort from them, detest their pride and envy their bravery. Much wiser therefore was the course held by our forefathers, who having indeed costly attire befitting their callings, did not wear it commonly, but by the seldom use thereof made it the more to be admired and respected, and howsoever making their garments of the best and most lasting stuffs, they did not need to change them, but wore the same clothes many years together, yet wearing them so seldom, and with such great distance of time coming between, and not glutting either themselves or others with their common use, it was all one, as if at every good time they had changed their suit and fashion. By which wise frugality they were enabled to keep good hospitality, and to perform the works of mercy, whereby as they had comfort to their own consciences, so did they deserve the love and reverence of their inferiors towards them, when as they tasted of their bounty and goodness. Especially they were not driven through their excessive expenses to enhance rents and increase fines, but having sufficient of their own to maintain their port, they were able to afford to their poor tenants their houses and lands at such easy rates, as they might comfortably live under their shelter. Whereby as their loins did bless them when they enjoyed these benefits from them, so in the time of peace they had so many servants as tenants ready for all employments, and in time of war so many soldiers, who in all dangers were ready to live and die with them. Whereas now their pride having set rents and fines upon the extremest rack, because nothing sufficeth to maintain their excessive bravery, and having turned hospitality and the works of mercy into rich jewels, sumptuous furniture, and gorgeous apparel, their tenants stand upon equal terms with them, seeing their houses and lands being brought to the market hill, they had only a bare pennyworth for their penny, and therefore at their need are unwilling unless they be forced by oppression to do them any service, or to stand between them and any danger, so that whereas heretofore gentlemen so employed their wealth, that it served notably for their defence in time of peril, now spending it upon jewels, apparel, plate, and furniture, in time of peace it exposeth them to envy, and the danger of thieves, and in time of war to the common spoil. And thus have I shown the unprofitableness of costly and gay apparel, which if it be not sufficient to wean our hearts from it, let us further consider that it is not only empty of profit, but also full of evil, both in respect of sin and punishment, for it is every way sinful as being sin in itself, the cause and also the effect of sin. Concerning the first, they who exceed in this excessive bravery offend first against the majesty of God himself, not only by transgressing his commandment, whereby he hath forbidden it, and by neglecting his worship and service, because their whole time almost is taken up either in caring for providing, or putting on their ornaments, and thereby either want time on God's Sabbaths to come to his public service, or else rush into his presence without all due preparation, but also through the gross abuse of his creatures and good blessings bestowed upon them. For they were not made stewards of these rich talents, that they should bestow them in excess and vanity, but that with the surplusage of their wealth they should relieve their poor brethren, and perform the works of charity and mercy, which either respect the good of the church or commonwealth. And therefore fearful will their account be at the day of judgment, whenas it will not excuse their neglecting the poor members of Christ, to say they could spare nothing from these uses, because all was too little to maintain their bravery and excessive cost in apparel, nor yet that their riches and revenues was great, and therefore they might well adorn themselves in gorgeous attire, seeing their wealth was not given them, that they should waste it in superfluities, but that they should bestow it in relieving the poor's necessities. In which respect this excuse of abundance will be no better than if a man should cause his garments to be made far too large and long for his stature, and excuse himself by this, that he had too much stuff. For as it is absurd and ridiculous to make the garment not after the measure of the body, but the quantity of the piece out of which it is cut, so is it no less absurd to waste a man's substance in such costly apparel as is above his calling, and not fitting to his state and condition, because he hath abundance of wealth lying by him. Secondly, herein they sin against themselves, first, by neglecting their soul, which is their most excellent part, whilst their whole care and pains is taken up in adorning of their bodies, for too much care of the body plainly argueth the too little care of the soul, richness in apparel, poverty in virtue, outward ornaments, inward deformities, and spiritual nakedness. And as one saith, whilst men are clothed with silk and purple, commonly their consciences are ragged and beggarly, whilst they glister with jewels and chains. Their manners usually are loathsome and sordidous. in which respect they are not unfitly compared to biers or coffins, for as they are most adorned when as they have a dead body in them, so these bodies are most decked with gorgeous attire when they have in them a soul destitute of virtue and dead in sin. And in the same regard one of the ancients compareth them to the stately temples of Egypt, which had the outward courts, porches, walls, and roofs, richly adorned with gold, silver, curious carving and engraving, and with all other stately and gorgeous ornaments. But if a man should go on further into the inmost parts, to see the idol which was there worshipped, instead of some goodly image set out according to the rest of the bravery and pomp, he should find nothing but the base picture or other resemblance of some cat, crocodile, ugly serpent. For so these women who load themselves with gold, silver, jewels, and costly apparel, if this outward glory be removed, and they more narrowly searched what they have in the inmost temple of their heart, they cannot show unto us God's image shining in his spiritual graces, but rather a man shall find in them crocodiles and serpents, that is, beastly lusts, pride, wantonness, immodesty, and such like impieties. Again, those who affect this costly apparel hurt themselves, whilst by their pride and excessive bravery they lie open to the hatred and envy, the censures and bitter frumps of all that see them. For even those who are sober, grave, and humble, when they see those who are inferior unto themselves in place and calling, so far outstrip them in this outward bravery, cannot choose but disdain and scorn it, and others who think themselves as good as they, coming short of them for want of means, or will so to bestow their cost, do as much envy and hate them. The which showeth the extreme folly of these proud persons, for whereas they might have love and due respect among their neighbours good cheap, they rather choose to purchase hatred, envy, and contempt at these dear rates. Finally, by this outward bravery they disgrace themselves, and bewray unto every judicious beholder the secret corruptions which lie lurking in their hearts. For when the heart is infected and poisoned with the contagious plague of pride, it tainteth outwardly the whole body with the marks and tokens, which certainly prognosticate death and destruction without repentance. So if it be corrupted with folly, it discovereth itself in foolish and fantastical fashions. If with prodigal vanity, it appeareth in the outward superfluity. If with lust, it showeth itself in a wanton habit. And finally, if it be an heart soft and effeminate, it will easily be discerned by soft raiment and wanton delicacy. So that, as one saith, this vanity of apparel doth not so much adorn the body as discover the mind, and as the son of Search telleth us, a man's garment, excessive laughter, and gait plainly declare what person he is. And therefore the Lord reproving Israel saith, that their pride did testify against them to their face, because they did discover it outwardly in their very countenance and gay apparel. Lastly, by wearing these costly and gorgeous garments they also sin against their neighbours, first, by way of offence, whenas by their example they allure and draw them on to imitate their bravery, for such is the pride of man's heart, that he is impatient to be any way inferior to those whom he esteemeth but his equals, and therefore when he seeth his neighbour in costly clothing, fearing lest he should be preferred before him, he inwardly disdaineth, envieth, and vieth with him who shall excel in bravery, whereof it cometh to pass, that this vanity of gay apparel, having infected any corner, doth in a short time like a running canker spread itself over a whole country. Again, they are scandalous to those who are without, as they hinder and discourage them by their pride and excess from the embracing and professing of their religion, when as in this they can perceive no difference between a professor of religion and a professed vain person, the children of God and the children of the devil, those who profess mortification, and they who are worldly and profane. Whereas contrariwise, if they were according to their profession humble, modest, grave, and sober, in their habit and outward carriage, they might move them to a liking of their religion for their virtue's sake, who profess it, and in time draw them on to the profession and practice of it. Finally, if in sincerity of heart we profess and practice Christianity, and yet be overtaken with this vanity, as we do thereby wrong ourselves by impairing our good name, so by seeming that we are not, we give occasion to wicked worldlings of falling into sin, whilst for this infirmity they are ready to blaspheme God's truth, which we profess, and censure and condemn us for hypocrites and wicked persons, who are as proud, wanton, and lascivious as any other. Which suspicions we ought to shun by avoiding these outward appearances of evil. For if my heart be clean and upright in itself, why should I give occasion to have it spotted and blemished in another's conceit and estimation? Why should wantons and lascivious persons have any hope of finding that in me which I abhor? Why doth not my habit proclaim the affection of my heart, lest impudency should be encouraged to taint it, by infusing the poison of lust and wantonness by my ears? Why should I not, professing charity, seek rather to edify than destroy my neighbour? And being a soldier of Christ, why should I not put on mine own armour, badge and livery, and manfully profess open enmity against the world and worldly vanities? That therefore will not serve their turn which professors of religion usually say for their excuse, that whatsoever men may think of them when they see their bravery and vanity, yet they have clear consciences towards God, though their apparel be garish and wanton, yet their minds are humble and chaste, and though they fashion themselves according to the world, and do after the custom of the most, yet they are not of the world, nor approve of worldly vanities, but could find in their hearts, if others would accompany them, to lay all these proud clothes and wanton fashions aside, whereas now they are carried away with the stream of time, and are overruled even against their own minds by the tyranny of evil custom. For we are bound to labour with the apostle to have a clear conscience before God, and before men we ought to conform not only our hearts, but also our outward habits unto the obedience of God's law and revealed will, and so to perform the duties of the inner man towards God, as that we ought also to have special care, that our outward carriage be not scandalous to our neighbours. We must procure honest things, not only before the Lord, but also before all men, as the apostle enjoineth us. We who profess Christianity are as the light of the world, and as a city set upon a hill, and therefore our endeavour should be to shine before others in all holiness of conversation. Neither is it enough for us to have light in ourselves, but we should also have our lights so to shine before men, that our heavenly Father may be glorified, and our brethren edified in the holy faith. We must not only be good, sober, humble, and chaste for our own sakes, but we must also appear so for the good of others. And the Christian must of his head and heart so full of the sweet oil of God's sanctifying graces, that they must also overflow even to his garments and skirts of his clothing, that by these precious odours, not only himself may be comforted, but others also may be refreshed by the perfume of his holy example. Neither ought they to use vain fashions and excessive costliness in their apparel, because it is the common custom of the times, seeing we have an express commandment, that we should not follow a multitude in that which is evil, nor conform ourselves to the fashions of the world, but be outwardly changed by the inward renewing of our minds. We must not stay our reformation of apparel till we may carry it with most forces, nor expect a parliament to take away these abuses, not laying them aside till we have the whole country to bear us company, but the law of God's Spirit ruling in our hearts must make us herein to be a law unto ourselves, seeking the reformation of that which is amiss, though none would accompany us in well-doing. For if so be worldlings and vain persons be bold on the behalf of their master Satan, to bring into common use costly attire, and strange and wanton fashions, whereby they poison and corrupt all that are near unto them by their ill example, why should not we who profess the name of Christ show the like or greater boldness in a better cause, obeying our Lord and Master, and labouring by our modest, grave, and sober apparel to move others to imitate us, and reform their vanity and excessive bravery by our good example, which if in these times Christians would begin, there is great hope that their endeavour would have good success, not only because many would be drawn for conscience sake to follow their practice, but also because the most, being almost cloyed with the common use of bravery, and all quite tired with the excessive charge which goeth to the maintaining of this costly apparel, do inwardly desire a reformation, so it might be general, and could be content to wear more modest, sober, and frugal attire, if the rest of their neighbours would bear them company. But here the weaker sex doth further object, that either they must offend others by putting on this rich and vain apparel, or their husbands by laying it aside, who unless they adorn themselves, will either be displeased with them, or at least take no delight in them, and better it were to offend strangers by excess, than those who are so near and dear unto them, by not setting themselves forth in such apparel as best pleaseth them. To which I answer, that if any have such husbands, delighted with folly and vanity, their wives have in this kind greater liberty than other women, because smaller inconveniences are to be undergone, that greater may be avoided. But let such under colour of liberty beware of licentiousness, and under show of pleasing their husbands, let them take heed that they do not displease God, wound their own consciences, and offend their brethren, by wearing such costly or garish apparel, as is either above their particular state and calling, or not beseeming their general calling of Christianity. For howsoever they ought to please their husbands rather than strangers, yet they must labour more to please God than them both. Yea, even strangers too in that which is good, rather than their husbands in that which is wicked and unlawful. But further I admonish them to take heed lest this be a mere pretence and false excuse, and that they do not by this bravery study to please their husbands, but rather their own proud humour, yea, even strangers themselves, whilst they affect by this bravery their esteem and commendations. For if they angled only for their husband's love, they would cast this bait of bravery before his eyes alone, more carefully adorning themselves at home whilst they are in his presence, than when they go abroad into other company, whereas they follow the contrary practice, curiously decking themselves when they are to go forth into the company of strangers, and putting all off again when they come home and return unto their husbands. Finally, let such know that if at all they are constrained to seek to please them by these vain ornaments, it is for the most part for want of better things, whereby they should be commended. For if in their behaviour and conversation they were religious, wise, modest, grave and sober, and towards their husbands meek, humble, loving, and respective, they would by these virtues and duties please them better, if they have any religion, conscience, or true wisdom, than by wearing the gayest ornaments. Or if they be yet strangers to the grace of God, they may through his blessing win them, as the Apostle telleth us, to the profession and practice of religion, by this their holy and virtuous conversation. And thus it appeareth that the wearing of costly and gay apparel, unfitting our state and calling, is itself a sin. It followeth that I also show that it is both the cause and effect of other sins much greater than itself. And first, it is the cause of many sins, which men usually commit, both against themselves and against their neighbours, in both which regards this excessive bravery is a fruitful mother of much wickedness. It is the cause of lust and uncleanness both in themselves that wear it, as it doth effeminate the mind and softeneth the heart, making it vain and wanton, and so ready to receive any impression of lust, as also in others, as it doth encourage them to give the assault to chastity, with hope of obtaining victory, whenas these ensigns of wantons being displayed, do promise a yielding at the first encounter. It is also the cause of much pride, for as pride first breedeth bravery, so no sooner is it born, but presently it nourisheth the mother that bred it, making men in these gay habits to think better of themselves than when they are more meanly attired, and to contemn others as base, who are not decked in such rich attire. It causeth men, and much more women, to misspend their time, whilst they consume a great part of their life, either in casting with themselves how they may be most brave, and what fashion will best become them, or in putting their purposes in execution, whilst they spend the greatest part of the morning in pranking and trimming of their bodies, or finally, in contriving their plots, and using the means for the upholding and maintaining of their excess. Whereby it cometh to pass, that they have little or no time to adorn their souls with God's saving graces, knowledge, faith, charity, and the rest, but remain ignorant, impenitent, secure, and full of infidelity, neither yet to perform the public duties of God's service, nor their own private devotions, for they dress themselves by the hour, and pray by minutes, nor finally the duties of their particular callings in their houses and families. For whereas the calling of the womankind tithe them to keep the chief part of their residence at home, imitating the snail which carrieth her house upon her back, contrariwise having spent a great part of the day in dressing of themselves in their rich and costly attire, they have now no power to stay at home, but needs they must go abroad to show their bravery, as thinking their costly apparel and vain fashions not worth the wearing, unless they might be seen often, and much admired. And to say truth, such are as well abroad as at home, seeing by their habit they have made themselves unfit for any housewifely duty, for neither may they come near those places which require their chief residence, for soiling of their clothes, neither are they able to stir themselves more than images, for the performing of any business. Yea, to that height of pride is the world come, that every petty gentlewoman scorneth to be seen in any such housewifely employments, whereas in ancient times princes and queens thought it their chief glory, as we may see in the example of Solomon's mother. And as this pride of apparel is a cause of much sin in respect of themselves that use it, so also in regard of others, whether we respect private persons or the whole commonwealth. For what greater cause, I pray you, is there of bribing and extortion, fraud and cozenage, oppressing of the poor by cruel landlords, whilst immeasurably they increase their fines and enhance their rents, yea, of wrongs and injuries, rapine and violence, theft and sacrilege, than this excess in costly apparel, men being resolved to run any desperate and wicked course, rather than they will want means to maintain this pride. Neither doth this excess in apparel bring less mischief to the whole commonwealth than to private persons. For first, it overthroweth all order of civil society, whilst there is in the outward habit no distinction of degrees, but the superior and inferior, the master and the servant, the maid and mistress, the nobleman and gentleman, and the gentleman and farmer go all alike, so as by the outward habit they cannot possibly be discerned the one from the other. Again, it is the chief cause of the decay of good hospitality, which is a principal pillar that upholdeth the commonwealth, as being the means to preserve love and neighbourly friendship among the richer sort, and to give relief to the poor, who stand in need of help. For whereas there was much bestowed this way by our ancestors, whilst they contented themselves with mean attire, now they who succeed them, although they have doubled and redoubled their fines and rents, cannot keep open doors, but are fain to leave their countries, and to lurk in corners of great cities to save charges in housekeeping, being not able with all their means to maintain half their forefathers' family, because all which they can rake and scrape together is much too little to maintain their bravery in apparel. Finally, there is no cause equal to this, of impoverishing the commonwealth, of causing dearth and scarcity of all things necessary, and consequently of bringing the whole commonalty to want and misery. For to maintain this excess in apparel, landlords are fain to rack their rents, and the tenant being not able with all his labour poorly to maintain his charge, and pay his rent, is constrained to raise the prices of all his country commodities to a double rate. Artificers and tradesmen are likewise forced to increase the prices of their work and wares, being not otherwise able to maintain their families, and none smart so much as the poorer sort, who being destitute of means, have no intercourse of dealing with the rest, nor cannot like the other heal their own wound by biting of their fellow, or being not able, having done their work, to forbear the sale, are for the sustaining of their present necessity fain to part with their wares at such easy rates as the buyers please to give them. Finally, nothing doth more impoverish the commonwealth than this excessive bravery, seeing our monies and chief commodities, which are of much better use, are daily transported into other countries, we having in lieu thereof nothing but costly stuffs, silks and velvets, gold and silver laces, and such like toys and vanities, which within a few months wearing come to rags, not worth the taking up if a man should find them in the streets. In which respect this pride of apparel enamageth the land more than any other wasteful expenses, for howsoever much cost is superfluously bestowed on sumptuous buildings, plate, and excess in diet, yet here the riches of the commonwealth continue still amongst us, and do but only change their master, and that commonly a richer for a poorer, whereas this apparel is the cause why our chief riches and treasures are usually transported into other countries, and in the meantime our own commodities are vilified and lightly esteemed, and the poor people want employment, or at least a sufficient reward for their great labour, to say nothing of the durable continuance of houses and plate, whereas these gay clothes every year, yea, in our times almost every quarter, must be new either in themselves, or at least in their fashion, and so bring a continual and heavy charge to all that use them. In which regard, though religion and conscience should not prevail with us, yet methinks civil policy, and love of our country and common welfare, should persuade us to loathe and lay aside this pride and bravery. And thus it appeareth that this rich and costly attire is the cause of many evils. Now to the end that we may plainly see that it hath near alliance to all kinds of wickedness, we are further to consider that it is also the effect and fruit of sin, namely, of pride and self-love, which work in men a desire to seem excellent, and in all things to exceed other men, howsoever oftentimes they fail of their end, for as much as others being as proud as they vie and contend with them for this preeminence. Nevertheless, though they miss the mark, yet do they continually aim and shoot at it, propounding this as the main end of all their bravery and excessive cost, that they may excel and put down others. And thus some adorn themselves that they may seem more beautiful, some that they may be thought more noble and better descended, and some that they may be reputed more wealthy, and of better estate than the rest of their neighbours. And as hereby they labour to advance themselves into the highest seat of men's hearts, and seek to be greatly esteemed, and much admired of all that look upon them, so by the same means they aspire to have the precedence before others, the upper hand and highest places in all meetings, not because these things have any worth in themselves, or merit the least part of their cost and labour by any true good which they impart unto them, but because their pride affecteth them, as signs which argue their excellency, and as means to make them more respected than other men. So that this gay apparel is, as one truly calleth it, the very ensign of pride, and nest of luxury, for take away beholders and admirers, priority in estimation and precedence in place, and there would need no statute of restraint to prohibit this excess. Finally, as this excessive bravery in apparel is every way evil in respect of sin, so also it is evil in regard of punishment. For first, thereby the mind is exceedingly molested and troubled, not only in inventing fashions, and in studying how the body may be most beautified and adorned, but also in laying plots and contriving means to maintain this bravery. For men bestowing excessive cost above their means about this vanity are forced to run into debt, which is the very bane of a quiet mind, and to borrow monies upon usury, or to take up their stuffs at worse rates, which by reason of the increase of the price and decrease of their ability, they are commonly worse able to repay at the time appointed than when they took it upon credit, and therefore they are forced to try and tire all their friends, to change often their creditors, borrowing of one to pay unto another, to receive proud repulses, even of those whose lending is their living, to endure upon every default of payment hard words, and bitter menacings, yea, oftentimes sweets, arrests, imprisonment, and many such like miseries, for as the wise man saith, those that borrow lose their liberty, and become thralls and vassals to those who lend unto them. By all which courses not only the mind is exceedingly tormented, as being continually upon the rack of passion, rejoicing when they have borrowed, sorrowing when they are to pay, fretting when they receive repulses and disgraces, and fearing when as through default of payment they have hazarded their state by statutes and forfeitures, or their persons, when as they go daily in danger to be arrested and imprisoned, but also their state is utterly ruined, for their ordinary rents and revenues not being sufficient to maintain this pride and prodigal excess. They are after much shuffling and tumbling among their creditors, forced to sell some part of their lands to pay their debts, foolishly imagining that they may hereafter, it may be when their charge increaseth, live upon a part, whom the whole before could not suffice, or which vain hope, when as they fail, they being still resolved to abate nothing of their bravery, are constrained to send one part of their revenue after another, till within a while the whole estate is ruined and brought to nothing. When as being pinched with want and misery, they are glad of cloth and frieze, who before scorned silks and velvets, unless they were cut and mangled, printed, and laced, as best fitted their vain fantasy, and to become loathsome and unwelcome guests at other men's tables, who, before pride had shut them out of their own houses, were able to give liberal entertainment unto others. To say nothing of those who end their days in prison, and lie in holes and dungeons, wanting meat to sustain their pinching hunger, and homely clothes to cover their nakedness, the which notwithstanding is the case of many, as the counters and jails in all places can bear me witness. And as hereby they disquiet their minds and ruin their temporal estates, so do they bring upon themselves for their pride God's heavy punishments, and fearful malediction. For the Lord by his prophet threateneth, that the high look of man shall be humbled, and his loftiness abased, and that the day of his visitation shall fall out most heavy to the proud and haughty, and upon all that is exalted, that it may be made low. And more particularly he denounceth misery, poverty, and destruction against the daughters of Zion, because being haughty in their hearts, they exceeded in this wanton and costly attire, and threateneth that in the day of his vengeance he will visit the princes and the king's children, for their vain fashions, and strange apparel. Seeing therefore this costly and gorgeous apparel is forbidden in the Scriptures, and is the badge and remembrance of our sin and shame, seeing it misbeseemeth those who profess Christianity to affect or use it, much more to dote and set their hearts upon it, because it is in itself vain and void of excellency, and unto them not only unprofitable, but every way evil, both in respect of sin and punishment. Let us labour to wean our hearts and affections from this worthless and wicked vanity, that we may place and fix them upon much more excellent and precious ornaments, striving and endeavouring to adorn ourselves with the sanctifying and saving graces of God's Spirit, which will not only serve for garments to hide and cover our spiritual nakedness, wherewith being clothed we shall appear beautiful and glorious in the sight of God and all his holy saints and angels, but also for armour of proof, to defend and preserve us from all the furious assaults of our spiritual enemies. And as the Apostle exhorteth us, let us above all things labour to deck our souls with humility, and with the wedding garment of faith, and a good conscience, and put on Jesus Christ, that being clothed with his righteousness and obedience, we may be accepted of God in his beloved, and so shall we, when we have finished our course with much joy and peace, have those long white robes of glory and eternal happiness bestowed upon us in the day of God's appearing, and as fit guests of the bridal chamber follow the Lamb whithersoever he goeth. Chap. Romans 16. Of the vanity of worldly pleasures. And thus have I shown the vanity of riches, in the special kinds thereof. Now it followeth in the last place that we examine worldly pleasures, to see if we can find any more worth and excellency in them than in the other, whereupon the trial we shall find, that howsoever they may be preferred before honours and riches, as being the end of them both. For therefore do men affect honours, because they delight and please them, and riches because they would enjoy them, and rejoice in their fruition, as also because they are much more free from trouble, and full of sweetness, whereof it is that the wise Solomon, who had experience of them all, concludeth, that among worldly things there is nothing better than that a man should rejoice in his affairs, because that is his portion, and that there is no profit to man, but that he eat and drink, and delight his soul with the profit of his labour. Yet nevertheless, if we compare them with the spiritual joy of a Christian in this life, or the heavenly joys in the life to come, they are to be esteemed vain and of no value, and to be condemned as being altogether worthless and void of excellency. For howsoever Solomon, comparing them with other worldly things, doth give them the preeminence, yet considering them in their own nature, joined with our use, he condemneth them as vain and unprofitable, in respect of any sound good, or true happiness which they bring unto us. I said in my heart, saith he, go to now, I will prove thee with joy. Therefore take thou pleasure in pleasant things, and behold, this also is vanity. I said of laughter, thou art mad, and of joy, what is that thou dost? And afterwards he saith, that he sought for joy and contentment in stately buildings, fruitful vineyards, pleasant gardens and orchards, sweet and delightful music, and in all other worldly pleasures which his heart could think of, but in conclusion found that there was nothing in them all but mere vanity, and which is worse, vexation of spirit. But how vain and void of excellency these worldly pleasures are, it may hereby appear, in that if we take them at the best, they are but of a mean, inferior, and indifferent nature, whose goodness chiefly consisteth in their mediocrity and measure rather than in the pleasures themselves, which measure being exceeded, they become evil and loathsome, as we may see in the excess of eating, drinking, playing, and the rest. Now how base and mean is that good to be esteemed, whose abstemious use is better than full fruition, and whose limited measure is more commendable than plenty and abundance. Yea, how void of excellency, and near unto naught is that to be accounted which becometh evil by increasing, and when it hath greatness, loseth goodness. And hence it is, that the Lord, whose most wise judgment is the true balance, that discerneth solid good from light vanity, esteeming these worldly pleasures as vain and worthless trifles, carelessly casteth them in common among all, and suffereth the bad as well as the good, his enemies as well as his friends to communicate in them, yea, seeing that the wicked set their hearts upon them, and love them much better than their Creator, and his own children, being too carnally liquorous, are ready to surfeit upon these sweet meats of worldly delights, having scattered them in common among all. In his just judgment to the one, he leaveth them to their own liberty, and letteth them gather their fill, and in his rich mercy to the other, he holdeth them back, when they run after them with too eager an appetite, and suffereth them to feed upon them but sparingly, and in small quantity, and because being tainted with the fall of our first parents, as they still retain some goodness of their creation, so there is infused into them a malignant quality which filleth those who too much feed upon them with the gross and dangerous humours of corruption. Therefore the Lord the wise physician either restraineth his patients, whom he intendeth to cure from their use, or if yielding so much to their appetite, he suffereth them to feed upon them, he doth so correct and qualify them with the cordial preservatives of his grace, that they do not hurt them, or if the gross humours of sin breed in them by this voluptuous diet, he purgeth them away with the bitter potions of troubles and afflictions. So that the wicked have a greater portion in these worldly delights than God's dearest children, yea, and much more carnal pleasure in their fruition, because in the security of their hearts they enjoy them, letting the reins loose to their licentious will, and suffering their appetites to take their fill, until even they glut themselves with these delights, and be made drunk with abundance of pleasure, whereas the children of God dare only taste of these bewitching cups, or if being allured with the sweetness, they take a more deep draught, they find them bitter in digestion, for not only do they find much trouble in the very fruition of their pleasures, whilst they are fain to watch with great care and vigilancy over their hearts, that they do not surfeit of these delights by exceeding just measure, lest in pleasing themselves they displease God, but finding that they are faulty and overtaken, they have their sweet pleasures sourly sauced with present smiting of the heart and checks of conscience, and afterwards when the delight is vanished, it leaveth behind it bitter sorrow and repentance, whereby it appeareth that the children of the world have in all respects a greater share in these carnal pleasures than the children of God, and therefore our Saviour Christ plainly telleth his disciples, that they should weep and lament, when as wicked worldlings should rejoice, and solace themselves in their delights, the which also the experience of all times hath plainly proved, for David was afflicted and persecuted when his wicked enemies wallowed in their delights, and through their dainty fare, ease and pleasure, had their eyes swollen with fatness. So the false prophets fare daintily at Jezebel's table, whilst poor Elias is fed by the ravens, and glad of any scraps. Proud Herod delighteth himself with his feasts and revels, whilst holy John the Baptist lieth in prison, expecting death, and the rich glutton goeth gorgeously and fareth deliciously every day, whilst poor Lazarus is covered with sores instead of clothes, and being famished with hunger cannot have the crumbs of his table, or the least part of his needless superfluities. By all which it appeareth that these worldly pleasures are of little worth, seeing the Lord doth so plentifully bestow them upon those who are most unworthy, and that they have little goodness in them, because with a sparing hand he imparteth them unto the good, and suffereth those who are void of goodness to be glutted with them. But how vain and worthless these worldly pleasures are, it may further appear, in that the Lord more freely, and in greater measure bestoweth them upon the brutish creatures, then upon those who are reasonable, implying thereby that they are so base and contemptible, that they are fitter for beasts than for men. And this may easily appear, if we consider that the brute creatures have full freedom in the use of their delights, having no law to limit them but their own appetite, and consequently are privileged in their pleasures from all sin, guilt and punishment, whereas man is limited by the law so as he dare not do what he list, but is pulled back with fear when his appetite most draweth him on, being subject to punishment when in his delights he exceedeth due measure. Or if he desperately go on, he hath all his mirth marred with the pangs of an accusing conscience, and loseth much of his present delight through fear and expectation of future punishment. Again, they are so guided by instinct of nature, and have their appetite so fully conformable to its direction, that they take delight in those pleasures which are unto them most good and profitable. They joy in that food which is most fit for their nourishment, and take pleasure in no more than will do them good. They satisfy in seasonable time their natural lusts, and enjoy their sports when it best pleaseth them. They do not compass their pleasures by fraud or injury offered to those of their own kind, nor enjoy them envying, or being envied. Their pleasures are free from shame, because they are free from sin, and have not like men their delights damped with lookers-on. They have more strength and health than men to enjoy their pleasures, and their appetite is no more strong to desire these sweet delights than their stomach to digest them. They have no crudities in concoction, nor superfluity of ill humours through bad digestion, or if they have, they can easily cure themselves with their known physic, and never need the apothecary's loathsome drugs. Finally, they securely enjoy their pleasures without fear of losing them, and when the object of their delight is taken away, they have no carking care in seeking it, or grief for losing it. By all which it appeareth that the brutish creatures have many privileges in their pleasures more than men, and therefore far be it from us to set our hearts upon these vanities, as though they were of great worth and excellency, seeing the very beasts herein excel and go before us. For as one saith, if this were man's chief good to enjoy pleasures, in vain was reason and wisdom bestowed upon him, seeing he might more easily and perfectly attain unto and enjoy them, if he had only the guide of sense and sensual appetite, like the brutish creatures. Lastly, howsoever these worldly pleasures be vain and worthless in themselves, yet they become more base and of less value by reason that we are ready through our corruption to abuse them unto sin, being apt in the midst of our delights to forget God, and neglect his service, to use profane jesting, and wanton communication, intemperance, and excess, and finally to remain in our security and hardness of heart, putting far from us the evil day, and together with it our repentance and conversion unto God, in which regard the wise Solomon saith, that it is better to go into the house of mourning than into the house of feasting, because this is the end of all men, and the living shall lay it to his heart, and that anger is better than laughter, because by a sad look the heart is made better, and finally, that it is a sign of a wise heart when it frequenteth the house of mourners, and a badge of folly when it moveth us to haunt the house of mirth. But of this I shall have occasion hereafter to speak more largely, as also of the uncertainty, inutility, and hurtfulness of worldly pleasures, all which prove them most vain and worthless, and therefore it shall suffice in this place to have thus briefly touched them. Seeing therefore these carnal delights are so vain and void of excellency, let us not like filthy swine take our chief joy and contentment to wallow ourselves in this puddle of worldly pleasures, neither let us like the serpentine brood creep grovelling upon our bellies, licking the dust of these earthly and sensual delights, but rather let us seek while we continue here to take our chief delight in the Lord, in meditating and studying in his word, in doing his will, in our reconciliation and peace with God, in our spiritual joy, grounded upon our assurance and hopeful expectation of our heavenly happiness, and finally in all other God's spiritual favours and graces. For if the heathen man justly taxed such of folly as did seek for pleasure in taverns, rather than in their own houses, and in unlawful sports, rather than in their honest labours, how much more are we to be reproved, if we seek for our joy and delight in voluptuous, carnal, and sinful pleasures, which being vain and momentary do end in bitterness. and eternal woe and misery, and not in God's love, holy obedience, and all other testimonies of his mercy, and pledges of our own salvation, in which if our hearts were not too carnal, savouring only earthly things, and our negligence exceeding great, in making a holy and comfortable use of them, we might take infinite more true delight and comfort in one day, than we have done in all worldly pleasures and vain sports in our whole life. An example whereof we have in the kingly prophet, who had so weaned his affections from the world, and inured them to feed on these spiritual banquets, that feeling their sweetness he could not in comparison thereof relish at all the chief comforts which he found in the world, for so he professeth, that he had more joy of heart when the light of God's countenance shine upon him, than worldly men had when their wheat and wine did abound, that he desired God's law rather than gold, yea, though it were most pure in quality, and much in quantity, and that he found more sweetness in it than in the honey and honeycomb. That God's testimonies were his delight and his counselors, that he had taken God's testimonies as his heritage forever because they were the joy of his heart, and that he rejoiced in God's word as one that had found a great spoil. And therefore when for his sin he had lost the sense and feeling of this delight and comfort, it was not all the joy and pleasure of a kingdom that would give his mind contentment, but as one robbed and deprived of all his pleasure, he earnestly desireth God to restore it unto him. Make me, saith he, to hear joy and gladness, that the bones which thou hast broken may rejoice. Restore me to the joy of thy salvation, and stablish me with thy free spirit. And elsewhere he saith, that except God's law had been his delight, he should have perished in his affliction. So it is said, that when the people offered willingly towards the building of the temple, they rejoiced with great joy. And thus our Saviour Christ took such pleasure in doing his Father's will, that it more delighted him, than to eat his meat when he was an hungered, and his beloved apostle professeth, that he took no greater joy in anything, than to see the fruits of his apostleship, and to hear that his sons, whom he had begotten unto God, did walk in his truth. Which examples, if we had the like holy hearts and sanctified affections, we would follow, weaning ourselves from delighting in worldly vanities, that we might wholly joy in the Lord, and in these spiritual pleasures, which if we would do, then should we find more comfort in this course, than ever the world could afford unto us. For the Lord would not give us joy with a sparing hand, but as the prophet speaketh, we should be satisfied with the fatness of his house, and God would cause us to drink out of the rivers of his pleasures. Yea, then should we be, as he also saith, eternally blessed. For they who delight in the Lord in this life, they shall find in his presence in the life to come fullness of joy, and pleasures at his right hand for evermore. Romans 17. That worldly things do not satisfy, nor bring contentment to those that have them. And thus have I shown the vanity of the world, and of those worldly things which are most admired and affected. Now it followeth that according to my order propounded, I also prove, that by reason of this their vanity, they do not satisfy or bring contentment to those who most abound with them. For whereas that which is substantially and truly good, filleth and replenisheth the place where it is, these worldly things which are but vain shadows and false resemblances of this goodness, being received into our hearts, though they much cumber the room, yet they do not fill it, but in their greatest plenty leave the greatest emptiness. They promise indeed when we pursue them, that they will give us contentment when we enjoy them, and like the harlot in the Proverbs, when they allure us to folly, and to the committing of spiritual fornication, by setting our hearts on them more than God, that we shall take our fill in their love. And those who are ensnared with these enticements, when with all their desires and painful endeavours they pursue these bewitching vanities, they imagine, like the foolish builders of Babel, that they shall eternize their name, and climb up even into heaven at their own pleasure, but upon trial they find nothing but trouble and confusion. For these goodly castles of their hopes, which the great magician Satan offered unto them for the wages of their sinful service, as places of sure refuge in all wants and dangers, vanish away when in their greatest need they fly unto them for succour and defence. And these beautiful strumpets, with whose love he hath weaned their hearts from God, like shadows vanish when they come to embrace them, leaving behind them no comfort or contentation. In which respect those who dote upon worldly vanities, and think to satisfy their minds in their fruition, are like unto the hungry man, who dreameth that he eateth, but when he awaketh he is still empty, or to the thirsty man, who dreameth that he drinketh, but arising from his sleep remaineth still athirst, as the prophet speaketh, or as the wise man compareth them. They are like unto the grave and destruction, which are never satisfied, and to the horse leeches, which cry, Give, give, and are never filled. And as those who being vexed with the disease called the dog's hunger are always eating, but never sufficed, so as it is more easy to burst their stomachs than to satisfy their appetite, so howsoever worldly men are still feeding their hopes and desires with these earthly vanities, yet their minds remain as empty and unsatisfied as they were when they first tasted of them, whereby the vanity and worthlessness of these worldly things plainly appeareth, seeing that is said to be vain, which like a shadow maketh some appearance, but filleth not the place where it is. And as they are vain, so also they are worthless and of no value, for as that is not to be esteemed little which is enough, because it satisfieth, so contrariwise, that is not to be accounted great, or greatly to be valued, which doth not satisfy the enjoyer, but leaveth his desires empty, and his mind full of nothing but vexation and discontentment. Yea, so far are these worldly things from satisfying them that have them, that they enlarge their desires, and set an edge upon their appetite, serving rather for sauces to sharpen the stomach, than for substantial food to allay the hunger, and for baits to allure us, rather than meat to satisfy us. For those who most devour them, do most desire them, like those that are diseased with the dropsy, who being full of water, do most complain of drought, and cry out of want, whenas they are ready to burst with fullness. And as those who are sick of a burning fever, howsoever in the time of their health they were not much troubled with thirst, being inwardly vexed with the raging burning of their disease, do desire abundance of drink, and having that they longed for, are not satisfied, but the more they drink, the more they thirst, because it is an unnatural heat which causeth this unnatural appetite. So when souls are in health, a little doth content them, but when they are diseased with the burning heat of worldly concupiscence, this unnatural appetite is never satisfied, but the more they have, the more they desire, and the nearer they are to abundance and superfluity, the further they are from contentation. And whereas at first they had some stay of themselves, and some power to moderate their desires, now having given the reins to their concupiscence, it runneth on with headlong violence, and admitteth no restraint, like unto those standing on the top of a steep hill, who howsoever they can easily rule themselves whilst they keep their place, or if they warily creep down by little and slow degrees, yet if they begin once to run, they can make no stay, till with great peril they come headlong to the bottom. The reasons of this insatiableness are diverse. First and principally it cometh to pass through the just judgment of God, who seeing worldlings love his gifts better than himself that gave them, and instead of being moved by his bounty to serve him with more alacrity, do commit idolatry with these earthly vanities, doth lay this heavy curse upon them, that they shall not be able to satisfy them or give contentment. Yea, rather the more they shall feed upon them, the more their hunger shall be increased. And this is that judgment and malediction which the Lord denounceth against the Israelites for neglecting the duties of his service, that they should eat and not have enough, the which judgment was accordingly inflicted on them, as the prophet Haggai telleth them, Ye have sown, saith he, much, and bring in little. Ye eat, but ye have not enough. Ye drink, but ye are not filled. Ye clothe ye, but you be not warm. And he that earneth wages putteth the wages into a broken bag. Another reason may be, that our appetite and the desires of our hearts being spiritual are in comparison of these earthly things almost infinite, and of such exceeding large extent, that the whole world cannot fill and satisfy them, there being no end or limits set unto them, or at least such as the earth and earthly things cannot afford unto us. The which insatiableness of the heart by the world one wittily saith is implied and signified by their diverse figures, for the world is round, and the heart three-cornered, and a triangle cannot be filled with a circle. It is therefore the Lord alone that can satisfy this insatiable heart of man, for being created of a spiritual substance, and according to God's image, and that to this end, that it might be a fit temple for his Holy Spirit, there is nothing less than God can fill and satisfy it. And therefore that soul which seeketh full contentment in anything saving God, is like those unclean spirits which seek for rest but find none. Yea, it is not only frustrate of all fruit of it labour, but findeth that which it seeketh not, that is, much disquietness and vexation of spirit. These worldly vanities being unto them like wind to the body, which puffeth up, but nourisheth not, tormenteth, but not satisfieth. Whereas on the other side, he in whose heart God lodgeth and dwelleth by his Holy Spirit, is thoroughly filled, and fully satisfied, and though it should enlarge its desires beyond the bounds of the highest heaven, yet should no part thereof be empty and unreplenished, for as the psalmist telleth us, if we delight in the Lord, he will give us our heart's desire, and rather than it should not be satisfied he will give us himself, whom whoso enjoyeth can want nothing. And therefore we should not set our hearts upon these worldly things which cannot satisfy us, but upon the Lord, whose fruition bringeth full contentment. And because as one saith no man possesseth God, but he who is first possessed of him, let us become a possession unto God, that he may become a possession unto us. And if we have him we shall have enough, for what can suffice him whom the infinite Creator cannot satisfy? Another reason of this insatiableness of man's mind with these worldly vanities may be their difference in nature, in that it is heavenly and spiritual, and these earthly and corporal, in regard whereof there can be no proportion between them, and therefore as it is impossible to replenish a corporal emptiness with a spiritual substance, as a chest with virtues, or the stomach with wisdom, so is it no more possible to fill a spiritual emptiness with a bodily substance, as the soul and mind of man with earthly treasures, or worldly preferments. And therefore when we feed our hungry souls with this unnatural food, it doth not satisfy our appetite, but rather increaseth our hunger. Whereas if we feed them with spiritual food which is of like substance unto themselves, they will thereby be nourished. And if we hunger after the bread of life, and desire to replenish our empty souls with Christ's righteousness, we are by him pronounced blessed, because we shall be thoroughly satisfied. Finally, our appetites are insatiable, not through any necessity which we have of earthly abundance, but through unlimited and unnatural greediness, for in respect of use, nature is content with a little as well as with much, but when the soul being sick of worldly concupiscence, hath once passed the limits of nature whereby these things are measured unto us, according to necessity and profit, the desires thereof become endless and infinite, and are by access of these vanities rather increased than diminished. For being applied to the mind to cure it of this insatiable greediness, like weak and over-gentle medicines, they only stir the humours of our corrupt concupiscence, whereby we become more dangerously sick than we were before, but do not at all purge and free us from them. Let us not therefore foolishly imagine that our minds can be satisfied and filled with these worldly vanities, nor greedy affect and seek after a greater measure, whenas we are not sufficed with a less, supposing that the access of quantity may bring contentment, seeing the hunger which we feel in our hearts proceedeth not from the want of earthly abundance, but because it is a natural nourishment for the mind of man, so that it can no more satisfy our soul's hunger than it can satisfy our bodies to feed upon the wind. And therefore as his folly were ridiculous, who being an hungered should seek to satisfy his appetite by gaping after the wind, and finding that a lesser gale would not suffice, should run to the windmill hill to receive a greater, so no less foolish are those worldly men, who finding their hearts empty, and tormented with the hunger of greedy concupiscence, do think to stay their appetite by feeding upon this wind of worldly vanities, and failing of their expectation in a lesser quantity, think to attain unto their hope, when they have heaped up to themselves a greater, for the defect is not in the matter but in the nature and quality of the nourishment, there being no similitude or proportion between a spiritual soul and corporal substances. They do indeed for the present seem to satisfy and assuage the hunger, but afterwards it is enraged with greater greediness, even as cold drink doth give some present cooling and refreshing to him who is in a fit of a burning fever, but soon after the heat returning with greater violence bringeth with it more intolerable thirst. And as the fire at the first casting on of wood or oil hath for the instant the heat thereof somewhat abated, but presently after having caught hold of the matter, it waxeth much more hot than it was before, so worldly men pursuing these earthly vanities, after they have attained unto their hopes, have for the instant some contentment, but within a while the rage of their concupiscence reviveth and increaseth, tormenting their souls with more unquenchable thirstiness than that which they felt before they tasted them. If therefore we would have such sufficiency of these worldly things as may bring contentment, we must attain unto it by moderating our affections, rather than by multiplying these vanities. If we would have this aguish thirst slaked and abated, it must not be by larger drinking of these unsatisfying drinks, which will but increase our appetite, but by purging away the fretting colour of worldly concupiscence, which is the true cause of our insatiableness. And if we would have this devouring fire of our greedy desires quenched, let us not foolishly heap upon it more of that matter whereby it is nourished, but rather cast on it the water of careless contempt, whereby this flaming heat will be soon extinguished. For much more easily shall we find contentment, and have our souls satisfied, by diminishing our desires, and cutting off our greedy concupiscence, than by nourishing them with outward supplies, seeing they are not natural affections, for then they would delight in necessaries and not in superfluities, but monstrous births, aberrations, and corruptions of nature, which were better strangled than nourished, insatiable diseases and dropsies of the soul, which torment with fullness, and are soonest cured by longest abstinence. But this insufficiency in worldly vanities to satisfy the mind and give contentment will more clearly appear, if we would make use of our own experience, and set them before us as examples who have most abounded with them. For how many do we daily see advance to the highest honours, abounding with riches, and wallowing themselves in all worldly delights, who are as unsatisfied and far from contentment as those who most want them? How many shall we observe consuming their days in melancholic passions, and humorous discontent, whom the world hath enriched with his best means to make them happy? How many are there who are heavy, sorrowful, and ever complaining, who if they were asked cannot tell what they want, as though they were pressed down with the weight of their own felicity, and thought themselves unhappy, because they have drunk so deeply of the world's happiness? And this cometh to pass because this sunshine of worldly prosperity doth mollify and effeminate the mind, making it foolishly wanton, and through wantonness wayward and peevish, and through this froward waywardness hardly pleased with all the world's best favours, and discontented when the least occurrent crosseth their will, or but the least appearance of evil looketh towards them. Herein like unto foolish children, who being brought up under severe discipline, and continually restrained of their will, do patiently endure it, though they are denied necessaries, and are much affected and overjoyed when they have a little liberty or some small favour vouchsafed them from their governors, whereas if they be coffeed by their parents, and have in all things their wills and vain humours satisfied, they grow in a while so wanton, and through wantonness so wayward, that nothing will please them, or keep them from crying and complaining, but are much more froward in their fullness, and discontented in the fruition of all that they can desire, than the other in their greatest wants, and when their wills and appetites are most crossed. And thus have I generally shown the insufficiency of worldly vanities, for the bringing of contentment to those that have them. Let us now take a more special view of it in honours, riches, and bewitching pleasures. And first for honour, how should it satisfy and give contentment, seeing it is but a name, title, or conceited shadow, which hath its subsistence in the ungrounded opinions and vain breath of the inconstant multitude, and like a smoke is carried about with the wind of men's mouths? And therefore those that rest upon it for the sufficing of their ambitious and hungry appetites have that slender pittance of the false pastors, through God's just judgment allotted unto them, instead of meat feeding upon the air, and with Ephraim they gape after the wind which puffeth them up with vainglorious pride, but affordeth unto them no substantial nourishment. And therefore unto such the saying of the prophet Haggai may fitly be applied, Ye have eaten and are not satisfied. In which respect this breath of honour is not unfitly compared to the smell and odour of the kitchen, which doth not nourish, or so much satisfy with the scent, as it doth sharpen the appetite by the sight. by reason whereof ambitious men are insatiable in desiring honours, because they are vain and do not satisfy, and being not filled with that which they affect, they can put no end unto their appetite. Still they are climbing the ladder of preferment, and aspire to seat themselves in the throne of highest honour, but never do they find contentment in the things they so much desire, for either they catch a fall whilst their haste in climbing exceedeth their providence and heed, or being come to their desired height, they are not so much satisfied with this superlative and transcendent glory, as discontented and displeased, because there is no higher place unto which their ambition may aspire. It may be when they first gave way to these proud desires, they propounded unto themselves some low or mean pitch, which if they could attain unto, their deceitful heart promised them to rest contented, but as the rich glutton craved but a drop of water to cool his tongue, when as a whole river would not have quenched his tormenting heat, so at first they desire but small preferment, and as it were to set up but one foot upon this ladder, but finding herein little ease, they aspire higher and higher, till at last they have ascended so high, that they hold it and safe to turn themselves, or stand still upon this tottering ladder, and think there is no security till they be come to the top, and have seated themselves in the royal throne. Manifold examples hereof we have in the book of God, and in the histories of all ages. It was not sufficient for Korah and his companions to have chief places in the congregation so long as Moses and Aaron were above them. Abimelech could not endure to govern with his brethren, but he must be sole monarch, though to accomplish his desire, he must commit them all to the slaughter. It was nothing to Absalom to be the king's son, impossibility after his father's decease to wield the sceptre, unless presently he may climb up into the throne, though he could no otherwise ascend, unless he would make his dear father's dead body his first step. Among the heathens it is said of Caesar that he could endure no superior, and of Pompey that he could not abide an equal, and of great Alexander it is recorded that the world could not satisfy his ambition, and therefore his great sovereignty and monarchy could not bring unto him so much joy and contentment as to restrain tears, because there were no more worlds to conquer, or as some have it, because hearing there were many, he had not yet conquered one. And of the most of the great emperors we see it manifest, that earthly glory could not satisfy them, unless they also attained unto divine honours, and were reputed among the gods. Neither is it any marvel if these men could not get out of this intricate and endless labyrinth of pride, having no better guide than blind nature to lead them, seeing the apostles, who had heard so many holy and powerful sermons of humility preached by our Saviour Christ, and confirmed unto them by his gracious example, were yet notwithstanding so ambitiously affected, that they thought it not preferment enough to have chief places in his glorious kingdom, but contended which among them should have priority and chief preeminence, whereas the most mean advancement in that heavenly happiness is a much more glorious preferment than to be a perpetual monarch of the whole world. By all which it appeareth, that after we have once drunk of this poison of ambition, our inward burning heat maketh our thirst so unquenchable, that we shall sooner burst than rest satisfied. And therefore the prophet fitly compareth this thirsting after worldly honours to the thirst of drunkards, for as their first cups serve to quench their thirst and satisfy nature, but those which follow, inwardly inflaming them, do renew and increase their appetite, till at last it grow insatiable. So whereas these men might have rested satisfied and contented when their honours and preferments were moderate, now having by addition of more matter inflamed their hearts with the fire of ambition, nothing will suffice, but their desires, as the same prophet speaketh, being enlarged like the gulf of hell, and the insatiable jaws of death, can no more be satisfied than either of them. Neither do they ever think whence they ascended, but only whither they are purposed to climb, nor ever mark how many they have outrun in this race of honour, but only observe how many are still before them. So likewise there is no satiety or content in riches, if once men begin to set their hearts upon them. For though the covetous man hath in every one's judgment far too much, yet in his own he hath not enough. Though in others' conceit he seemeth to abound, yet to himself he seemeth to want. Well may he fill his chests, but not his mind, and sooner may he by oppression make thousands poor, than make his own mind rich with content. For covetousness may bring riches, but not rest, and empty others, but not fill itself, like Pharaoh's lean kine which devoured the fat ones, and yet themselves were in never the better liking. Yea, though it were possible for covetous men to empty the western parts of gold and silver, and the east of pearls, yet all this would not replenish their heart's emptiness, neither can riches ever bring content to the mind, unless it bring it first to them. But the more man's dropsy heart drinketh of this golden stream, the more it is inflamed with insatiable thirst. So Solomon telleth us that there is no end of covetousness, for as he saith, he who is infected therewith coveteth evermore greedily. So elsewhere, he that loveth silver shall not be satisfied with silver, and he that loveth riches shall be without the fruit thereof. An example hereof we have in Ahab, who was not satisfied with the riches of a kingdom, but greedy coveteth Naboth's vineyard, taking no joy in all that he had, because his poor neighbour had that which pleased him. And in the rich man in the gospel, who had filled all his barns, but not his heart, and therefore he resolveth to enlarge them, that they might be somewhat proportionable to his mind, a thing foolish, because impossible, for though they had been never so large and full, yet the capacity of the heart being far greater, he would still have found it empty and unsatisfied. It is true indeed, that these worldly riches promise contentment, and the heart of the covetous man deceiving him, maketh him believe that when he hath filled such a bag, and raised his state to such a proportion, when he is become master of such an house, and hath purchased such lands or lordships, it will then rest satisfied and contented, whereas having attained unto his desires, his greedy appetite groweth faster upon him than his wealth, and all that he addeth to his estate is but fuel to increase the flame and fury of his concupiscence. For when he hath what he would, he hath not that he now willeth, but the obtaining of one wish is the beginning of another, and when he hath heaped all he can together, it putteth not an end to his concupiscence, but only serveth as a degree or step, whereby it may ascend higher. And this cometh to pass partly because riches are vain, and therefore fill not, partly because they are not the natural food of the soul, and therefore cannot satisfy it, and partly in that the desire and appetite of man's heart, having passed the natural bounds of necessity and use, becometh so insatiable that nothing may suffice it, for that which is abundant unto nature is too little for luxuriousness and greedy avarice. And from this insatiable desire of still having more covetousness with the Grecians hath it name, for it is called, because it is the nature of covetousness to make men when they have that they desired, still to desire more, and when they have that also, yet to remain still unsatisfied. And though they have more than they can tell how to use, yet their care and labour in hunting after more is no whit abated, like unto a hungry stomach whose appetite exceeding the faculty of concoction, doth desire more than it can digest. In which respect the covetous man is fitly compared to the sea cormorants, which devour all they can come by, and yet remain unsatisfied, saving that their unsatiableness tendeth to the profit of mankind, whereas the greediness of covetous misers is to human society hurtful and pernicious, or else to the greedy dog, who having one bit after another cast unto him by his master swalloweth them down, and as though he had none given him, still looketh in his master's face for more, wherein to say truth they are much worse, for whereas the dog casteth his eyes upon his benefactor, they never look up towards the author of their good, but like the unthankful hog their eyes and heart are inclined towards the earth, and never by thanksgiving unto God acknowledge him the fountain of these benefits, or as themselves do compare themselves. They are like unto the grave, swallowing down all whole, like those that go down into the pit, or as Solomon compareth them, they are like unto hell, which is never satisfied. And to this, as one saith, the Gentiles alluded, calling Pluto the prince of hell, and the covetous rich man by the same name, not only to note that they are subjects of that kingdom, but also that the covetous man is an insatiable gulf of riches, who the more he swalloweth and devoureth, the more he burneth in concupiscence. In vain therefore do covetous men toil themselves, whilst they seek to satisfy their hungry appetite by multiplying their wealth, for as the ivy groweth with the oak, so doth covetousness with riches, and as their wealth increaseth, so likewise do their desires that have it. Wherein covetousness resembleth a river which hath but a small beginning, and a weak course at the head and fountain from which it first springeth, but receiving by the way many brooks which fall into his stream, groweth strong and irresistible. For so when a man first letteth covetousness into his heart, it is but weak and easily checked. But when wealth and riches come upon him, the stream of his concupiscence groweth so violent, that neither reason nor religion can withstand it. By which it plainly appeareth, that the more covetous men abound with wealth, the more their poverty is increased. For seeing the mind is the true measure of riches, and he only is to be accounted rich who hath such sufficiency and plenty as doth give contentment, and seeing, as I have shown, those who set their hearts upon riches, have by their increase their appetite also increased, and the more they abound in wealth, the less are their minds filled and sufficed. Therefore it must needs follow, that as they increase in external riches, so also their internal poverty is increased. For the more they have, the more they desire, the greater is their want, and the more they want, the poorer they are, and consequently the more they have, the more their poverty is increased. What they have not, that they desire, what they desire, of that at least in their own judgment they stand in need. How great therefore is the want of these rich beggars, which need all the wealth that is in the world, saving that small pittance which they hold in their own possession. So that as one saith, this vice of covetousness hath in it such contrarieties, that it is like unto a riddle, seeing he that hath most, hath also the greatest want. For as they increase in wealth, they increase in their wishes and desires, and great desires argue great wants. For example, whilst a man is poor he wisheth only for hundreds, promising unto himself contentment if he could obtain his desires. Having attained hundreds, he now wisheth for thousands, and coming to thousands he affecteth millions, and thinketh it now a kind of poverty to have his riches and treasures numerable. So that he now scorneth his old desires, and contemneth hundreds if they be offered unto him as a prey, not for that he is satisfied and needeth no more, but because with his wealth his wishes, and with his wishes his wants are increased, and therefore he despiseth these small cups, because he thirsteth after great rivers, and no less than whole streams of riches can so much as promise him contentment. Now if it be the only true riches, not to have much, but to stand in need of nothing, and to abound in all things which a man desireth, then how great is their poverty, who being unsatisfied, want so much? How far are they from true riches, which are so straitened in their minds, and have their hearts like a bottomless gulf, full of nothing but want and penury? In which respect the condition of covetous rich men is much more miserable than theirs who are of the poorer sort, seeing their wants being measured according to their desires, are much greater, for these need but little, because they desire not much, whereas they stand in need of abundance, because it is no little will give them contentment. Now as his estate is very miserable who is tormented with an insatiable thirst, though he have his cellars full of drink, and he much better in his condition, who as he hath little store, so also he hath little thirst, so much more miserable is he whose mind is insatiable through this dropsy of covetousness, though he have abundance. Then such an one as having little is notwithstanding contented with that he hath. Take for example Ahab and Naboth, the one having a kingdom, the other some small possessions. But yet he who had abundance, and the revenues of a kingdom, is not satisfied with all he possesseth, but greedily coveteth the poor man's vineyard. On the other side Naboth hath but little, yet that little so contenteth him, that he desireth none of the king's abundance. Now which of these was truly rich, he that seemed to want, because his poor neighbour had a vineyard which he thought worth his desiring, or the other that is satisfied with his own possessions? Whether of the two was poorer, he who wanted no more than he enjoyed, but rested content with his own, or he who greedily coveted that which belonged to another? Surely this man was much more poor in his affection than the other in his estate and possession, whereby it appeareth that the insatiable rich man is much worse than those that are of poor estate. Yea, surely herein the very beasts are to be preferred before him, for they when hunger inciteth them hunt after their prey, but when their stomach is sufficiently filled, their appetite also resteth satisfied, desiring no more till again hunger provoketh them. But as we say, the covetous man's eye is far worse than his belly, for when he hath enough and too much in his possession, he greedily hunteth after more, and is never satisfied so long as he seeth anything which is to be desired. To this purpose one of the ancients speaketh fitly. Covetousness, saith he, the more it taketh from others and raketh together, the more poor it is in its own opinion. It envieth all men, and is vile to itself. It is poor in abundance of riches, and needy in affection, when it is rich in possession. It hath no mean in raking, because it hath no measure of desiring. It so inflameth the mind, and feedeth his soul with his fire, that it seemeth only in this to differ from lust, that this lusteth after beautiful persons, and that the heavy earth. It troubleth the elements, plougheth up the sea, diggeth the earth, and with variety of wishes wearieth the heavens, being thankful neither for fair weather nor for foul. It repiningly extenuateth the yearly profits, and findeth fault with the fruits of the earth. Seeing therefore covetousness is insatiable, let us not seek for sufficiency and contentment in earthly abundance, imagining that the more we increase in riches, the sooner we shall rest satisfied, for when our desires exceed measure, we cannot attain unto contentment by adding to our wealth, but by detracting from our concupiscence, not by increasing our riches, and filling our chests with silver and gold, but by diminishing our greedy appetite, and emptying our hearts of insatiable covetousness. For as well may a man fill a sieve with water, or a bottomless purse with money, as a covetous heart with sufficiency of riches. And therefore, as his folly were ridiculous, who should endeavour to fill a leaking or bottomless vessel in a ditch or pond, and not being able to do it, should carry it to a full river or the main sea, because the reason why it cannot be filled is not in the quantity of the water, but in the quality of the vessel. For if he would stop the leaks, he might as easily fill in a standing pool as in the great ocean. So the folly of covetous worldlings is no less absurd, who, when they cannot satisfy their greedy hearts with competent store of riches, covet after more, thinking to give them contentment when they can wallow in the abundance of their wealth. But all in vain, for the fault is not in the too little quantity of their riches, but in the insatiable greediness of their minds, which can never be satisfied. And therefore they should not seek contentment by filling their empty hearts in an ocean of wealth, but rather by stopping those leaks which are made by covetousness, and so would small store of wealth better satisfy them than the great revenues of a rich kingdom. For he is not contented who hath enough, but he hath enough who is contented, seeing when he cannot fit his state to his mind, he fitteth his mind to his estate, and so is satisfied with a little, because he desireth not much. Now as he is truly rich which hath as much as he wanteth or desireth, so he only is to be esteemed poor which wanteth that which he hath not. For if not having wealth he neither wanteth nor desireth it, he is rich in his mind, though he be poor in possessions. Neither is he to be esteemed poor whose mind agreeth with his state, but he who, though he have abundance, is not satisfied, seeing poverty consisteth rather in the penury of the mind than in the absence of riches, and not in having little, but in not having that which is enough. Another reason why the heart is not satisfied with these worldly things is because they who are possessed of them cannot find in their hearts to use them, and though they have abundance of earthly treasures, yet are they so charmed with these idols, upon which they have set their hearts, that they dare not touch them, or any way convert them to their benefit, resembling herein the Indian ants, which, as it is said of them, taking great pains in gathering gold, do never use it, but only hide it, so that others can have no benefit by it. Or him who, being spent with sickness, hath his table furnished with all manner of dainties, but wanteth a stomach to feed upon them, wherein greedy avarice hath one folly peculiar unto itself, above all other kinds of concupiscence. For whereas other vicious affections move men to long after their objects for fruition, as the glutton after dainty meats, that he may feed upon them, the drunkard after pleasant wines, that he may drink them, the ambitious man after preferments, that he may enjoy them, neither doth love in any other thing make a man abstain from the use and fruition of the thing loved. Only covetousness maketh a man fall into this folly, letting his money lie by him without use of it, unless it be such a use as whereby itself is increased, and abstaineth to feed on these dainty meats, which above all other his soul loveth, because he hath an overgreat appetite unto them, as if a man would not therefore put on his clothes, because he is cold, or drink, because he is athirst, whereof it cometh to pass that he hath no more contentment by his wealth, nor use of anything which he possesseth for the satisfying of his greedy appetite, than a thirsty man hath of the drink which still remaineth undrawn in the vessel for the quenching of his thirst. Now howsoever such men may have all manner of abundance, yet it cannot at all satisfy them, and therefore though they have full bags and rich chests, yet seeing they have empty souls and poor hearts, they are falsely termed rich, for as the prophet speaketh, a miser shall no more be called liberal, nor the child rich, seeing true riches consisteth not in the possession of much, unless also fruition be joined with it, which being wanting, their leather bags and iron-barred chests might be said to be rich, as well as they, if only custody could entitle to the name of rich. Neither can these earthly treasures, gold, silver, and such like, be truly called riches, for as one saith, we unjustly call them riches, which do not take away poverty, but everyone that doteth on these things is by so much increased in the poverty of concupiscence, by how much these treasures which he so much affecteth are increased. And how can they be truly called riches, whose increase increaseth their poverty that possess them? And the more they abound, the more heat of concupiscence they bring to their lovers, and the less satiety? Howsoever therefore these misers abound with store of true gold and silver, yet they are but false riches, seeing they only stretch and enlarge the jaws of greedy avarice, but do not fill or satisfy them, and rather inflame than quench the heat of covetousness. Well therefore was the speech of the heathen man fitted to the rich miser. All saith he account thee rich, but I affirm that thou art very poor, because not the possession, but the use justly entitleth riches. If thou art partaker of thy wealth, it doth by the use become thine own, but if thou reserve thy riches for thine heirs, presently from that time they are made other men's. To which purpose another saith, thou hast indeed the riches of a rich man, but the mind of a beggar. Thou art rich to thine heirs, and poor to thyself. Yea, in truth, these rich misers are of all others most miserably poor, for whereas all other men want many things, these want all, seeing they want as well that they have, as that they have not. For whatsoever others have they want, because they have it not in possession, and they want also that which themselves possess, because they have it not in use. In which respect they are worse than any beggar, for whereas but some things are wanting to these, all, both which they have, and have not, is wanting unto them, neither is there in truth any poverty alike wretched to this wilful penury of rich misers, for they thirst in the midst of the waters, and have empty bellies, when their garners and storehouses are full of corn. They are cold and have not the heart to provide them garments, or having them to wear them. They are hungry, and yet dare not for fear of impairing their estate, feed upon that food which is good and wholesome, so that they wilfully take upon them that punishment which the poor suffer through necessity. For these fast when they want meat, they when they have it. The poor have not money to use. The miser hath it, but will neither use it himself, nor suffer others. They dig gold out of the veins of the earth, and hide it therein again, and if but an egg be set before them, they complain of loss, because a chicken is killed. In which respect the miser may not unfitly be compared to the mineral out of which these rich metals are digged, for that keepeth gold as well as he, that having gold hideth it in the secret veins of the earth, and hath no further use of it, and so doth he. But herein they differ, that whereas the mines freely communicate their wealth to those that seek and labour for it, the covetous man so hideth and guardeth it, that neither himself nor others can receive any profit by it. Wherein what do they else show, but that of all men they are most miserable, foolish, and void of goodness? For what greater misery can there be, than to sit up in water to the chin, and yet die of thirst? To have all good things in possession, and nothing in fruition and use? To sell their good wine unto other men, and themselves to drink sour vinegar, lees and dregs, to go with an empty belly, that they may the sooner fill their chests, not that themselves may enjoy that which they have gathered, but that they may leave it to their heirs, who will wastefully spend that which they have wickedly gotten, and consume upon superfluities, that which they have spared from necessaries, and as it were have borrowed from their own bellies. Wherein what are they but like such miserable cooks, who dressing all curious dainties for other men, whereon they will riot and surfeit, and yet themselves being pinched with hunger, either cannot or dare not so much as lick their own fingers. For though these misers be hungry, yet they have no power to take a good meal's meat of their own allowance, only as one observeth they have good stomachs at another man's table, when as greedily they stretch out with overmuch fullness their straitened and empty bowels, that it may serve for a double meal, and ease them of so much charge, though hereby they are distempered with crudities, and the day following bear the punishment of the former day's miserable gluttony. Again, what can be more miserable than for a man to toil and labour his whole life, and to have no power to enjoy any fruit of his labours, to bear like an ass a golden burden all the day, and without any further use of it, at night to have it taken away, reserving nothing to himself but a galled conscience, to have goods, and no good by them, to keep that money which they have gotten by painful labour with toiling care, locking it up, as if it were a stranger's, and as if it were theft, not daring to touch it for the benefit of themselves, their children, or friends, as though they had no other end of keeping it but that others might have no benefit by it, and yet wretches that they are, they call these possessions their goods, and by sole virtue of this jailership they lay claim to the title of goodness, as though they deserved to be called good men, because they have goods in possession, notwithstanding that they do not at all use them for the good either of themselves, or any others, but much more right have they unto that title of misers, which is justly allotted unto them, seeing of all other men they are the most miserable. And as they do by their wretched courses bewray their misery, so also their extreme folly, for whereas wise men propound unto themselves some end of their labours, which is better than the pains itself, they either have no end at all their toil, or at least such as is sottish and ridiculous, for the end of their gathering riches is to gather them, and therefore gathering for no end but for itself, they can make no end of gathering, as though the sole end of their coming into the world were like harbingers and purveyors to provide lodgings and good fare for others, and so to depart without tasting of it, or to play the bailiffs, who have nothing to do but only to gather the rents of large revenues, that others may have them to spend and enjoy. And this foolish vanity the wise man in his time observed. There is one alone, saith he, and there is not a second, which hath neither son nor brother, yet is there no end of all his travel, neither can his eye be satisfied with riches. Neither doth he think, for whom do I travel, and defraud my soul of pleasure? This also is vanity, and this is an evil travel. Or if they have any ends of their care and labour, they are foolish and absurd, for either out of a distrustful care of God's providence they trust to their own scraping abundance together, lest in time to come they might be brought to want and misery, or else because at their death they would be accounted great rich men who have left behind them such large possessions. Now what can be more foolish and ridiculous than to live in want for fear of want? To be presently poor upon a bare doubt of poverty for the time to come, as though a man should hang himself for fear of death, or go naked for fear of wanting clothes. The which folly is more absurd, in that many being inured to these miserly courses in their mean estates, do hold on and continue in them, when as their wealth is increased to such abundance, that they could not, if they should live to old age, see any end of it, though in a large proportion they should spend upon the stock. Neither is their other end less foolish of leaving a great estate behind them. For what can be more absurd for a man to live poor, to die rich, to take nothing himself, that he may leave all to his heirs, and to affect hereby a name, when as being remembered only for his folly and misery, he doth by continuing his fame, continue his infamy and reproach. Finally, as these misers are wretched and full of folly, so are they empty of all goodness, seeing they are neither good to others, nor to themselves. Others have no good by them, seeing they are ready rather to scrape from them by oppression and deceit, than to communicate to their necessities. For whereas they usually allege that they therefore gather, that they may provide for their posterity, or that they may do good deeds at their death, it is manifestly false, both because those that have no children, or near friends, are as wretchedly covetous as they who have most, and also because if they gathered riches to communicate them to the good of others, they would, seeing charity beginneth at home, impart them to their own use and benefit. If it were simply their desire by their wealth to do good after their death, they would also be ready in some measure to employ it to these uses in their time of life. If love of their posterity made them so greedily to heap up riches, this love would move them to impart some share unto them, whenas they might still keep it in their own possession. But experience teacheth us that these rich misers pinch even their dearest children of that necessary allowance which belongeth to their backs and bellies, and which is worst of all, will not afford unto them good education, because it requireth cost, whereby it manifestly appeareth that the love of nothing but of their money, and that for its own sake, without respect of further use, is the true cause of all their greedy scraping. And to say truth, how can he be good to others who is naught to himself? How can he be another's friend, who is his own enemy? But the covetous miser, as even the heathen man could discern with the eye of nature, though he be good to none, yet he is worst of all to himself, for he robbeth his own soul of necessaries, that he may leave behind him superfluities, and like an unnatural thief, he defraudeth himself of those rich blessings which God in his bounty hath imparted unto him. He fareth hardly, and goeth basely, and in all respects maketh unto himself a more short allowance, for all his great care and labour, than any master, unless he were as wretched as he would afford unto him. In which respect one concludeth that the miser is not only a thief, but also a self-murderer, seeing he will not allow unto himself necessaries to preserve life. What saith he is a covetous man? A murderer of himself. What is covetousness? A living poor for fear of poverty, wherein the miser doth only this work of justice in all his carriage, that he doth not cast away his wealth upon his unworthy self, but reserveth it safe and untouched, for those who better deserve to enjoy and spend it. Rightly therefore is this miserableness called a wormwood sin, which bringeth his punishment in the very committing, saving that it is neither sweet nor wholesome, but a delightful vexation, a rich beggary, a superfluous penury and affected want, which turneth God's blessings into cursings, his gifts into clogs, and maketh all his benefits heavy burdens. And this cometh to pass by the just judgment of God, punishing their immoderate love of these earthly things, that though they should have abundance in possession, yet they should have nothing in fruition, much in keeping and nothing in use, because he so straiteneth their hearts and restraineth their liberty, that like the prince in the book of the Kings, they only behold this great plenty with their eyes, but have not the power to taste of it. And this judgment the wise man observeth. There is an evil, saith he, which I saw under the sun, and it is much among men, a man to whom God hath given riches, and pleasures, and honour, and he wanteth nothing for his soul of all that it desireth, but God giveth him not power to eat thereof, but a strange man shall eat it up. This is vanity, and an evil sickness, yea, as he saith in the verse following, much worse than untimely birth. And thus have I shown that there is no contentment in worldly riches, both because they are vain and cannot satisfy, and also because our hearts are insatiable, and our avarice so strong and tyrannous that we neither can nor will be satisfied by them. Now in the last place we are to examine pleasures, to see whether we can in them find any satiety or contentment, whereupon trial we shall find that they are as vain and insufficient for his purpose as either of the other. For like sweet drinks, they serve not to abate and quench, but to increase the voluptuous man's thirst, making him after the enjoying of one pleasure to hunger after another, and after he hath enjoyed thousands, to be as far from contentment, as when first he began to covet them, because being vain they vanish in the fruition, and slip away whilst they are between our hands, like a shadow, leaving nothing behind them but an empty mind and hungry desire after new variety. Yea, rather the more we enjoy them, the further we are from contentation, seeing every delight is unto us as a taste of sweetness, which doth not satisfy but sharpen our liquorous appetites, and howsoever like the water in the smith's forge, they seem for the present to quench and allay our heat, yet soon after the flame of our concupiscence increaseth, and burneth much more hotly. so that howsoever before we tasted of these bewitching delights, we were masters of our own affections, and could moderate our desires, yet after we have been allured to enter into pleasure's maze, we find not our coming out so easy as our going in. And when we have been enticed to drink of these golden, but yet intoxicating cups, we are presently made drunk with delight, and drunkenness increasing thirst maketh us in the end to grow insatiable. And this emptiness and insatiety doth make us often both to change, and also to reiterate the same pleasures, that they which cannot at once satisfy may by our continual feeding on them at least keep us from famishing. For example, what doth dainty meats bring with them but a vain delight, which presently vanisheth, either by renewed hunger which again desireth them, or through their surcharging the stomach, upon which follow crude humours and ill digestion, which causeth us to loathe them. So, how vain is the pleasure of the most delicate drinks, which delight no longer than they are swallowing down, and do not fully satisfy, but only for the present allay our thirsty appetite. The like may be said of odoriferous smells, which delight then only whilst they are at the nose, of pleasing sights, which no longer please than they are in the eye, of sweet music, which vanisheth and leaveth nothing behind when the concert ceaseth, of merry company, and pleasing sports and pastimes, whose delight lasteth no longer than their present fruition, and in a word, of all other pleasures that the world affordeth, which filling us full of nothing but vain emptiness, do make us like the thirsty grounds to open the mouth, gaping after the pleasing showers of new delights. And of this Solomon himself had experience, who though he surfeited of pleasure, yet he was not filled, and when he had suffered his heart to glut itself with variety of delights, yet he remained altogether unsatisfied, only in the end by much use he came to loathing satiety, and was vexed in his mind, because he had spent so much good time in the fruition of these base vanities. Roman 18. Of the miserable effects which accompany the insufficiency of worldly things, as discontent in all estates, loathing satiety, and an endless desire of changing. And thus have I shown that these worldly things do not satisfy those which are most possessed of them, from which insufficiency proceed diverse effects, which bring much trouble and disquietness to the life of man. The first is, that because no man is satisfied with the things he possesseth, therefore none are contented with their own state and condition, but seeing only their own wants, and not other men's, and by a foolish and self-deceiving sophistry comparing themselves with others, not in those things wherein they match or exceed them, but setting the beauty of other men's state against the blemishes of their own, their commodities against their own discommodities, and matching their fullness with that wherein they are most wanting and defective, at last they grow to this conclusion, that no man is so miserable as they, the which in truth is not so, or therefore only so, because they think so, whereas if in comparing themselves with others, they would observe due proportion, fitting their own benefits with the benefits of others, their own defects with their wants, and their discommodities and evils with those which others sustain, they would be comforted, either because, all things considered, their own estate is better than other men's, or else because in their miseries they have all the world to bear them company. But this discontentedness, the usual companion of insatiety, will better appear if we descend to some particulars, and take a brief view of the several states and conditions of men. And first for men of honourable quality, because honour itself is vain and doth not satisfy them, they are never contented with their own estate, but finding in themselves an hungering emptiness, and pinching want, and not knowing that it is the disease of their mind, but rather imagining that it is some defect in their outward condition, they grow into dislike of it, and aspire to some higher preferment, thinking that height and happiness, advancement and content will come together. Thus the man of mean quality thinketh his baseness an heavy burden, and aspireth unto the reputation of a gentleman, supposing that there is much more contentment in gentility than in yeomanry, but when he hath attained unto it, not finding in his new estate that for which he looked, he resteth not here, but goeth on in his endless journey of ambition, and affecteth nobility, and being ennobled he is never the nearer unto content, because he doth not look unto those whom he hath outgone, but unto those who are yet above him, and therefore is not so much contented because he excelleth them most, as he is tormented to see any preferred before him, and this maketh him not to stay here, but now he affecteth sovereignty, imagining it a goodly thing to rule, and that there is great contentment in this supreme authority, unto which all stoop, itself stooping to none, but before the crown be well settled to his head, he finds that it doth not give his headache of ambition any ease, but only tormenteth him with a heavy weight, and therefore being not yet satisfied he affects monarchies, and having no higher place unto which he may climb on earth, he aspires unto divine honours, usurping both the titles and worship which is peculiar unto God. And thus do ambitious men tire themselves in seeking content where it is not to be found, and torment themselves when they find it not, and having placed their happiness in honour, they aspire unto one preferment after another, thinking when they miss of it, that it is only wanting in that degree unto which they have attained, and not in honour itself. The like discontent is to be found among those who affect riches, for being altogether unsatisfied with their present possessions, they grow into dislike of their estate, thinking others more happy because they are more rich, and therefore having outstripped one richer than themselves, they labour to overtake another, and having also outrun him, they propound unto themselves a third, imagining that there is none in worse estate, whilst there is any better, none poorer whilst there is any richer, and that they have outgone none, so long as they see any go before them, as though other men's abundance were their want, and so much were detracted from their estate, as they see others do exceed them. And thus also those who place all their felicity in worldly pleasures are utterly discontented with their state and condition, when they find that those they have do not satisfy them, or see that others go beyond them in variety of delights, taking no pleasure, but rather fretting and envying, when they see their idol more propitious to others than themselves, though they also have in the same kind a large measure of favour imparted unto them. And thus the glutton abounding with good fare, thinketh that he feedeth but grossly, when he seeth more dainty cates at another man's table. Thus the drunkard loatheth his best wines, when he meeteth with better in another man's cellar. Thus he who delighteth in music contemneth his own consort, as though there were nothing in it but jarring discord, when he heareth more melodious harmony. And in a word, thus all sorts of voluptuous men distaste their several delights, when either being glutted with them, they find satiety without satisfying, or see that others have any privilege and preeminence more than they, in respect of the quality or variety of their pleasure. Neither are only these worldly things, honours, riches, and pleasures, accompanied with discontent, but all other things in the world bring the same dislike to every condition and estate. And to begin with the beginning of our life, we see that the child is weary of his childhood, because he feareth the rod, and by severe discipline is restrained from his desired delights, wishing that he were come to such an age as might exempt from these fears, and procure his liberty. Being come to youth he runneth himself out of breath, under the conduct of his unbridled passions, till at last panting for weariness, he desireth that he were come to ripe age, when as he might rest from these vain courses, and settle himself in some profitable calling, unto which when he hath attained he is not content, but thinking old age honourable, desireth that he might have a share in that reverence and respect which is due unto it, in the meantime never thinking of the manifold infirmities, griefs and discontentments which it bringeth with it, of which when he tasteth, they are so burthensome unto him, that having now no other age to change withal, he desireth to be unburdened of them even by death itself. The like discontent is to be observed in all other states and conditions. He that leadeth a single life is weary of his solitariness, and thinketh there is no comfort equal to that sweet society of man and wife. Being married, he waxeth weary of his yoke, either because he hath made an ill and unequal choice, or because he is impatient of the cares and troubles incident to this estate, and now wisheth again that he were at liberty. He that hath no children taketh no pleasure in his possessions, because he wanteth an heir to succeed him, and little playfellows to bear him company, He that hath children is not contented, either because they are unruly or overburthensome, imagining that if he had less company, he should have better store, and live in greater plenty, and yet if he be taken at his word he is ready to repent, and to think that there is no greater loss, than when by having his company lessened, he saveth of his former charges. The servant thinketh his life a bondage, and wisheth means of liberty that he might live at his own command, and when he is come to be a master, he is discontented much more in governing and providing for his family. The people dislike their subjection, and grievously complain of their heavy burdens, tributes, taxes, customs, and imposts, supposing that all worldly contentment resteth in sovereignty. The prince is no less weary of his toil in ruling, of his troubles, dangers, and continual care, having not only himself and private family to look to, but the whole people and commonwealth, which shroudeth itself under the wings of his providence. He that leadeth a private life, though he liketh of his ease, yet he is discontented, because he wanteth respect, and is not crouched unto by suitors, having no authority either to help or hurt them. They who are advanced to public place commend retiredness, complaining that they are so wholly taken up with other men's businesses, that they are constrained to neglect their own, and whilst they labour for foreign intelligence, become ignorant of that which is done in their own family. The poor labouring man is not contented with his condition, seeing after he hath toiled all the day, and cometh weary home, he there findeth but coarse fare and hard lodging, envying the rich man his easy life, full tables, and down bedding. The rich also, though shame keepeth him from complaining, disliketh of his estate, wishing that he had less wealth so he had better health, and more labour so he had more strength, and could find in his heart to change fare with the poor man, so he might also change stomachs, and to lie as hard, if also he could sleep so soundly, and take such quiet rest. The countryman, seeing the plenty and bravery of citizens, groweth in dislike with his homespun suit and household provision, and wisheth rather that he lacked his farm, than that by staying him at home he should be thus debarred of city preferments. The citizens think themselves ill-seated by reason of bad airs, and dangerous sicknesses that reign among them, and like better of the countryman's life, as being more healthy than theirs, and of his estate, as being more certain, and in less danger of ruin and alteration. And finally, in the city the artificer is weary of his great pains and small gettings, and wisheth that he could change estates with the merchants, who have more pleasure and greater abundance. The merchant, running many dangerous courses, by reason of boisterous tempests, spoiling pirates, and barbarous nations, thinketh them happy that sit quietly, though but poorly, by their own fire, and if by any casualty their state be impoverished, they wish that they had been brought up to some handy trade, and prefer a mechanical art above a great stock, and skill in merchandise, seeing that may be lost, and so this grow unprofitable, whereas the other never faileth, but as a lease for life, bringeth in continual maintenance. In a word, there is no man that is contented with his estate, but thinketh every man's better than his own, not because it is so, but because he is nearer acquainted with the miseries of his own condition, and so is better able to declaim against them than with those that are incident unto other men, even as contrariwise they extol in their judgments any benefits enjoyed by others far above their own, and are ready to admire with ravishing wonder that in another's possession, which they would think scarce worth the owning, if it were in their own custody. Now this cometh to pass, partly because we are much more sensible in feeling our own miseries, and partly because by experience we find the insufficiency and vanity of those worldly things which ourselves enjoy, and are apt to think others' benefits of a better quality, whereas in truth whatsoever is in the world is vain and sufficeth not, and every condition hath good and evil, miseries and benefits, in such just proportion tempered the one with the other, that if a man knew all, he could hardly tell which to choose, and in that this man is contented with his estate, and another is not, the true cause of this difference is not in the outward condition, but in the heart and mind. For all estates bring with them causes enow of discontentment, but one beareth them with wisdom and patience, and in thus bearing lesseneth them, whereas another by impatiency aggravateth his burden, which in itself is not so heavy, and by struggling and striving to shake it off, findeth no ease, but galleth his mind with grief and sorrow. And as we see those who are of a strong constitution contentedly endure all weathers, whereas he who is weak and unsound complaineth in winter of cold, and in the summer of heat, so those whose minds are healthy, constant, and strong in patience, are prepared for all estates and conditions, whereas he who is infirm through impatiency, and subject to the ague fits of passion, with equal discontent afflicteth himself with the cold winter of adversity, and the hot summer of a prosperous estate, and both these come to pass, not because the one feeleth no weight, but because he hath strength to bear it, or that the other hath an heavier burden, but because by reason of his weakness, a light load is sufficient to press him down. As therefore the foot fashioneth the shoe, and not the shoe the foot, for a crooked foot maketh the shoe also crooked, but contrariwise, a straight shoe will not make straight a clubbed and crooked foot. So the state is fashioned by the mind, and not the mind by the state. For if it be quiet and contented, then all outward things bring contentment to it, whereas if it be impatient, wayward and peevish, every feather seemeth an heavy burden, all kind of occurrence vex and displease, and that which would be another's paradise and delight, is unto them an hell and grievous torment. And hereof it is that men are discontented and complain, not for the same causes only, but also for those which are diverse, yea, quite contrary one to another, as for example, one complaineth of his poor and base estate, which maketh him neglected and contemned of all; another that his honours and authority are too burthensome, and that he is sued unto by too many; one is vexed because he hath too many children, another because he hath none at all. This man crieth out of his multitude of business, and his neighbour is as much troubled, because he is not troubled, and living at too much ease, wanteth employment. One is tormented with jealousy, because having a beautiful wife she is loved of all; another with satiety and loathing, because she is deformed, and affected by nobody. And this cometh to pass partly because these worldly things are vain, and cannot satisfy those that have them, and partly by reason of the weakness and infirmity of men's minds, who bring no more contentment to their estate than it bringeth to them, but make all things they enjoy, which in themselves are vain and scarce worth the keeping, to become unto them troublesome burdens, which bring cumber in carrying, and ease when they are shaken off. For as the weak and sickly stomach is made more sick, and surfeiteth with a small quantity of wholesome food, turning the best meat into noisome humours, whereas that which is strong and healthy is well refreshed with a great meal of the coarsest fare, and converteth it to profitable nourishment, so a weak and froward mind is surcharged even with the delicates of a prosperous estate, whereas an heart which is endued with constancy and patience is contented, and can well digest the meanest condition, and groweth daily in better liking, whilst it is fed with the bread of affliction, and water of sorrow. A second effect of the vanity and insufficiency of worldly things is, that instead of satisfying they bring with them loathing satiety, for howsoever whilst men are in pursuit of these vanities, they think them of such excellency, that they would account it a great part of their happiness, if they might enjoy them, yet having obtained their desire, they are straight glutted with their company, and now look upon that with loathing contempt, which before they had it, they beheld with ravishing delight. And this cometh to pass, either because they after see things more desirable, and worthy their love, in the possession of other men, or because they have these things in excessive measure, which maketh that which is most sweet to become loathsome, or because their appetite, which was sharpened with want, labour in seeking, and difficulty in obtaining, is dulled and taken away by their assiduity, and easy in joining, without any competitor to sharpen their love; or finally, because whilst they were in the pursuit of these vanities, they were deceived with a false conceit of their worth and excellency, which opinion is afterwards confuted by their own experience, which manifesteth their worthless baseness, and insufficiency to satisfy and bring contentment. In which respect these worldly vanities are fitly compared to the apples of Sodom, which allure the eye, and sharpen the appetite, but if any touch or set his teeth in them, they fill his mouth with dust, or vanish into smoke. And those which dote upon them are like unto those who, having sick and weak stomachs, do long for many things when they hear them but named, and when they are procured with cost and prepared with labour, they begin to loathe them as soon as they see them, and to wax sick as though they had surfeited before they have scarce tasted of them, or like unto fond lovers whose affection being sharpened with competition and difficulty of obtaining, do make idols of their mistresses, and admire them as though they were free from all fault and blemish, and full of divine excellencies, but after enjoining them for their wives, think them scarce good enough to be their underfellows, there being now in their conceit many more excellent, and free from imperfections. And thus the ambitious man groweth out of liking with his obtained honour, which before he had it, he was ravished with delight, when he did but think of it with some weak and uncertain hope of enjoying it, either because he seeth another which self-love maketh him believe is of less desert better preferred, or because growing ordinary and common by possession, it becomes stale and trivial, or finally, because being vain, it doth not satisfy and give contentment, but rather sharpeneth the appetite, and inflameth the desire to aspire to an higher place, and a greater honour, being but entertained by desire, and nourished with the least hope, maketh the lesser to be contemned as base and worthless. Thus also the covetous man loatheth his own possessions as good, cheap, and of small value, and desireth another man's, as being most precious and worthy esteem, and those things which he highly prized before he had them, being come into his own keeping, are thought scarce worth the having. Thus he taketh little joy in his goodly house and rich furniture, when his eyes have been a little glutted with their sight, though whilst they were in purchasing, he thought to find in them a great part of his happiness. Thus his pleasant gardens and orchards bring no more delight than the wild woods, though with great labour and cost he purposely trimmed them, that they might be unto him his paradise and place of joy. And thus he pulleth down his old barns, when he thinketh of building bigger, and in his large lordships thinketh himself straitened, as though he were in a prison, when he beholdeth others' greater territories. Finally, thus the voluptuous man is straight glutted with the fruition of those pleasures, which before he much desired, the glutton loathing those meats which erewhile he longed after, and being cloyed with those drinks, which when he was at another man's table seemed most delicious. Thus he who delights in vain shows, sports, and pastimes, taketh a month's pains in preparation, and spares for no cost to make them most delightful, and though both these set an edge on his appetite, yet he is often weary of it before it be done, though it be but of some few hours' continuance, and not finding that joy and contentment which he expected, wisheth that it were past. By which the great vanity of worldly things, and misery of worldly men plainly appeareth, for what can be more vain than they, whose expectation was better than their fruition, and whose worth ceaseth when they are enjoyed? What can be more void of excellency than that which is only precious when it is absent, and loseth all its value when it cometh to use, experience spoiling it of all that worth which a false opinion had enriched it with? And consequently, what can be more miserable than a worldly man, who spendeth his whole life in the desire and pursuit of things future, and in loathing things present, and who setteth his heart upon such vanities which are more estimable in their want than in their enjoying, and being obtained with great care, pains, and labour, when they should be the reward of all, become contemptible trifles, if not troublesome burdens, in which respect it were much better for him to spend his whole life in seeking, than to obtain that which he could find in his heart to cast away again, but that he would not seem to have lost all his labour. Much better were he to be still suing, than ever to enjoy, because in the pursuit he is delighted, and as it were fatted with his own opinion, whereas fruition maketh him more lean and comfortless than he was before, because experience teacheth him that he hath spent all his sweat in hunting after a feather, and tired himself in seeking a vanity, which being obtained bringeth no pleasure or contentment, and instead of satisfying causeth loathing satiety. Thirdly and lastly, from this insufficiency of worldly things to satisfy and bring contentment, proceedeth an endless desire and affectation of change, for though these earthly vanities satisfy not, Yet they bring with them cloying satiety, the which being accompanied with loathsome contempt, enforceth the mind which naturally affecteth happiness, and full contentment, though it be ignorant of the means whereby it may be attained, to fix the desires upon new objects, to see if it can find that in them which was wanting in the other, wherein finding as little contentment as before, they leave also them and affect new, till having run over all which they think worth the desiring, and having tried all things which the world calleth excellent, if at least they can with all their care and labour attain unto them at length, like those who affect new fashions and strange attires, when they have tired their invention, and know not what more to desire, they are fain to take up the old again which before they loathed, and after their glutted appetite is a little sharpened with absence and discontinuance, they place upon it afresh their soon wearied delight, till their renewed loathing moveth them unto a new change. And thus worldly men, like the horse in the mill, tire themselves in travelling this endless circle, ending where they began, and being at the night of death as far from the journey end of their desires, as when they began their day's travail, and not having fixed their hearts, and grounded their hopes upon that never-failing foundation, God all-sufficient and the eternal joys of his kingdom, they have nothing solid and substantial to rest upon, but like a feather in the air they are tossed to and fro with every wind, seeking rest but finding none, and having long tired themselves in vain, after manifold trials and new conclusions, finding no contentment, at last they resolve to place all their delight in often change, and that which they cannot find in the substance or sufficiency of worldly things, they look for in continual variety, so that now there is nothing pleasing unto them which variety and change refresheth not, like unto those lying in bed, and not sleeping or taking rest, who being wearied with waking, do spend the whole night in tumbling and tossing from one side to another, seeking for ease in their often change, which they cannot find by quiet lying on either side. And as those who are sick of a burning fever, when they cannot satisfy their insatiable thirst, do often change their drink, one while longing after that which is tart and sharp, and another while after that which is cool and small, now affecting that which not long since in their health well pleased them in their neighbour's house, as though it would now also bring the same delight, and anon not finding their thirst quenched by change of drinks, desire wine or water. But all in vain, for having tried all, they complain that they are all so bitter, that they do not quench their thirst, whereas in truth it is the bitterness of their mouth distasted with colour, the cause of their disease, and not the fault of their drink, and not because it is unfit to quench their thirst, but because their burning heat still renewing and augmenting it, maketh it unquenchable. So we, being diseased with the burning heat of concupiscence, thirst after worldly vanities, thinking by them to have our heat abated, and after we have made trial of many, and yet find our thirst nothing quenched, we long after endless variety, never calling to mind that it proceedeth from our inward disease, and not from the want of outward things. A notable example whereof we have in Solomon, who labouring to find contentment in worldly things, and not finding it in any one of them, giveth his heart liberty to run over all, making trial of one thing after another, till in the end he was tired withal. He sought for it in mirth, and findeth instead of it madness in pleasure, and discovereth nothing but vanity. Then he shifteth from one thing to another, and looketh for it in great works and stately buildings, where missing of it, he goeth to seek it in fruitful vineyards, in delightful gardens and orchards, in fountains, springs, and pleasant groves, where not finding it, he proceedeth in the pursuit, and looketh for it in the multitude of silver, gold, and princely treasures, then in delightful music, then in many servants and great attendants, unto which we may add that which shame made him conceal his multitude of wives and concubines. But having tried all these and many other, withholding nothing from his eyes which they desired, nor withdrawing his heart from any joy, he findeth in all this variety, as the reward of all his labour, nothing else but vanity and vexation of spirit. But this will better appear, if we do but a little consider of the special instances. For thus the ambitious man affecting honour, and not being satisfied with that which he hath attained unto, is presently glutted with it, labouring after hue variety, one while seeking vainglory, another while preferments, now the favour of his prince, and soon after the applause of the common people. Or if he settle his affection upon any one of these, he seeketh to refresh his glutted mind with variety in the degree, climbing one step after another, till he cometh to the highest, where being seated, he is now further off from contentment than at the beginning, because he cannot change for the better, nor delight his unsatisfied mind with wonted variety. Thus also the covetous man, being unsatisfied with his riches, affecteth change, shifting his wearied appetite from one thing to another, till all become tedious and troublesome. For finding no contentment in his old manners, he desireth new lordships. Being not pleased with one house, he buildeth another, and not contented with that, he erecteth a third much more stately, and being master of many, he findeth contentment in none, which is the cause of his oft shifting from one to another with great cost and labour, but all in vain is his removing, seeing he still carrieth his disease about him, and therefore is no more eased, than he who being sick of an ague doth often change his bed. And as being weary of his house he affecteth often change, so also is he no better pleased with his household stuff, furniture, plate, and apparel, and therefore being glutted with often sight of the same thing, herein also he makes variety the last refuge of his delight. And the like may be said of their gold, silver, and treasures, of which though they be never weary in themselves, as being the idols upon which they have fixed their hearts, yet are they discontented with their share and portion, and therefore still affect greater quantities, till they have more than they can tell how to use. But above all, the voluptuous man, finding no contentment in his delights, affecteth variety of pleasures, being most affected with that which he most seldom doth enjoy, and glutted with those which are in ordinary use. He may not twice together feed on the same dish without loathing satiety, and therefore tieth both sea and land, himself and all that belong unto him, in seeking out variety of meats, and nature not affording change enough to continue his mutable delight. He refresheth his cloyed appetite by the help of art, compounding many things together, because being single they cannot please, and adding as great variety of sauces as meats, to give contentment to his curious palate. Fool that he is to spend all this cost and labour in attaining unto that delight, which hunger alone without their help would much more plentifully bring unto him. And thus also they find no delight in their sweetest music, if still they should hear the same songs, and not of continual change of harmony, nor in beholding the same shows and sights, though at the first never so pleasing and delightful, nor in their games, sports, and pastimes, but often change from one to another, sometime affecting chamber delights, and sometime more manly sports in the open fields, and never delighting long in any, because all are vain, but affecting continual variety, because the best of them not satisfying, within a while bringeth satiety and loathing. Chap. Roman 19. Of the excellency of true contentment, and the means whereby we may attain unto it. And thus have I shown that worldly things cannot satisfy the mind of man, or bring unto him true contentment, as also the evil and troublesome effects which proceed from this insufficiency in them, and in satiety of the mind, which as it should serve to make us to contemn these earthly vanities, as being not able to bring any tranquillity or sound comfort, so should it move us to seek for this contentment, without which the life of man is miserable, not in these outward things which afford it not, but inwardly in our own minds, by purging and purifying them from worldly concupiscence, and by fixing our hearts and affections upon God's spiritual graces and heavenly joys, the one whereof we may have in possession, and the other in hope, without which all worldly things cannot satisfy, with which though we be abandoned of all earthly vanities, we may have tranquillity of mind, and true contentment. For first, if we have the Spirit of God, and his sanctifying graces dwelling in us, we shall be filled and satisfied, for as our Saviour Christ himself hath promised, whosoever drinketh of this spiritual water which he shall give him, shall never be more athirst, for it shall be in him as a well of water springing up to everlasting life. And he that believeth in him, out of his belly shall flow rivers of the water of life. And if we would know what this well and river of the water of life is, which thus filleth and satisfieth us, the Apostle telleth us in the next words, that it is the Spirit of God which he giveth to all that believe in Christ. So the psalmist pronounceth him blessed whom God chooseth, and causeth to come unto him, because he shall dwell in his courts, and be satisfied with the pleasures of his house, even of his holy temple. And the Apostle maketh this the end of knowing the love of Christ which passeth all knowledge, that we may be filled with all the fullness of God. For if once we have the Spirit of God, a lively faith, sincere love, assured hope, and the rest of his sanctifying grace is dwelling in us, then are we thereby persuaded of the remission of our sins, our reconciliation with God, our adoption, whereby we become not only sons, but also heirs of all his promises. Then are we assured of his fatherly providence still watching over us, which turneth all things by the wise and mighty working thereof to our good, especially to the furthering of our eternal salvation. And this maketh us to resign ourselves wholly over to be governed by his will, as knowing much better than ourselves what is fit for us, and to be not only contented, but also to rejoice, not in the state of prosperity alone, but even in our affliction and tribulation, as the Apostle speaketh. An example whereof we have in himself, who had attained unto such a measure of this spiritual contentation, that it was able to bear him out, in all outward estates and conditions. I have learned, saith he, in whatsoever state I am to be content, and I can be abased, and I can abound. Everywhere in all things I am instructed, both to be full and to be hungry, and to abound, and to have want. I am able to do all things through the help of Christ that strengtheneth me. And if we have this spiritual contentment in our hearts, then the Lord will not let us want this contentment which the Apostle had in respect of outward things, for so he saith, that if his people would have hearkened unto his voice, and walked in his ways, then would he have fed them with the fat of wheat, and with honey out of the rock would he have sufficed them. And a wise man telleth us, that it is the blessing of God only that maketh rich, and also giveth with riches, comfort and contentation. The blessing of the Lord, saith he, maketh rich, and he doth add no sorrows with it, which blessing they alone have sure interest in who are endued with God's grace and Holy Spirit. For well may those who are ruled with carnal concupiscence be rich in their outward estate, but they can never be rich in their mind with inward content. For the wicked, as the prophet saith, are like the raging sea that cannot rest, whose waters cast up mire and dirt. And the voice of God hath plainly said it, that there is no peace unto them. But as for those in whose heart the peace of God's Holy Spirit dwelleth, they have these outward things with content, or content without them, the Lord supplying their external defects with a sufficient measure of patience, comfort, and tranquillity of mind. And having godliness, he also maketh us content with that we have, whether it be much or little, something or nothing. The which inward contentation of mind, grounding itself upon God's providence and promises, is in its own nature most excellent, and being compared is much to be preferred before any contentment which the confluence of all worldly benefits can bring unto us. For notwithstanding all these we may, as hath been shown, be inwardly poor in the midst of all our outward abundance, but this spiritual contentment alone maketh rich. For as the Apostle saith, godliness is great riches with contentation. And why so? Because, as before he told us, it is profitable for all things, having the promises of this life, and the life to come. So that contentment which is grounded upon outward things, is momentary and of short continuance, lasting no longer than they last. For take away riches, pleasures, and preferments, which are the causes of this contentment, and the contentment itself must needs fail, whereas this inward spiritual contentment is always durable and most constant, seeing it wholly resteth upon God's love, holy will, and gracious providence, and therefore cannot fail or be taken away by any worldly accident, because it is not grounded upon any worldly thing. And though all outward props should be pulled away, yet would it stand upright, because it resteth upon none of them. Finally, worldly content is vain and imperfect, not fully satisfying the heart of man, but that which is spiritual is full in his degree, though not without infirmities, and doth satisfy us, not only for a fit, but even forever. For as the prophet speaketh, the Lord shall guide us continually, and satisfy our souls in drought, and make fat our bones, and we shall be like a watered garden, and like a spring of water whose waters fail not. In which respect this spiritual contentment is much more excellent than any which can be found in worldly things, even as it is much better to have enough than to have much. For he that hath much, if he want this spiritual contentment, still coveteth more in his greatest abundance, and he that coveteth still wanteth. But he who resting on God is inwardly content hath enough, because he desireth no more, and though his state be small, yet it putteth an end to his concupiscence, which all worldly things cannot do. For though we have too much, yet if we be not moderated with content, we think we have not enough. And though we have much more than we desired, yet our concupiscence increasing with our comings in, we are ready to desire more. Now as that which is enough, how mean a pittance soever it be, is not to be esteemed little, so that is not to be esteemed much. How great soever which is not enough. But the excellency of this spiritual contentment may hereby further appear, in that whosoever hath it, hath a medicine of all miseries, for it is that which easeth the burden of all afflictions, and maketh them light and easy. It turneth our poverty into the greatest riches, supplying all outward wants with inward comforts, and even whilst we are owners of nothing, it maketh us lords of all things. Whilst we seem poor, it causeth us that we be not poor indeed, but only in appearance, seeing thereby we have a secret riches that the world doth not take notice of, which giveth us enough, and enableth us to help others. For so the apostle saith of himself, and of other of the faithful, that they were not simply poor, but as it were poor, making many rich, as having nothing, and yet possessing all things. And of such the wise man speaketh, there is saith he that maketh himself rich and hath nothing, and that maketh himself poor, having great riches. Now this way of enriching a man's self in the midst of poverty is by contentation, as he afterwards expoundeth it. The righteous saith he eateth to the contentation of his mind, but the belly of the wicked shall want. The reason hereof is, because a contented mind borroweth whatsoever it wanteth of itself, for having little it desireth no more, desiring nothing, it wanteth nothing, and he that wanteth nothing is of all others most rich. Again, if we be sick, this content is our best physician, which both mitigates our pain, and gives us strength also to bear it, without which everyone is intolerably sick in the time of health. Finally, if we be oppressed with cares, this content will free us from them, by causing us to cast them upon the Lord, upon whom we wholly rest, being assured of his power to help us, and of his will also, by his gracious promises. So the psalmist saith, Cast thy burden upon the Lord, and he shall help thee. And the apostle Peter willeth us to cast all our care on God, for he careth for us, whereas he that wanteth this spiritual contentment in God is continually tormented with carking care in the midst of all his abundance. For his wealth, though never so plentiful, is unto him as a great standing pool, which, though it have store of water in it, is subject to drying up, whereas the contented man's estate, though never so small, is exempted from that fear, seeing it is as a living spring, issuing out from God the fountain of all goodness, which, though it be little in quantity, yet can never be quite dry, because it hath a continual supply whereby it is fed. No marvel therefore if he who is richest is still turmoiled with carking care, seeing resting upon his own provision he hath good cause to fear, lest by some great drought of affliction he may have his own ponds of provision dried up. Now what doth he but continually want, who is in continual fear of wanting? In a word, this inward contentment maketh us rich without riches, whole without health, warm without clothes, and merry in our greatest causes of heaviness. On the other side, though we should of all things and want this contentment, it were as good as nothing, seeing this contrariwise turneth peace into trouble, riches into poverty, liberty into servitude, health into sickness, yea, were sufficient to make a hell of heaven, if it were admitted into it, there being no happiness where it inhabiteth, no want of any misery to those that have it. For he is unhappy who doth not think himself happy, he is not rich, who thinketh himself poor, and therefore desireth more, although he possess abundance, because his insatiable mind swalloweth up his wealth. He is not honourable, though he were monarch of the whole world, who thinking himself base and contemptible, is discontented in his greatest advancement. And therefore seeing this contentation is such a precious jewel, that with it no estate, without it all estates are miserable, let us labour to attain unto it, and not seek contentment in outward things, but in our own minds, for all world and worldly things cannot bring it to our hearts, unless we first bring contentment unto them. For as our clothes cannot give warmth to our bodies, unless our bodies first give it unto them, whereof it is that a dead carcass which hath lost its natural heat, cannot have it restored, though all the clothes in the world were laid upon it, so neither can worldly things heat the heart with comfort and contentment, unless this spiritual warmth be first from the mind conveyed unto them. And where this vital heat is quite wanting, it is not the monarchy of the whole world that will revive it. Let us not therefore seek for contentment abroad, seeing we may have it so near home, not in earthly things, but in our own hearts, seeing the whole world can neither give, nor yet take it from us, which when we have, misery itself cannot make us miserable. We may have if we will sufficient in our own store, and why then should we depend upon others, and live by borrowing, whereby we are brought into a wilful servitude? Our own may suffice us, if our mind suffice itself. And we may abound in all plenty, if we be not causes of our own poverty, for let us but enrich our minds with content, and we may well scorn the world's riches, seeing the smallest pittance will be sufficient, and enough as we say is as good as a feast. We see that sound and healthy bodies, though they feed on the coarsest fare, are strong, fat, and in good liking, whereas those that are diseased are lean and feeble, though they sit at full tables, and feed only upon the daintiest food. And therefore no man desireth sickness, that he may still feed on delicacies, but would rather content himself with the simplest commons, so he might have health to bear him company. So when our minds are in health, having in them that vital heat of comfort and content in God, we are so strong and vigorous, that in the meanest condition we are replenished with joy. And though men should take all we have from us, yet whether they will or no, they must leave our chief treasure, content, behind them. But if we be sick of worldly concupiscence, nothing will either please or ease us, and all our delicates will be but loathsome, if they be not served in with contentation. Satan could take away Job's goods but not his comfort, because his content was not in his outward estate, but in his heart, and having no commission to ransack that, he could not overcome him in the spiritual fight, seeing though all his riches were gone, his heart supplied wealth enough to maintain the war. And though having stripped him of all, he should have had leave to have brought him out to execution, yet his chief comforter content would have accompanied him even unto death, seeing it was grounded upon his affiance and hope in God, which death itself could not take from him. So though the Amalekites did spoil David at once both of his wives and wealth, yet his contentment was not taken from him when all outward things failed, because it was not placed in them but in his heart, and in his God. And therefore when for less losses his company were so enraged through impatiency, that they were ready to stone him, like fools and mad men striking those who are next unto them, yet affliction being added to affliction, it is said that David comforted himself in the Lord his God. But contrariwise we see Ahab so weakened with his disease of covetousness, that he surfeiteth with the very sight of Naboth's vineyard, and wanting inward content, a whole kingdom could not satisfy him, nor raise or ease his dejected mind, which but an opinion of want had overthrown. Would we therefore have such contentment as is unapproachable in the assault of any misery, and as it were out of the gunshot of any danger? Let us seat it chiefly in heaven under the protection of God's providence, and so much of it as remaineth with us, let us place it in the castle of our hearts, which as long as life lasteth none can surprise and spoil, and not in outward things which easily are stolen away and it with them. For example, would we have sufficiency of honours and worldly glory? Why then we must not with that great enemy of the Roman monarchy think of conquering one nation after another, that so satisfying our ambition, we may in the end find rest, and spend the remainder of our days in pleasure and delights, for honours are vain, and do not satisfy, and the mind is large, and naturally insatiable, and therefore here can be no fullness and content, for sooner may there want kingdoms to overcome, than a heart to covet them, as we see in the example of the Grecian monarch. But this sufficiency must be looked for in the mind and heart, not by satisfying, but by moderating and overruling them, and not by fitting our estate to our desires, for they being endless, there would be no end of aspiring but our desires to our estate, being content with that degree of honour which God by lawful means doth call us unto, counting it our chief honour to contemn those honours which on ill and unlawful conditions are offered unto us, and that we are then truly great, whenas we can despise wicked greatness. Foreseeing the excellency both of honours themselves, and of their degree and quantity, consisteth chiefly in men's minds and opinions, and not in any absolute goodness that is in themselves. Therefore he hath enough of them indeed, who hath enough in his own opinion, and though he be but meanly advanced, yet if his estate give contentment to his mind, or rather his mind to it, he standeth not in need of more preferments, because he hath as much as he desireth. Whereas if the concupiscence be not overruled with reason and religion, the more honours we have, the more ambition also, and consequently the less content. For seeing all desiring and aspiring cometh from opinion of want, and he that ever wanteth can never be satisfied. Therefore it mattereth not how great our preferments are in themselves, if we think them little unto us, seeing he who thinketh he hath too little still affecteth more, and can never be content till his own heart telleth him that he hath enough. If therefore we would have contentment in honours, we must not labour to attain unto it by multiplying of preferments, but by moderating our ambition, setting before us the example of the prophet David, who being by God himself anointed king, did not ambitiously aspire to take possession of the royal throne by cutting off Saul, though he were rejected by God, but waited till the Lord himself did make him a way by giving unto him lawful means. And when he was highest in his estate, he was not haughty in his heart, but was as humble as a weaned child, when he wielded the sceptre, and held in his hand sovereign power, whereby having his mind far under his condition, though through his son's ambition he lost his kingdom, yet not his content, but was willing to accept of any estate which the Lord would assign unto him. Here am I, saith he, let him do to me as seemeth good in his eyes. And this was that lesson which our Saviour taught his disciples, whenas they ambitiously strove one with another who should be greatest, not to satisfy their ambition by supplanting one another or attaining unto preferments, but to subdue their pride, and moderate their concupiscence, becoming as meek and humble as those little children which he set before them. And thus also must we look for sufficiency of riches, not in our outward estate, but in our mind, not by adding to our wealth, but by diminishing our concupiscence. For though the world may think it a strange paradox, yet it is an undoubted truth, that a man is made truly rich, not by multiplication, but by subtraction, not by increasing his riches, but by abating his immoderate desires. For seeing the whole riches of the world are finite, and the mind of man in some sort infinite and insatiable, therefore there can be no fullness or sufficiency by fitting riches to our minds, which is impossible but by limiting and circumscribing our desires and concupiscence, making them so little as that they may be satisfied, seeing the other can never be so great as to fill and satisfy them in their full largeness. And if we thus confine our unlimited desires with true content, we shall attain unto greater and better riches than the whole world can yield, for that may give us much, but not enough. And where there is not enough there is want, and he that wanteth is still poor, seeing penury and poverty go together, but content bringeth sufficiency to the meanest estate, and he that hath sufficiency wanteth nothing, and he who wanteth nothing is above all others truly rich. And thus the Apostle prescribeth a way how a Christian may be rich, and never need to seek help from the earthly mammon. Godliness, saith he, is great riches, with contentation. So that a man may be rich without riches, when godliness and contentation do meet together. And to the same purpose one of the ancient well defineth riches, those, saith he, are true and never wasting riches, to desire that only which is necessary for use, and well to dispose of those things which are thus to be used. For as an ill man said well, if we live according to nature we shall never be poor, if according to opinion we shall never be rich, nature desiring but a little, and opinion being insatiable. He therefore who is endued with God's spiritual graces, godliness, and contentation, is truly rich, though his outward estate be never so mean. And of him that may be truly said, which the Spirit speaketh to the angel of the church of Smyrna, I know thy poverty, but thou art rich. For he only is rich in God's estimate, who is rich unto eternity, laying up in store the fruits, not of earthly abundance but of virtue, he which hath such peace and tranquillity of mind, that he desireth nothing, nor is tossed with the waves of concupiscence, neither lowing his old store, nor seeking new, by perpetual desiring, making himself poor in abundance of wealth. The only way therefore to attain sufficiency of riches, is to have in all estates a contented mind, for thus we may be rich in the midst of poverty, seeing he is rich who hath enough, and he hath enough whose state agreeth with his mind, neither is he poor who hath little, but he who not being sufficed desireth more. Whereas if we want this contentment, though we have never so great store of wealth, yet we remain poor, neither can it by satisfying our minds make us happy, but only change our misery, making us now want in plenty, who before wanted through penury. And this cometh to pass because our minds continuing sick and diseased with discontent, which ariseth from their insatiety, do make riches as troublesome and more burthensome unto us than our poverty. For as he who is sick of the dropsy is alike tormented with insatiable thirst, whether he drink in silver plate or in earthen pots, and he who is sick of a fever is alike ill at ease, when he lieth in a bed of ivory, and when he lieth in a bed of wood, because wheresoever he doth lie his disease followeth him. So if our minds be sick of covetousness, it mattereth not whether we have much or little, seeing these outward things cannot cure the inward diseases of the mind, nor whether we be poor wealthy, seeing our concupiscence still accompanieth us. Finally, if we would have sufficiency of pleasure, it is not to be found in outward things, which only satiate and never satisfy, but in the inward contemplation of the mind, which we may easily attain unto, if we change our carnal delights into spiritual rejoicing in God, in the fruition of his spiritual graces, and in our assurance of his heavenly joys, for this will make our hearts so inwardly cheerful, that we shall take pleasure in all outward things, not only such as the world delighteth in, but also in those which are tedious and troublesome unto them, for this inward pleasure will turn our labours into recreations, and our sorrows into joy, making us to be merry and rejoice, not only in worldly prosperity, but also in tribulation, as the Apostle teacheth us, both by his doctrine and example, and this is that joy, which, as our Saviour Christ saith, is full, and therefore satisfieth us, and permanent, and therefore can never be taken from us. But if besides this spiritual joy we would be satisfied with worldly pleasures, we must not look for this sufficiency in outward things, but in our minds, not by multiplying our delights, but by restraining our appetites, for otherwise well may we be glutted, but never contented with worldly pleasures, like the arch-epicure himself, who confessed that loathing costly delicates, he contented himself to feed on bread and water, not because he was weary of his dainty cates so much as of the discommodities which he felt when he had surfeited on them. And thus the divine heathen bridled his voluptuous concupiscence, by accustoming it to want that which it most desired, when as being athirst, he would often draw water out of his well, and pour it out again without drinking, until he had so mastered himself, that he could quench his thirst with a moderate and well-ruled appetite. And if we would thus limit our desires, and curb in our insatiable voluptuousness, if we would live to nature, and not to lust, and be ruled by reason, and not opinion, then would a few pleasures satisfy us, and being satisfied we should want nothing. And thus have I shown that the only means of attaining unto sufficiency of outward things is by inward contentment. Now it remaineth that I also show how this contentation may be obtained, or else the difficulty were but only changed and not removed, as if the physician should tell us that such a potion would cure us, but never teach us how to make it, or where to have it. The first and principal means of attaining unto contentation is wholly to resign ourselves over to the goodwill and pleasure of God, submitting our wills unto his will, and saying with our Saviour Christ, Not my will, but thine be done, the which howsoever it be an hard lesson to flesh and blood, yet may we easily learn it, if we know, and knowing believe, first that the Lord upon whom we wholly rely is infinite in wisdom, and therefore knoweth much better what is good and profitable for us, especially for the eternal saving of our souls, than we ourselves. For if the child taketh no care for himself, but resteth contented with that provision and allowance which his loving Father allotteth to him, because he knoweth that his Father's discretion exceedeth his, and if being sick, we be content to receive upon the physician's word, not only those things which we affect, but even bitter pills and unpleasing potions, which we loathe and abhor, because we know, his skill exceeding ours, he is much better able to direct us for the recovery of our health. Then how much rather should we lay aside care, and rely upon the allowance of our Heavenly Father? How much rather should we trust this spiritual physician, whose skill and faithfulness never failed? We in our foolish appetite desire worldly honours, but he in his wisdom denieth them, because he knoweth they are but windy meats, which would not nourish our souls, but puff us up with pride. We affect worldly riches, but he withholdeth them, because he well seeth they would be a means to make us poor in grace, and as unfit to enter into the strait and low gate of heaven, as the camel into the needle's eye. We dote upon carnal pleasures, but he withholdeth them from us, because he knoweth that our liquorous and greedy appetites would easily surfeit of them, and so lose our spiritual health and strength, if not our body also. And therefore why should we not be contented to want these things, which if they would not bring more hurt than good, more loss than profit, our Heavenly Father and most cunning physician would never have denied them unto us. And this argument our Saviour Christ useth to remove carking care, and work contentation, because our Heavenly Father knoweth better than ourselves of what we stand in need. Secondly, let us consider, that as he best knoweth what is fit for us, so he is omnipotent, and therefore most able to supply it, and as he can give riches without contentment, so also is he alike able to give content without riches, for it is he himself rather than his gifts, that doth satiate the heavy soul, and replenisheth the sorrowful soul with joy, as the prophet speaketh. And these two things known and remembered may make us rest with content upon his ability to do us good, for if he knoweth what is best for us, and hath power also to give it, who can doubt of his sufficiency? But though he be God all-sufficient, and therefore able to provide for us, yet how may we rest assured that he will do it? Surely this is no less certain than the other. First, because his love towards us is infinite, as being our gracious Father in Christ, who hath loved us so dearly, that he hath given unto us and for us his only beloved Son, and that to suffer for us death, even that bitter and shameful death of the cross, that he might work the work of our redemption. And thus he loved us, not when we were friends and children, but strangers and enemies. From whence we may conclude with the Apostle, that he who hath given unto us his Son, when we were in the state of enmity, cannot possibly deny anything which is good for us to receive, seeing we are now reconciled and become his friends. Secondly, his will is manifested by his manifold and gracious promises, whereby he hath undertaken to minister unto us all things that are good. So the psalmist saith, that if we fear the Lord, there is nothing that his good shall be wanting unto us, and that the Lord our God is our sun and shield, who giveth grace and glory, and withholdeth no good thing from them that walk uprightly. Our Saviour likewise hath promised us, that if we first seek the kingdom of God and his righteousness, all outward things also shall be ministered unto us. And the Apostle telleth us that we ought to be content with those things which we have, because the Lord hath promised that he will not fail us, neither forsake us. If he had promised his gifts and not himself, there might be cause of discontent when they are wanting, as for example, if he had promised only honours, riches, and pleasures of the world, and said that these should never fail, we should have had little comfort or content in our disgrace, poverty, and bitter griefs, because all these things have left us. But when he promiseth us himself, that he will never forsake us, we can never have just cause of discontent, because what is wanting in our outward estate, he is ready to supply by his inward graces, and able to make our little sufficient, as well as plenty, and even our nothing as good as all things. Seeing then our God in whom we trust is so infinite in wisdom and power, so infinite also in his love towards us, and no less gracious in his promises than true in performance, as being truth itself, who cannot deceive, and his words, yea and amen. What foul shame were it for us who profess Christianity, and by often instruction have attained to the knowledge of these principles, not to rely ourselves wholly upon him with full content, submitting our wills unto his will, and liking of that which best pleaseth him, seeing the very heathens, who were ignorant of this trust, and destitute of all these hopes and comforts, could yet resign themselves over to be ruled at the pleasure of their divine powers. So one of them saith, that ought to please man whatsoever pleaseth God. And again, it is necessary that every man that is good should be of great piety towards God, and consequently that he suffer with a patient mind whatsoever happeneth unto him, knowing that it happeneth by divine providence which governeth all things. Neither in truth can there be a more effectual argument to move us unto contentation of mind, and to bear whatsoever befalleth us with patience and comfort, than to consider that God, who is in himself infinite in wisdom and knowledge, and unto us most gracious and merciful, doth so order and govern all things with his providence, that not so much as a sparrow can light on the ground, or an hair fall from our head, but as they are guided by it. Whereof it is that our Saviour Christ, persuading us to lay aside carking care, and to rest wholly upon God with contentation of mind, doth chiefly insist upon this reason, as being most powerful and effectual. For if there be no doubt to be made either of God's ability or of his love, and if we certainly know that by his wise, powerful, and most gracious providence he appointeth, directeth, and governeth all things whatsoever which hap unto us, or any way concern us, then must we also necessarily conclude that all that befalleth us is for the best, and that the calling, state, and condition wherein we live, though in itself it may seem evil and full of misery, and were in truth so as it seemeth unto other men, yet unto us it is of all others most good and profitable, seeing it is appointed and allotted unto us by God, whose infinite wisdom, power, truth, and love would have disposed otherwise of us, had he not known this estate most fitting for us, and would not have denied unto us anything which our hearts desire, but that he knoweth that they would do us more hurt than good, and hinder rather than further the eternal salvation of our souls. So the psalmist telleth us, that those who fear the Lord shall want nothing, the which he limiteth and restraineth in the next verse, because we are ready to make our concupiscence, and not reason and truth, the measure of our wants, telling us that they shall not want anything which is good, for otherwise, if God should bestow upon us those things which he knoweth would be hurtful unto us, though they be good in their own nature, they would be evil unto us, and through our abuse of benefits become curses. And therefore whatsoever our condition or portion is, we may safely conclude that it is best for us, and say with the prophet David, the lines are fallen unto me in pleasant places. Yea, I have a goodly heritage, praising the Lord for that we have, and not murmuring for that we have not. For if we know that for the care and love which God beareth us, he hath given unto us that we have, let us know also that in the same care and love he hath measured unto us our proportion, which should make us rejoice in those things which we have received, and not break out into impatiency, because something we desire is withheld from us. Yea, seeing the Lord keepeth nothing from us, but such things as he knoweth would be temptations unto sin. Let us glory in these wants, and give thanks to God, that we have not more gifts than grace to use them, nor received a burden above our strength. Yea, will some say, but I see others whom God loveth abound in honours, riches, and delights, who notwithstanding serve God faithfully, and employ these gifts which they have received, to the glory of him from whom they have received them, and why might not I also enjoying them be bettered and not hurt by them as well as they? I answer, that all are not of the like nature and temper, but as we say it, so many men, so many minds, by reason whereof it cometh to pass, that one's food is another's poison, one man's raising is another's ruin, and that which is most profitable for this man, is for another most pernicious. There is no wise physician giveth the same physic to all patients, or in the same proportion, but he fitteth it in quantity and quality to every one's need, giving one pills to purge him, another cordials to restore him, one must be launched, another must be healed, one must have sauces to quicken his appetite, another must fast, and be cured by abstinence. Neither is there any wise householder that, particularly knowing the condition of his family, will provide for and feed all with like food. or with equal quantity, for one loveth that which another loatheth, and this man harasseth hungry with that allowance, which would cause another to surfeit with excess. And dost thou deny unto God that liberty of disposing unto every one that which best befitteth them, when as thou allowest it unto men? Shall the physician order his patients as he pleaseth, who often faileth in skill, and sometime in faithfulness? And shall not the Lord be allowed to purge or restore, wound or bind up, cauterize or heal, as he knoweth most fitting for his several patients, seeing he can neither err in knowledge, nor fail in love? Shall the householder have leave to dispose of his own goods in his own family, who notwithstanding may be short in discretion, or partial in affection, and must the Lord be stinted, so as he may not give according to his pleasure that allowance to every one which he knoweth most requisite, seeing his wisdom is infinite and his love incomprehensible, respecting the person of none, but doing good to all, as their state and condition doth require? We find by experience that one man is bettered by liberty, another by restraint. One being of an ingenuous nature is made better by benefits, another of a more servile disposition becometh worse, and is only mended with threats and punishments. Upon the one kindness worketh, upon the other fear. This man is fit for employment when he hath well fed, another is so drowsy that he is good for nothing but to sleep. Now who is most fit to judge of thy nature and disposition, and accordingly to allot unto thee the most fitting proportion? Thou, who being blinded with pride and self-love overweenest thy gifts, and thinkest thou couldest well bear a sail which in truth would overturn thee, or God, who having made thee of nothing searcheth the heart and reins, and plainly seeth all thy secret thoughts and hidden imaginations, notwithstanding all those veils which self-love hath cast over them. Thou desirest honours, but God knoweth that pride lurking in thy heart would, if thou hadst them, make thee insolent and the more ambitious. Thou wouldest wallow in worldly delights, but God knoweth that thou wouldest dote so much upon them, that thou wouldest neglect the joys of heaven. Thou wishest to be rich in goods, but God knoweth they would make thee poor in godliness. Thou desirest health and strength, but God seeth they would make thy soul sick and weak, causing thee to be the more secure, and to put the day of repentance far from thee. And therefore the Lord giveth thee contempt for honour to make thee humble, and fit by stooping to enter into the gates of heaven. He giveth thee miseries for delights, that being weaned from the world thou mayest hunger after his eternal joys, instead of riches. He giveth thee poverty, that thy heart being empty of worldly vanities may be filled with his graces, and for health he giveth thee sickness, that thou mayest daily cast up thine accounts, and be always ready when he calleth for thee to give a reckoning of thy stewardship. Yea, but the Lord, if he would, might have made me honourable and humble, rich and gracious too. He might have given me abundance of his gifts, and a mind also to use them well, and seeing others have both, why have not I as well as they? But who art thou, O man, who disputest with God? Should the pot say to the potter, Why hast thou made me thus? Though there were no other reason why thou hast not received these double gifts of prosperity and grace, but God's sole will, it was sufficient to satisfy us, seeing they are his free and undeserved gifts, which he may justly bestow where he pleaseth. For may he not do with his own what he will? Or is our eye evil because he is good? Is it not enough for us to be servants of his family, unless we be stewards and chief officers? Should we not rather be thankful for receiving many benefits, than repine because we have not received all? Doth it not suffice us that we are made partakers of his chief jewels, and are adopted sons and heirs of our eternal patrimony, unless we have also servants' wages, and a large share in earthly trifles? And can we not be content that the Lord hath given us leave to go to heaven, if we may not also choose our way? But consider further that thou art not scanted of anything thou desirest, because the Lord is niggardly in his gifts, for his bounty was such, that had it not been our own fault, we might have been partakers of all. For in our first creation he gave us grace and great virtue and happiness, abundance of his blessings, and holy wisdom and pure affections, whereby we were enabled rightly to use them. But by our fall in the loins of our first parents, we brought ourselves into the state of corruption, whereby we lost all right both to spiritual graces and worldly blessings. And are we not well, though for a while we have not both, if the better part be restored unto us? By our sin we have so disordered God's blessings, and divided his gifts, that very seldom his spiritual graces and temporal benefits will rest together unless by the supernatural and admirable work of his Holy Spirit they be reconciled. And would we daily have God to do miracles by joining the height of prosperity and the height of grace, and as it were heaven and earth in the same subject? Again, consider that in this state of corruption, for the preserving of human society, it is necessary that there should be some of mean quality, as well as honourable, poor as rich, weak as well as strong. And why should any think that the condition wherein God hath placed him is not as fit for him as for another? For wherein hath he deserved better at God's hands that he should prefer him? Or what hath he that he hath not received? Or why should any desire all, when as upon examination he shall find that he deserveth nothing? Furthermore, if it pleaseth the Lord, the more to manifest the glory of his wisdom and power, to cast us first down whom he meaneth to advance, to make contemptible whom he purposed to make glorious, to afflict with poverty and misery whom he intendeth to enrich with eternal happiness, and to bring us to heaven as it were by hell gates, why should we not willingly follow him even in the foulest way that will bring us to the fair journey's end of joy and blessedness? Finally, let us remember that the world was not made for our paradise, where we should have all joy without sorrow, and good without the mixture of any evil, but for our pilgrimage, where for sin we should be afflicted, tried and proved, that so through God's free mercy being found fit, we might be received into our heavenly country, and there enjoy our happiness and felicity without the disturbance of any misery. Lastly, let us consider that God in his kingdom hath several rewards, though the same blessedness, and as it were crowns of glory, of diverse makings. He hath one reward and crown for the patient poor, and another for the bountiful rich, one for them who are humbly honourable, and another for them who are courageous in contempt, one for them who do well, and another for those that suffer for well-doing, measuring his rewards according to the measure of his gifts and graces. Why therefore should we not desire to have all fitted? Why should we not be content with any so we may be sure of one? Why should we not with patience and cheerfulness suffer here want, that there we may have fullness, misery that we may find joy, poverty that we may be enriched with these treasures, and ignominy and contempt, that we may receive this crown of glory? And this argument of comfort and contentation our Saviour Christ useth, for having persuaded his disciples to rely on God's providence without carking care, and promised that if they would seek first God's kingdom and righteousness, they should have also worldly necessaries supplied unto them, because they were like to have some small discouragement by their short allowance of these desired benefits. He willeth them not to fear for all this, because it was their Father's pleasure to give them a kingdom. The next means to attain unto contentation is to live a holy and Christian life, walking in the ways of God's commandments, in sincerity and uprightness of heart. For first godliness must enrich us, before we can be content with that we have. First God must dwell with us by his Spirit, before we can be content to forbear the world's company. Our hearts must be filled with better things, before we can be willing to part with worse. They must be enriched with heavenly treasures, before we will leave immoderate seeking of earthly trash. They must be endued with knowledge, faith, affiance, hope, love, and the rest of God's sanctifying graces, before they can lightly esteem of honours, riches, and earthly delights. For having a natural appetite and hungering desires, either they must be filled and satisfied with that which is good, or else they will with insatiable longing affect and covet worldly vanities, like the stomach, which unless it be sufficed with wholesome food, will suck in the wind, though being full of it is not satisfied, but rather tormented. Again, if we have any true contentment, we must of it in the Lord, as hath been shown. But there is no contentment to be had in God without godliness. For howsoever the Lord be infinite in wisdom, power, goodness, love, and truth, yet we cannot comfortably apply any of all this to ourselves, for our use and benefit, neither in truth do they at all appertain unto us, unless we perform such conditions as God requireth, loving, fearing, trusting in, and serving him in simplicity, sincerity, and uprightness of heart, seeing the Lord hath limited the promises of all his mercies to such as observe them. So the psalmist saith, that nothing shall be wanting which is good to those who seek the Lord and fear him, that if we delight in the Lord he will give us our heart's desire, that the Lord will be a sun and shield, give grace and glory, and withhold no good thing from them that walk uprightly. So the wise man telleth us it is the good conscience which makes a continual feast, and that it is the fear of the Lord which being put into the skull with a little weigheth down in worth and weight all worldly riches and abundance. Finally, our Saviour Christ telleth us that we shall have from God a supply of all earthly necessaries, but it is upon the condition that we first seek his kingdom and righteousness. Those therefore who perform these duties which God requireth, may with comfort and contentation of mind rest securely upon his providence and promises, because they have assured interest and title unto them, and they may joyfully submit their wills unto his, taking all he sendeth in good part, seeing his mercies are sweet, and his chastisements wholesome, and all whatsoever being foreseen and directed by his wisdom, ruled by his providence, and applied unto us in love, must needs turn to our good, and further our salvation. Whereas contrariwise those who live in their sins, and have no desire to serve the Lord, can never have this true contentation, because in the storm of troubles, they want this haven to flee unto, and in their wants cannot with comfort and assurance flee unto God for help, seeing they conceive of him as just judge, who will take vengeance on them for their sins, and not as of a merciful Father, who will supply all their wants, seeing they live not like his children, but like his enemies. Lastly, if we would have contentation in all estates, we must as well have an eye upon those things which through God's mercy we enjoy, as upon those things which we want, and think as well what we deserve, as what we desire. For if we would consider that in our greatest wants we enjoy innumerable blessings of God, whereas our sins have deserved that they should all be taken from us, and his judgments and punishments inflicted, as a fit wages for our sinful service, then would we not be discontented for that we have not, but contented with that we have, nor repine for wanting some things, but rejoice that the Lord vouchsafeth us anything. Again, if we would but consider how many benefits we enjoy which others want, who are much more worthy, if we would look how many come behind us in rewards, that go far before us in desert, we would not through discontent make ourselves miserable, because we cannot be so happy as we desire. We would not fret because some go before us, but rejoice that we are preferred before so many, nor repiningly think God's liberality scant and strait, because we have not all, but rather admire and thankfully extol his infinite bounty, that he vouchsafeth unto us anything, who have deserved nothing, whereas if our finger be always upon our sores, and our eye upon our wants, never thinking what we have, but what we desire, if we always look upon those who go before us, and never cast back our eye upon those that follow us, if we compare our wants with others' plenty, and our miseries with their joys, never looking at that wherein they also are defective, nor upon those evils wherein they have their share, then can we never want sorrow and discontent, because we are our own tormentors, nor live at ease with comfort and quietness, seeing we pick quarrels against our own peace, and whip ourselves with rods of our own making. And thus have I shown that our contentment is to be found in spiritual and not in worldly things, but for as much as we cannot here have full contentment, because we are not full of grace, nor be thoroughly satisfied with spiritual things, because they are imperfect, and our desires also worldly and carnal, let us above all things labour to attain unto heavenly happiness, and to be partakers of those eternal joys which will fully satisfy without all loathing satiety, seeing by the infinite wisdom and power of God they are of such a nature, that their fullness is accompanied with a continual appetite, so as they do at the same time satisfy and inflame desire, provoke and quench the thirst, and so enlarge the heart perpetually, as that they also fill and content it. And whereas the world's pleasures, like chilblains in the feet, do itch and ache both together, and like the itch make us lose that pleasure by smarting, which we took in scratching, these heavenly joys bring fullness and perpetuity of content, without the mixture of any trouble. So the psalmist telleth us, that in God's presence is fullness of joy, and at his right hand there are pleasures for evermore, that we shall be satisfied with the fatness of God's house, and that God will give us drink out of the rivers of his pleasures. For God shall be unto us all in all, and beholding his face in righteousness we shall be satisfied with his image, as the Scripture teacheth us. For what can suffice if God satisfy not, seeing he is infinite in all goodness, love, loveliness, beauty, wisdom, and all perfections? And therefore if we be once certain of these joys, though it be but by the assurance of faith and hope, we shall not mourn with discontent in the absence of worldly vanities, seeing we shall want them no more. If once this divine brightness hath illuminated our hearts, then we want the candle light when the sun shineth. Now if we would attain unto this assurance of these heavenly joys, we must make Christ our way, for none climbeth thither but by this ladder, and by a lively faith be engrafted into him, that so in him being reconciled, justified, and adopted, we may, being sons, be also heirs of everlasting happiness, as also we must show the fruits of our faith in sanctification of life, seeing the Scriptures plainly teach us, that if we be not sanctified, we are not justified, and if we be not justified, we shall never be saved, that without holiness we shall never see God, that nothing unclean shall enter in thither, and that unless we be regenerate and born again, we can never enter into the kingdom of heaven. And therefore if we would be citizens of the kingdom of glory, we must first pass through the suburbs of grace. We must do God service, if we expect to receive wages, and overcome the spiritual enemies of our salvation, before we can receive the crown of righteousness, and triumph as conquerors in everlasting glory. Chat. Roman 20. Of the unprofitableness of worldly vanities, in comparison of God's spiritual graces and heavenly joys. And thus have I shown the vanity of the world and worldly things, and that by reason hereof they do not satisfy and content us. The next argument which in my general division I propounded to persuade all to a just contempt of them, in comparison of spiritual grace and eternal glory, is their unprofitableness. The which also is a necessary consequent of their vanity, for because they are vain and worthless, therefore they cannot greatly profit those that have them. Whereof it is that the wise man, having shown that all is vanity, presently inferreth that there is no profit under the sun. And holy Samuel exhorteth the people to serve the Lord with all their hearts, and not to turn after vain things, which could not profit nor deliver them, because they were but vanity. And our Saviour Christ telleth us, that it will not at all profit a man, though he gain the whole world, if he lose his soul, as he surely doth, who more esteemeth gold than godliness, and setteth his heart more upon these earthly vanities, than upon God himself, and the eternal joys of his kingdom. So that these worldly things are like unto glittering tinsels, which make a glorious show, but being vain and worthless, serve to no good use, but make those that wear them the prouder only, and not the warmer, as equally letting in the outward wind that cooleth them, and the inward wind of vainglory, whereby they are swelled and puffed up, or like unto clothes full of massy gold, which adorn us unto others, but load us in our own sense. For howsoever worldly vanities make a goodly show to those who never had them, yet their owners find them vain and unprofitable, as being in their greatest need rather cumbersome burdens than sound comforts. But this will better appear in the special examples of honours, riches, and carnal pleasures. For what profit is there in vainglory, the praise of men, and worldly preferments, if we ambitiously affect them, and set our hearts too much upon them, seeing they do not so much extol and magnify us before men, as they abase and vilify us in the sight of God? And what will it profit us to be praised of men, when God and our own consciences shall condemn us, either because we have compassed these honours by evil means, or sin in their fruition, by preferring them in our hearts before God and godliness? What will it avail us, if running ill in the spiritual race we have the applause of the standers-by, if the judge himself censure us as unworthy to receive the garland? It is not these waxen wings of men's praises, which are ready to wind every way with the heat of their affections, and melt and vanish when the scorching sun of affliction ariseth, that will carry us to heaven. Neither is it their dispraises that can hinder us in our ascent, if we be supported with the wings of faith and a good conscience, much less pull us down again, when we are once seated on the throne of glory. And therefore foolish is our course, if we take more pains to seem good in show, than to be so in truth, to have the commendations of men, then the testimony of a good conscience, and be more careful to be applauded of those who must stand at the same bar, than to be approved of our judge, by whom one day we shall be justified or condemned. Neither is there more profit in worldly riches, seeing as our Saviour Christ telleth us, though a man have abundance, yet his life standeth not in his riches, because as elsewhere he speaketh, man liveth not by bread only, but by every word which proceedeth out of the mouth of God. And though a man have never so great store, yet he hath few privileges above him, who hath only necessaries, or some small competency, for as the wise man saith, when goods increase, they are increased that eat them, and what cometh to their owners, but the beholding of them with their eyes. In which respect men abounding with worldly wealth have that benefit by their riches, that stewards have in a great family, by the great sums which are committed to their disposing, whereby at least if they be faithful they only have their care and pains increased whilst they make provision for so many mouths and bellies, and the greater and more difficult reckoning to make, when their masters call them to yield their accounts. For what are rich men but God's stewards, who have their abundance committed unto them, not to spend their superfluity in riot and excess, but to maintain and relieve their fellow servants? And what in this regard do their great receipts profit them, seeing of all they have but meat for their bellies, and clothing for their backs, and of the rest must be accountant to our great Lord and Master how they have bestowed it, when at the great day of his appearing he shall call them to a reckoning. Yea, but being stewards they may allow to themselves a double portion, and all things coming through their hands, they have more liberal maintenance, and a greater share in those rich talents which are committed to their disposing. For example, they have the privilege of full tables and dainty diet, of costly apparel and soft beds, whereas the poorer sort have scant and coarse fare, mean clothes, and hard lodging. To which I answer, that these benefits are exceeded by the inconveniences which do accompany them, and though they were not, yet in the very fruition of these things, wherein they glory most, they have little privilege above them who are scanted of them, seeing howsoever they much exceed them in their store, yet neither in profit nor delight, for the pleasure of eating and drinking consisteth not so much in the daintiness of our fare, as in the disposition of those who sit at the table, seeing he who bringeth with him an hungry appetite and good stomach feedeth on his coarse fare with more delight than he who is glutted with often surfeiting on his most costly cates, although his stomach be whetted with great variety of meats, and innumerable sorts of alluring sauces. But herein the poor have privilege above the rich, because their labour provoketh their appetite, which is satisfied at their meals without surfeiting, either because by reason of the scantness of their provision they cannot, or in respect of the coarseness of their fare they will not exceed due measure, whereas the rich having their stomachs cloyed with insobriety and intemperance, into which they have fallen, whilst their bewitching dainties and variety of dishes have allured them, by pleasing their palate to oppress their stomachs, and wanting the means of labour and exercise to recover them, they have still their hunger prevented with their provision, and so coming to their meals with cloyed appetites, they rather loathe than delight in their daintiest fare, and not knowing whether it were best to eat anything or nothing of all their delicates, they inwardly fret that having so good meat, they have no better stomachs, and repent of their last meal's gluttony, not because they hate their sin, but because they have lost their appetite, and now are deprived of all their pleasure, because they had then too much. Neither have they any great benefit by their bravery above those that go in plain habits, seeing these no less than they attain unto the main ends of apparel, which are to keep us warm and to hide our shame, whereas they by their superfluity gain but more care and trouble, and by displaying these ensigns of pride, expose themselves to the scorn of their superiors, and to the envy of those who are of meaner condition and estate. Finally, they have no great privilege above the poor in respect of their soft beds, rich coverings, and costly canopies, for whereas the chief use of a bed is to sleep in it, and take our rest, the rich do least of all attain unto it, though their lodging be never so easy and gorgeous, partly because their fullness and excess are as great hindrances to rest as hunger and want, and partly because their heads are troubled about their riches, whilst they are thinking either of getting more or of keeping and disposing that they have, whereas poor men which lie harder do sleep much more soundly after their sober meals and their day's labour. And this the wise Solomon observed, the sleep, saith he of him that travaileth, is sweet, whether he eat little or much, but the satiety of the rich will not suffer him to sleep. By all which it appeareth that riches do not greatly profit us, no, not so much as in respect of worldly benefits. Yea, as one saith, it is well with us if we do not receive hurt by their fellowship. It sufficeth that we be not made worse by them, seeing they cannot make us better. It is true indeed that they who abound in wealth have fit opportunity and means of doing the works of mercy and of comforting and doing good unto many, but this privilege they have above the poor only in manifesting the bounty and goodness of their mind unto men, for both are like and equally accepted in the sight of God, the rich man who doth good deeds both with heart and hand, and the poor man, who wanting ability, is only bountiful in his affection and willing desire. Now if this be true of those rich men, who by their use of riches have those usual comforts which they afford, then how much more is it verified of sordidous misers, who howsoever they abound with all manner of wealth, yet their riches are altogether unprofitable unto them. For whilst they think of gathering and scraping more and more, they forget to enjoy that they have, and so of masters become only jailers and keepers of their wealth, having no use of it themselves, nor letting others use it, whereby it cometh to pass, that of all they have nothing, and yet are tormented with the want of all which they have not. So that these are like him who was possessed with that unruly devil, or rather legion of wicked spirits, for this devil of sordidous covetousness will not suffer them to dwell in their houses, because they would not lose the hire, nor to eat meat, or wear their clothes, because they require cost, and hinder their bags from filling, but causeth them in frantic manner to break all bonds of common honesty, to toil and travel by sea and land, to run 1,000 desperate courses, and to wound their heads with cares, and their hearts with grief, whilst they are drawn on with hope to increase their wealth, and when with all this care and danger they have attained to their desires, they have no use or benefit of all that which with so great pain and peril they have scraped together. Like unto them who being athirst spend all their time in drawing water and in filling their cisterns, but yet have no power to drink, though all their vessels do overflow, wherein they commit that miserable folly which the rich fool in the gospel fell into, who though he had abundance of all things, yet never thought of enjoining anything till he was ready to leave all, bidding then his soul to live at ease, to eat, drink, and take it pleasure, when as in the very same night it was taken from him. And this folly the son of S.D.G observed. Some man saith he is rich by his care and misership, and this is the portion of his wages. But when he saith, I have gotten rest, and now will eat continually of my goods, he considereth not that the time draweth near that he must leave all these things unto other men, and die himself. Whereby it appeareth that abundance of wealth bringeth no true profit unto these misers, because they defraud their own souls, not suffering them to enjoy anything they possess. And as Moses only saw the land of Canaan, but for his sin was not permitted to have any share or portion in it, so they have for their miserable covetousness this punishment by God inflicted on them, that they shall only see their goods with their eyes, but never enjoy them for their comfort, and that they shall coil and moil for their successor, oftentimes they not knowing who he shall be, and receive no manner of benefit by their own labours, but as pipes keep none of the water to themselves that runneth through them, but convey all to their cisterns, so they are not able to retain any of the goods which they possess, for their own benefit and comfort, but only serve as overseers to convey them to their heirs, who for the reward of all their painful labour do whilst they live grudge them their lives, as they grudge themselves all the comforts of life, and do not so much love them because they shall hereafter receive much by their care and provision, as loath and hate them, because already they have not received it, they standing in their way, and keeping from them that which they so much covet, and after their death commonly spend in riot and excess, that which they have gotten with miserable niggardliness, seldom remembering their benefactors, unless it be to flout their folly, and inveigh against their sordidous avarice, the which they so much hate and abhor, having seen the wretched fruits of it in their progenitors, that usually they run into the contrary extreme, and become as prodigal as they were niggardly, and so within a while have not that in possession which the other had not in use. So the son of S.D.G saith, that he who gathereth and scrapeth by defrauding his own soul, he gathereth for others, and they shall make good cheer with his goods. By all which it is evident that misers may get much wealth, but no gain or profit, great store of riches, but no goods, for that only is good unto us, whereof we have not the possession alone, but the use and fruition also, whereas, like their bags, they have only the keeping of their money, and have no good, but great hurt by it, whilst like them they are worn out with care and labour, in getting and keeping it, and have no comfort by enjoying it. And thus by this their miserableness, they make God's gifts to be no benefits, and turn his blessings into heavy burdens. So the son of Sirach saith, that riches are not good to a niggard, and what should an envious man do with money? For that is only good and to be esteemed God's blessing, whereby we receive good, and have it in use and fruition, as well as in custody and possession. For so the psalmist saith, when thou eatest the labours of thine hands thou shalt be blessed, and it shall be well with thee. And the preacher teacheth us, that there is no benefit to man in all he enjoyeth, but that he eat and drink, and delight his soul with the profit of his labour, and that we have this of the hand of God. And again, I know that there is nothing good in them, but to rejoice, and to do good in his life, and also that every man eateth and drinketh, and seeth the commodity of all his labour. This is the gift of God, whereby he implyeth that it is a gift, and no gift, or a gift, and no benefit, when God bestoweth goods, and not grace to use them for good purposes, both by rejoicing in their fruition, and by employing part of them to charitable and pious uses. Yea, rather the possession of riches without the use hurteth the owners, and not profiteth them, as being unto them heavy burdens, and causes of the incurable disease of greedy covetousness. So the wise man saith, there is an evil sickness that I have seen under the sun, to wit, which is reserved to the owners thereof for their evil, and these riches perish by evil travail, and he begetteth a son, and in his hand is nothing, as he came forth of his mother's belly, he shall return naked to go as he came, and shall bear away nothing of his labour which he hath caused to pass by his hand. And this also is an evil sickness, that in all points as he came, so shall he go, and what profit hath he, that he hath travailed for the wind? Also all his days he eateth in darkness with much grief, and in his sorrow and anger. Behold then what I have seen good, that it is comely to eat and to drink, and to take pleasure in all his labour wherein he travaileth under the sun, the whole number of the days of his life which God giveth him, for this is his portion. Also to every man to whom God hath given riches and treasures, and giveth him power to eat thereof, and to take his part, and enjoy his labour, this is the gift of God. As though he should say this, and no other, for as for riches without use, they are so far from deserving the name of blessings and benefits, that they are to be reputed curses and heavy judgments. So Job saith of the wicked man, that in lieu of his sin he shall have this punishment laid upon him, that though he should heap up silver as the dust, and prepare raiment as the clay, he may prepare it, but the dust shall put it on, and the innocent shall divide the silver. And the wise man teacheth us, that to a man that is good in God's sight, he giveth wisdom, and knowledge, and joy, but to the sinner he giveth pain to gather and to heap, to give him that is good before God. This also is vanity and vexation of spirit. And elsewhere, he that loveth silver shall not be satisfied with silver, and he that loveth riches shall be without the fruit thereof. Yea, so heavily doth this judgment of God sit upon them, that afterwards he preferreth untimely and abortive birth, before such a miserable and wretched life. And the son of Sirach saith, that there is nothing worse than when one envieth himself, and that this is the reward of his wickedness. And thus it appeareth that riches are unprofitable to those who set their hearts upon them. The like also may be said of carnal pleasures, which if they be over highly valued, and too much affected, do us no good, but are as unprofitable as either of the other. And this the wise Solomon teacheth us by his own experience, for having sought to please himself with all manner of delights, and denied no joy to his heart which it could desire, concludeth at last that he could find no profit in any of them but vanity and vexation of spirit. If therefore he who had all the delights which a great kingdom, a peaceable and prosperous reign, and abundance of all worldly blessings, were able to yield unto him, could not, after he had tried many conclusions, to give his heart joy and pleasure, find any profit in any of them. How unprofitable are our delights like to prove, who want these plentiful means wherein he abounded, and have all our comforts crossed with many miseries, from which he was privileged. But if we would further consider, that alone is to be esteemed truly profitable, which doth profit us in our place and calling, and advanceth the main ends at which we aim, we should plainly perceive how little profit there is in pleasure, for we are called to the state of Christianity to be the servants and children of God, and the main end which we propound in all our doings and proceedings is to glorify God in our own salvation, to finish our course with joy, and to pass the time of our pilgrimage so in God's fear, as that in the end of our lives we may arrive at our heavenly country, and inherit those eternal joys. But alas, how little do worldly pleasures, especially when they are too much esteemed and affected in these respects, profit us. How slenderly do they advance these ends and further us in this way, yea rather how much do they enamage us, and either slacken our pace or quite hinder us in this spiritual race. Whilst being so besotted on these earthly delights, we never think of our heavenly joys, or spend that precious time in vain sports, wherein we should labour to furnish our hearts with God's spiritual and saving graces, and attain unto certain assurance that we have our part and interest in that eternal happiness. Or finally, whilst being pampered with these worldly pleasures, we are made so pursy and short-winded, that we can take no pains in running this spiritual race, but either sit down in the midway for want of spiritual strength, or being utterly discouraged and out of hope of ever coming to the goal and obtaining the garland, return back again to the world that we may take our fill of pleasures, and glut ourselves with carnal delights. But concerning the hurt which we take by worldly things abused through our corruption, I shall have occasion to speak more hereafter. Here only I am to show that they are unprofitable, which that we may more clearly understand, let us further consider, that howsoever they may somewhat help us in some small trifles, and in attaining unto our ends in some base and slight things, yet they are altogether unprofitable in furthering our main ends at which we should aim, as neither deriving unto us any great and desirable good, nor yet freeing or helping us in our greatest difficulties, and most heavy and dangerous evils. For first, these outward things do not impart unto us any essential goodness, or by having them make us better than those that want them. They do not make us more estimable in God's sight, for he accepteth not the persons of princes, and regardeth not the rich more than the poor, for they be all the work of his hands. Neither doth he measure men's goodness by their goods, but by their godliness. For better saith the wise man is the poor that walketh in his uprightness, than he that perverteth his ways, though he be rich. They do not make us better in ourselves, for seeing they are not any way essential unto us, but outward accidents, we have nothing added to our perfection when we have them, nor anything diminished when we want them. That which truly maketh us better bettereth our being, and addeth some perfection to our essence. Now whereas we have a double being, one by generation as men, another by regeneration as Christians, the excellency of the former consisteth in the perfection of reason, and of the latter in true godliness, and therefore seeing these outward things neither make us more reasonable, nor yet more godly and religious, they do not at all make us better, our goodness consisting in those things which they further not. If therefore we excel in the use of reason, and in the knowledge and practice of true religion, our goodness is not impaired when all these fail us. But if we be defective in them, and be either foolish men, or lame and bastardly Christians, these outward ornaments will be but like gay hangings on rotten and broken walls, which commend us to the sight and view of others, but do not better us in ourselves, by stopping our breaches, and repairing our ruins. And as those who are sick of the dropsy seem fat and in good liking to those who are far off, whereas it plainly appeareth to those who look upon them nearer hand, that their beauty proceedeth not from the good habitude of their bodies, but from their fullness of humours, which is the true cause of their disease. So those who abound with these outward things may seem better and more happy than others, to those that view them at the first sight, but those who better consider of them easily find that it is but a diseased beauty which commendeth them, and that they are not in truth bettered by all these things, but rather the diseases and spiritual sicknesses of their souls increased, and made more desperate and incurable. Let us not therefore account ourselves bettered by these outward things, for then our goods and goodness will both at once fail us, but by those things in which our excellency consisteth, and which being in us, and peculiar to ourselves, do make us justly to be preferred before all other creatures. We know that a player is not better than his fellows, because he acteth a king's part, seeing all his excellency is in his outward habit, and nothing in his person, and if another acteth his part better, he is preferred far before him, though he sustain the meanest and basest personage, because his worth is measured, not by his gay clothes, but by his excellency in his own faculty and profession. A surgeon is not commended because he goeth in brave apparel, but for his great skill in curing wounds, and the scholar is not magnified for his fair house, or full chests, but for his excellency in all manner of knowledge and learning. Neither is the pilot praised, because he hath a fair ship gilt with gold and well rigged, but for his skill in navigation, and care in using all his knowledge for the good of the passengers. And thus also it is in other creatures, for the vine is not praised for its fair leaves, straight body, and good timber, but for its fruitfulness in bearing good and pleasant grapes. Neither is the horse bettered by his rich saddle, and golden trappings, seeing his goodness consisteth not in these things which may at night be taken from him, but in his shape, strength, soundness, good pace, and sure travelling. And so the excellency and goodness of a Christian consisteth not in these outward things, as honours, riches, pleasures, but in the fruits of godliness, which he oftentimes beareth better, and in greater abundance whenas he is pruned, and these outward superfluities taken away, not in his gay habit and rich furniture, but in his swiftness and sureness in running the spiritual race, which he commonly best performeth when he is lightened and unloaded of this worldly bravery. If these earthly things would serve to enrich our souls with God's spiritual graces, if they would purchase Christ, and procure for us the rich robes of his righteousness, if they would further us, and make us more courageous and constant in the profession of God's truth, and in the practice of all Christian duties, then were they indeed much to be esteemed, as being truly profitable. But the base as well as the honourable have their part in the glad tidings of the gospel, and the poor as well as the rich, for Christ is gotten and applied by faith, and not with wealth, and his graces after which our souls thirst are bought without money, as the prophet speaketh. And therefore the Apostle Peter, in the abundance of spiritual graces, wanting these outward things, professeth, that he had neither gold nor silver. Neither do they enable us to make our Christian profession in the time of danger, or embolden us to suffer for the testimony of the truth. Nay, rather we are most cowardly in performing these duties, when we most abound with these earthly vanities, and when honour and riches are silent for fear of loss. Poverty and meanness make a bold profession. Whilst Nicodemus, a great ruler, stealeth to Christ by night, the poor fishermen follow him at noonday. And hereof it is that when the most bold profession was to be made, and the greatest persecutions to be suffered for the name of Christ, not only the immoderate loving and desiring, but even the possessing of these worldly things more than for necessary use were forbidden, because Christ knew well enough that their possession procured love unto them, and their love wrought a fear of being bereaved of the things beloved, and this fear made them cowardly and backward in doing or suffering any great thing for Christ and the gospel. And thus it generally appeareth, that these worldly things do not better us in that which is best and most desirable, the which also might be easily shown in the special instances of honours, riches, and carnal pleasures. For these worldly honours, being things outward and accidental, do no more better the persons of those that have them, nor make them more eminent and high in true worth and self-excellency, than it increaseth a man's stature when he showeth himself in the top of a tree, and therefore as he were ridiculous, who being a dwarf, should boast of his tallness, because he hath gotten an high standing, so no less absurd were he to be esteemed, who being advanced unto eminent place of honour and dignity, should think himself bettered by this outward addition, being otherwise destitute of virtue, worth, and self-excellency, the essential parts of true nobility. For without these he is bettered only in place, and not in person, and having aspired to that height, not by virtue and desert, but by the vanity and proud ambition of his heart, his highness of place may rather be ascribed to his vain lightness, than to his solid goodness, even as the chaff lieth higher than the wheat, because it is lighter, and not because it is better. Neither are we made better by worldly riches in those respects wherein we are chiefly good, because these are inward and spiritual, and those external and accidental, in regard whereof one truly saith, that those who not having in them any good parts or self-excellency do measure their goodness by their goods, are like unto a penny purse full of money, which hath all it worth from that which it containeth, and therefore is contemned as a thing of no value when it is emptied of the silver. And in the same respect they are not unfitly compared to the sheep with the golden fleece, for when the skin was much sought after by all the gallants of Greece, the body in the meantime was contemned, and respected of none. Neither in truth doth this outward wealth make us better and more estimable before either God or good men, if they be severed from the chief riches, spiritual grace, and true godliness. For Job telleth us that God respecteth the rich no more than the poor, and that he regardeth not our riches and our gold. The psalmist saith, that a small thing to the just man is better than great riches to the wicked and mighty, and the wise man teacheth us, that the poor is better who walketh in his uprightness, than he that perverteth his ways, though he be rich, and preferreth a poor and wise child before an old and foolish king that will no more be admonished. And as God doth not regard any for their wealth, so neither do the godly value any according to their gold, but according to their goodness. For as one saith, it is not meet to despise the poor man that hath understanding, neither is it convenient to magnify the rich, that is a wicked man. So that riches are so far from being able to make us glorious in heaven, that they have no sufficiency in them to make us honourable on earth, so far from commending us unto God, that they do not advance our worth and esteem in the judgment of godly men. And therefore the Apostle James taxeth and reproveth those, who respected the persons of rich worldlings more than poor Christians, or one exceeding in wealth, before another surpassing him in godliness, saying to the one because he hath a gold ring and gay apparel, sit thou here in a good place, and to the other because he is in mean attire, stand thou there, or sit here under my footstool, because having no skill in Christian heraldry they took upon them to dispose of places, seating him in a lower place who is of better descent, of a more noble house, better styled, and better mannered, even a child of God, and heir of heaven, because of his plain habit, and advancing another of base quality, the child of the devil, and slave of sin, because he is clothed in rich apparel. And surely this error must needs be foul, for if riches will not give us precedence before those who are honourable in the world, if they will not purchase true nobility, nor place us in the seat of true honour, or if they do, yet this honour is esteemed base, as being tied to their wealth, rather than to their persons. For if every one account it base to have all his esteem for his servant's sake, it is much more base to be esteemed only for his money's sake, which is of less excellency. Then how much less can this riches entitle us to the true nobility of a Christian, which chiefly consisteth in virtues and true godliness, which are free gifts of God's rich grace, and never to be bought for any money. Finally, we are not bettered by worldly pleasures in those main things wherein the goodness of a Christian chiefly consisteth. We are not furthered by them in our course of godliness, nor made more zealous in God's service. We are not by them weaned from, but rather wedded unto the world, nor helped forward, but rather hindered in attaining unto our heavenly joys. Yea, so far they from bettering us in the best things, and advancing us to the fruition of spiritual grace and eternal glory, that they do not better us in worldly things, for they do not prolong life but shorten it, nor preserve health but impair it, nor make us honourable but disgrace us, nor enrich our estate, but rather impair and beggar it. How unprofitable and contemptible therefore are these vanities, which neither make us better to God, nor to the world, neither more honest in ourselves, nor more honourable in others' estimation. Romans 21. That worldly things profit not to the attaining of those things which are chiefly good, nor to the avoiding of our greatest evils. But let us descend to some particulars, and we shall easily see that these worldly things neither help us to the attaining of those things which are unto us chiefly good, nor to the avoiding of our greatest evils. They do not enrich our minds with true virtue and God's saving graces. They do not make us more humble, merciful, patient, zealous, nor any other way religious. Yea, rather doth not common experience teach us that worldly prosperity is a stepmother to virtue, those being most destitute of it, who most abound in worldly things, and they most rich in spiritual grace, who are most wanting in them. Do we not continually see with our own eyes that it is not those who are advanced to the highest honours, nor those who abound in wealth, and wallow themselves in worldly delights, that frequent the school of virtue and godliness, the church and house of God, or if they do, are so apt to learn spiritual instruction, and to profit in the knowledge of God's saving truth, but those who are of mean condition, poor estate, and afflicted with worldly crosses. So as it may be truly said, that those who go on foot, yea, those who are old and decrepit, sick, lame, and blind, do make more diligent speed, and go much faster to the church of God, the spiritual marketplace of our souls, wherein they are furnished with all virtues and saving graces, than those who ride on their footcloths, and are swiftly hurried in their gilded coaches, or they who have best health, most strength, and the greatest share in all manner of worldly happiness. And therefore, as sobriety and abstinence preserve our bodily health, and help to free us from those diseases which come of fullness and repletion, so the want or sparing use of these worldly things preserves the health of our souls, making them strong and vigorous in grace and virtue, whereas the glutting satiety of earthly vanities corrupts the mind, abates our spiritual strength, and fills us full of the corrupt humours of vice and sin. And as they do not help to sow in us inwardly the seeds of grace, so neither do they cause us to bring forth outwardly the fruits of godliness. For howsoever the ambitious man hath attained unto honours and preferments, whereby he is enabled to defend the weak and to shelter the poor under the shadow of his protection, yet either is his mind so wholly taken up with his purposes and plots of rising, that he hath no leisure to think of the poor, or scorneth to have his thoughts fixed on such mean subjects, or finding some strong opposition, dare not be seen in the poor man's cause, lest crossing his compeers in their will, they should cross him in his next preferment, or finally so spendeth his whole state in bribes, and wearieth all his friends in his own suits, for his further advancement, that he hath neither will, leisure, nor means to do good unto any in distress, nor to relieve the necessities of those that are afflicted. So likewise they who set their hearts upon pleasures, though they abound in superfluity, yet are they most poor in charity and in the works of mercy, for as they exceed in wealth, so also in riot and excess, and all they can rake together is little enough to minister to their voluptuousness, and to consume in pleasures. Yea, so wholly are they set on their delights, that they had rather spend many pounds in feasts and banqueting, in masques and shows, sports and pastimes, than to give a few shillings towards the relief of a poor Christian, and can more willingly find in their hearts that many should perish for want of food, than to abate the least part of their pleasure, or deny unto their never satisfied souls any one delight. Finally, if a man set his heart upon the earthly mammon, though he abound in wealth, yet is he sure to be most poor in good works, though he flow in the plenty of means whereby he is enabled to do good, and to exercise his bounty in the works of mercy, yet are his fruits and good works at the lowest ebb, because his covetous mind still maketh him believe that he hath never enough for his own store. And by reason of this insatiable greediness, these rich misers are ever ready, like sponges, to suck up any gain and profit, but when they have it, will part with none, unless they be pressed, and as it were crushed with violence or importunity. Though Nabal was exceeding rich, and able to feast his followers like a king, yet it was neither the desert nor humble suite of David that could obtain at his hands the least pittance of his abounding plenty. Though the rich man in the gospel took care enough, and more than he needed, to fill his barns, yet so careless was he in doing good, that when his barns were over full, he rather resolved to enlarge them to his great cost and trouble, than he would part with any of his store in doing the works of mercy, and relieving those who stood in need. And though Dives went in purple and fine linen, and fared deliciously every day, yet could he not spare the very crumbs that fell from his table, to keep poor Lazarus from perishing with hunger. So that, as the son of S.D.G speaketh, if the covetous man doth any good, he doth it not knowing thereof, and against his will, and rather than he will part with his wealth to any good uses, he will part with his soul, and utterly abandon the means of his own salvation, as we may see in the example of the rich young man in the Gospel, who heard Christ with some patience, till he told him of parting with his goods towards the relief of the poor, but then he goeth away sorrowful, because he could not save his soul, and reserve his mammon too, and desireth no further to have part in Christ, or in his heavenly instructions. And this cometh to pass, because riches do naturally inflame the hearts of covetous men towards them, and love making them loath to part with the thing loved, causes them rather to reserve their wealth with the hazard of their souls. Then they will ascertain themselves of the least loss, by feeding the hungry, and supplying the necessities of those that want. In regard whereof these covetous wretches may be fitly likened to the mineral mountains, which are full of gold and silver, but barren and unfruitful, for so barren he is in good works, that as one saith he never doth well but when he dieth, seeing then he hath an end of his insatiable covetousness, and setteth at liberty those riches for the good of others, which were long enthralled in a wretched bondage. For whilst he liveth he will part with nothing which he possesseth, but rather than the poor shall share with him in any part of his superfluity, he will spend it on his back in excessive bravery, on his horse in rich furniture, yea, upon his senseless walls, and the very floor whereon he treadeth. Furthermore, these worldly things do not make those merry and cheerful, who most abound with them, if their hearts and affections be seated on them. He that doteth upon honours doth not so much joy in 20 gotten preferments, as he doth fret at one missed, nor rejoiceth in that he is advanced before many, but is vexed because he seeth any preferred before him. Neither is he so much cheered in his mind, because he hath the reverence and obeisance of cap and knee from almost all men, as he is tormented if any one man wilfully denieth him that duty and observance which he expecteth, his proud heart making him believe that his worth well deserveth it. So when Haman, being surfeited with joy, in regard of the king's especial favour, came forth and saw Mordecai neglect him, in the midst of his jollity and gladness, he was filled with indignation, and like a forlorn man, full of discontent, he retireth himself home, and telleth his wife and friends of all his riches, glory, and special favours which he had received both from the king and queen, but concludeth that all the honour which he had from all besides Mordecai did him no good, because he alone did not respect and reverence him. So what pleasure and delight hath he, who abounding in riches, doth set his heart upon them, more than the poor man, who hath but a small competency, and only necessaries to relieve him? Yea, doth not this man sleep more soundly, feed more savourly and with greater delight, look more cheerfully, and rejoice more heartily than he who is overburdened with his abundance? For whilst he securely enjoyeth that he hath, and contenteth himself if he have but necessaries to sustain nature, the other is not so much delighted with that he hath, as he is vexed because he hath no more, nor rejoiceth so much in that he is rich, as he grieveth to see any richer. And this maketh him to beat his brains, and oppress his mind, and spend his strength with worldly cares, and with multitude of business, either that he may get more, or at least safely keep that he already hath. And when in his great state anything miscarrieth, or he by any casualty sustaineth some trifling loss, he eateth out his heart with grief, and is more fretted and vexed by losing that little, than he is cheered and delighted with all the rest which he still enjoyeth. In a word, if a man's heart be set upon covetousness, he taketh comfort and pleasure in nothing which doth not bring unto him some profit, nor in these things neither, if as they seldom do they do not in gain answer his expectation. He taketh no pleasure in beholding the heavens, because they send not down silver showers. The sun in his chief glory delighteth him not, because it doth not shine with golden beams. Yea, he hath no comfort and joy in God himself, no further than he expecteth from him gain and profit. Contrariwise, he spendeth his days in murmuring and repining, always caring and fearing, and never being at rest. If there be fair weather, he straight complaineth of drought. If a little fowl come, he saith all will be drowned and rotted. He is alike discontented with great plenty, and with great dearth, the one because he envieth his neighbour, the other because he feareth to want himself. And fain would he, if he could tell how, have plenty in his own fields, and scarcity in other men's, superfluity at home, and dearth abroad, that he might sell his corn at the dearer rate. In respect of all which cares, fears, and griefs, the covetous man's life, though he be never so rich, is compared to a funeral feast, which hath abundance of all things saving mirth and comfort. An example whereof we have in Ahab, who though he possessed a kingdom, yet because he desired, and could not of Naboth's vineyard, was so far from rejoicing in all that he had, that he was even sick with grief, casting himself on his bed, and refusing his food, as though he had lost all, whereas he only wanted that which he never had. So that it is not a kingdom of wealth that will purchase to a covetous man a dram of pleasure, it being so ordered by God's wise and gracious providence, that pleasures should not be purchased with gold and silver, for then rich men would have engrossed them into their own hands to sell them again at dearer rates, but rather he would have them bought with the coin of labour and necessity, that the poor might have a larger share in them than they who abound in wealth. And contrariwise hath joined grief, care, and cumbersome trouble with riches and abundance, that no man should immoderately desire them. So the Apostle saith, that the desire of money is the root of all evil, which while some lusted after, they erred from the faith, and pierced themselves thorough with many sorrows. Finally, even the pleasures of the world are void of all pleasure and sound delight, for seeing they chiefly consist in those things which delight the flesh, and satisfy the carnal appetite, they are seldom used without sin, which in those whose consciences are not quite seared, hath such a sting accompanying it, that it marreth all their mirth, leaving after a short and vanishing pleasure which a little while delighteth the eye, ear, and palate, or at utmost reacheth no further than the throat, much trouble and anguish of mind. For what is worldly pleasure, but as one calleth it, unpunished wickedness, which consisteth chiefly in revelling and riot, in fornication and uncleanness, in vain sights and shows, in gluttony and drunkenness, and this is the world's delight, if impunity also be joined with it. Now seeing every one of us hath a law without us, forbidding and condemning sin, and a conscience within us accusing us as transgressors, and applying unto us those threatenings of heavy judgments which the law denounceth against sinners, therefore it is not possible for worldly men to take any sound and solid joy and comfort in these sinful delights, but when they seem most jocund and pleasant, they rejoice, as the Apostle speaketh, only in the face, and not in the heart. And as the wise man saith, their laughter is madness, like to the laughter of frantic men, which is only from the teeth outward, and not natural and kindly, or unto those who are tickled, which laugh in their torment, as though they were ravished with joy, when as inwardly they are vexed, and not delighted. And as the mourning and sorrow of the faithful is not to be reputed any extreme and bitter grief, because it is mixed with so much joy and comfort, and therefore the Apostle maketh it but a seeming sorrow, where he saith, as sorrowing, and yet always rejoicing, so contrariwise wicked worldlings have no true joy in their worldly pleasures, which is proper and peculiar unto faithful men, in their honest delights, which are warranted by the word, and approved by their own conscience, but only a counterfeit semblance thereof, so that it may as truly be said of them, as rejoicing, and yet always sorrowing. For they that laugh when they do evil, they laugh, but they rejoice not. And as one saith, there is no truer misery than this false joy. Now if any worldlings boast that they securely enjoy their delights, without any such pangs and terrors, it is a manifest argument, that they have a seared conscience and hard heart, and are given over of God to a reprobate mind, and to commit sin with greediness, till God's wrath from heaven be revealed against them. And consequently they of all other are most sharply punished, whenas they have no sense of their punishment, and are most severely beaten, whenas they brag that they do not smart. Lastly, whereas it is one of the chief comforts in this life to be in the love and favour of God and men, outward prosperity and abundance of these earthly things assureth us of neither of them, for it is not a sign that we are chosen of Christ, that the world loveth us, seeing it loveth only his own, and hateth those who follow Christ. It is not a sign of our adoption when we flourish in prosperity, seeing the Lord chastiseth all those whom he loveth, and they are bastards and not sons whom he correcteth not, whereas contrariwise wicked men do most flourish in prosperity, as before I have shown. It is no good sign that we are in the way to heaven when we have all we can wish, and find all things about us pleasant and comfortable, seeing the Scriptures teach us that those must first be conformable unto Christ in sufferings, who afterwards must be conformable unto him in glory, that the way to eternal happiness is afflicted and strait, and that by manifold tribulations we must enter into the kingdom of heaven. Again, this state of prosperity assureth us not of the favour of men, yea rather it maketh us utterly uncertain who are our friends, and who are not, for they who flourish in the world have many friends in show, and few in truth, seeing they are friends to their prosperity, and not to themselves. They honour their places and not their persons. It is the idol of wealth which the root adoreth, and not the ass that beareth it. It is the honey of profit which these hungry flies haunt, and not the pot that keepeth it, which being clean washed, and the honey put into another vessel, they straight leave that, and as eagerly follow this. It is not the man but mirth which is affected, and so long as they banquet, feast, and sport together, they make great love and friendship one to another, but let the bond of pleasure be once broken, by want or sickness, and these friends are straightway scattered. And yet are men so blinded with self-love, that being in prosperity, they think they have so many friends as they have flatterers, and howsoever their own hearts tell them, that they themselves fawn upon many whom they do not affect, and burn to a number whom they do not inwardly honour, and keep company with divers, not for any great love to their persons, but because they are fit instruments of their pleasure and delight. Yet such an opinion they have of their own worth, that they do not once imagine that others pay them with their own coin, but verily think that they are in good sadness, though themselves jest, and that all the honour and respect, love and friendship which other men show unto them, is simple and from the heart, though they know that themselves make as fair a show, and yet do but counterfeit and dissemble. And thus it appeareth that these worldly things do not profit in helping us to attain unto those things which are most estimable, but besides they are alike unprofitable for the freeing of us from the greatest evils, and succouring and delivering us in our greatest extremities. So the prophet Samuel calleth them vain things which cannot profit us, nor deliver us, because they are but vanity. For first, they do not free us from dangers, nor deliver us when we are fallen into them, only in the time of security and peace. They promise us immunity and freedom from perils, and in the time of danger they allure us to rely upon them, but when we come into our greatest extremities, they prove but reeds and broken staves, which do not support us, but rather wound our hearts with grief, whenas we see ourselves forsaken of those things in time of need, wherein we placed our chief confidence. And as those who having fallen into the water, and are in danger of drowning, do as they are falling, or whilst they are floating on the water, catch hold on that which is next at hand, never considering whether it be sufficient to stay and hold them up, and so their support proving weak and rotten, faileth and falleth with them. So worldly men, being ready to fall into the pit of danger, do suddenly catch hold of the weak and brittle stays of earthly things, because they are near them and subject to their sense and sight, but they fail in their greatest extremity, and notwithstanding any help which they will can afford, they may well be drowned in a sea of dangers, and perish whilst they hold those two weak stays between their hands. And as they do not at all help us themselves, so do they disappoint and utterly deprive us of our chief hope and help which we should have in God, partly whilst trusting unto them for deliverance, we either not at all, or but in formal and faint manner have our recourse unto him, and crave his help, and partly because they have made us so to offend and displease God, that he will not help us. For when we have in the time of our peace and prosperity given our hearts, which is God's proper due, unto these earthly idols, and have loved and trusted in these creatures more than in the Creator, never leaving them or leaning towards him, till we have plainly found their insufficiency and our own error, then though we call upon God he will not hear us. Though we fly unto him he will not help us, but will in the time of our adversity leave us unto those idols for succour and deliverance, upon which in the time of our prosperity we rested and relied, and suffer us to fall in our own ruin, which we have brought upon ourselves by our vain confidence. Thus the wise man telleth us, that he who trusteth in his riches shall fall, and Job coucheth both these together, showing that neither will the worldling pray, nor the Lord hear him in the time of trouble. What hope saith he hath the hypocrite when he hath heaped up riches? If God take away his soul, will God hear his cry when trouble cometh upon him? Will he set his delight upon the Almighty? Will he call upon God at all times? So that, as one saith in respect of immunity from dangers, they may sleep more securely who are rich in their consciences, than they who are rich in these earthly vanities, for the all-sufficient God being the staff of their stay, upholdeth and supporteth them in the day of danger. But these who put their trust in these worldly things may truly say with the wicked, we have made falsehood our refuge, and under vanity are we hid, for the Lord will bring upon them the evils which they feared not. And in their greatest extremity he will make the cords of their confidence as weak as a rotten thread, exposing them to the laughter and scorn of all the godly, because they having left the Lord, their sure and sufficient hold, and rested upon these broken reeds for help, have caught a downfall through their own folly. So the psalmist saith, that when God shall execute judgment in the destruction of these wicked worldlings, the righteous shall see it and fear, and shall laugh at them, saying, Behold the man that took not God for his strength, but trusted in the multitude of his riches, and strengthened himself in his substance. But I say he shall be like a green olive tree in the house of God, for I have trusted in the mercy of God for ever and ever. Furthermore, the abundance of these earthly things doth not cure the body of sicknesses and diseases, which not being removed make all the world's comforts merely uncomfortable. It is not worldly preferments, nor the praises of men, nor the highest seat, that will cure the gout, apoplexy, consumption, and the rest. It is not the cap and the knee which will preserve them to whom these courtesies are done, from stooping unto sickness. It is not the honourable garter that will cure the gout, or the chair of estate that will help the stone and colic, nor the crown itself that will ease the headache. Neither are riches more profitable for these purposes, for though a man have goodly houses, rich furniture, great revenues, and abundance of gold and silver, yet all will not prevent the least sickness before it cometh, nor free him of it when it hath seized on him. Yea, rather they are causes of weakening the strength and impairing the health. For who seeth not by continual experience that the poor do much excel the rich, countrymen, citizens, and servants their masters in health and strength, being much more able to endure hunger and thirst, heat and cold, watching and painful labour, and to continue in these laborious employments without any great weariness, and with much cheerfulness, which in an instant would quite tire the other. And this cometh to pass, first, because riches do make men wanton and effeminate, whilst they over tenderly look to their body, not suffering it to endure any hardness, but inuring it to warmth, daintiness, and ease, which in a while custom maketh so necessary, that they cannot want anything which they have before used without impairing of their health. Secondly, because either in getting, keeping, or disposing their riches, or else by all these joined together, their heads are filled with cares, which will not let them sleep, nor take their rest, without which health cannot long continue. So the wise man saith, that the abundance of the rich will not suffer them to sleep, whereas the labouring man sleepeth soundly, whether it be much or little that he eateth. And the son of Sirach telleth us, that waking after riches doth pine away the body, and the care thereof driveth away sleep. This waking care breaketh the sleep, as a great sickness breaketh it. Thirdly, they impair the health, as they minister food to voluptuousness whereon it surfeiteth, in regard whereof one demandeth what we gain by our riches, but drunkenness, gluttony, and absurd pleasures of all sorts, which do more hurt and torment us than most cruel masters their slaves and bondmen. Lastly, they prepare the seeds for all sicknesses and diseases through their idleness, for making it not only a matter of ease, but of honour and state, to abstain from all labour themselves, and to do all their business by their servants and deputies. They lose that needful exercise which preserveth health, and for want of stirring suffer hurtful humours to increase and abound in them. Neither have they that stomach and appetite to their meat, which they that labour have, but come to their full tables, with fuller bellies and cloyed appetites, and so either eat nothing, or that which is worse, against their stomachs. And whereas they who take pains need no other sauce but salt and hunger to sharpen their appetite, because exercise helpeth their digestion, and reneweth their hunger, which giveth a good relish to their coarsest fare, and maketh it wholesome nourishment for their bodies. Contrariwise, they who spend their time in sloth and idleness, wanting this help for their concoction, come to the table, having their stomachs full of the last meal's crudities, which maketh them to loathe their greatest dainties, and so either to fast, or to replenish and cram their bellies with renewed gluttony. And as this abundance being usually abused doth impair health, so being sick, it commonly doth not help us, but hinder our recovery. And whereas the poor sort are much less prone unto sickness, or being sick, commonly need not the physician's help, having only some kitchen physic, and known remedies, which being helped with the strength of their nature, do easily restore them to their health. The richer sort do more easily, and often fall into diseases, of which through their effeminate weakness and want of natural strength they cannot recover, and therefore are fain to fly to the physician upon every slight occasion, from many of which they receive so much the slower help, by how much the greater store of money they have to bestow upon them. And if they be not men of the better conscience, all the good their wealth doth is to betray them unto further torment, and to make their lives to become a prey. By all which it appeareth that riches do neither preserve health, nor cure diseases. Yea, rather it may be truly said, that the halls of the rich are the chief quarters where diseases inhabit. For as worms soonest breed in softest woods, and cankers most commonly gall and fret the goalest trees, which are fullest of sap, so sicknesses most easily cease upon such bodies as are made most soft and effeminate with ease, wantonness, and luxurious abundance, they having all diseases incident to others, common unto them, and certain kinds of sicknesses proper and peculiar to themselves, with which a man shall seldom hear that any poor man is troubled, as gouts, palsies, apoplexies, and such like, which are commonly the fruits of too great ease and plenty. The like also may be said of worldly pleasures, which being immoderately loved, and excessively used, may well for the time delight the sick, but can never cure the sickness. Yea, rather, if we ask the physicians, they will tell us, that as temperance and abstinence from these voluptuous pleasures is a special means both to preserve and recover health, so the overmuch use of them is the chief cause of all sicknesses and diseases, and a notable hindrance unto the recovery of our health, when by any other accident it is impaired. For as one saith, he that inureth a weak and sickly body to excessive voluptuous pleasures is like unto him who launcheth a leaking and rotten ship into the main, for they do not cure his maladies, but making open passages to let in a whole flood of more desperate diseases, they do in the end rack and sink him. Hence it is that the Grecians, as one well observed, called the intemperate, and they who wanted health by the same name, only with the difference of one letter, to note the great affinity that is between sickness and intemperance. The which, as it is true of the immoderate use of all kinds of pleasures, so especially of those which consist in eating and drinking, for howsoever the sober and moderate use of meats and drinks is a means ordained of God to preserve and recover health and strength, and to affect us also with honest delights, yet when men set their hearts upon these pleasures, and place a kind of happiness in abundant and dainty fare, they impair their health, and bring upon themselves innumerable dangerous and desperate diseases, for filling their stomachs with crude and indigested humours, and their heads with fumes. they within a while are vexed with megrims, palsies, consumptions, agues, gouts, and what not. So that dearly do they buy that short pleasure which they take in eating and drinking, which at the furthest extendeth but to the throat, whilst their divers kinds of disagreeing meats being put into the same belly do conflict one with another, and so overburden and vex the distended stomach with their intestine dissension, that they occasion these voluptuous epicures to complain of the last meal's plenty, or of the unwholesomeness or ill cooking of some dish the next day, whereas they might more justly complain of their own gluttony and intemperance, which present discommodity is commonly attended upon with grievous and tedious diseases, as I have shown. In regard whereof the Grecians fitly call gluttony the throat, or belly frenzy, for what greater madness can be imagined, than for a short and brutish pleasure to lose the comfort of continual health, and to sustain the torments of tedious sicknesses? Yea, in truth, these gluttonous epicures unwittingly deprive themselves of their main end, which is their pleasure, for as temperate diet and mean fare is the mother, not only of health, but also of delight, so contrariwise excess and satiety, as it is the cause of many diseases, so also of loathsome dislike, for where there is fullness there is no appetite, and where appetite wanteth, there can be no pleasure in eating and drinking. But these voluptuous pleasures which consist in meats and drinks, as they commonly deprive men of health and delight, so also of life itself, whilst their epicurism and gluttony maketh way for diseases, and diseases for death. The which doth not alone seldom fall out by some rare happening accident, but so frequently and daily, that wise observers have not doubted to affirm that many more have died through gluttony than by the sword. So the son of S.D.G saith, that by surfeit many have perished, but he that dieteth himself prolongeth his life. With whom another agreeing saith, that gluttony hath killed many, but spared diet none. Wine hath hurt innumerable men, but abstemious sobriety no man. Many have lost their lives, or at least have received their death's wound even at their banquets, defiling their tables with their own blood, but not any have miscarried with temperate diet. Yea, howsoever famine is much more feared, yet in truth feasting is much more dangerous, both because innumerable numbers more perish by gluttony than by want, and also because it bringeth them to their journey's end by a much more foul and tedious way. For whereas famine riddeth men out of their pain in a few days, this putrefieth and rotteth them as it were inch meal, and by tedious consumptions and lingering torments bringeth them at last to terrible, but yet often wished deaths. Nevertheless such is the folly of the most that they flee famine because of his fearful visage, though few perish by it, and that by a more easy, or at least much more speedy death, and hug gluttony in their bosoms, because a short pleasure accompanieth it, though it bring innumerable multitudes to much more foul and loathsome destruction. And thus you see that these worldly things little avail us when we lie upon our sick beds. But though they could profit us for the curing of some ordinary and natural diseases, by procuring us physic and better diet, yet how unable are they to keep back old age, which is the next forerunner of death. For whilst these voluptuous pleasures, like strangers or enemies, devour a man's strength, grey hairs are here and there upon him, and he knoweth it not, as the prophet speaketh in another matter. But though they could also stay the course of time, and we could by their help renew our age like the eagle, yet what will they profit us in the day of God's wrath, when he cometh in visitation to take vengeance on us for our sins? Surely then shall the rich man cast his silver into the streets, and his gold shall be far off. His silver and gold cannot deliver him in the day of the wrath of the Lord. So the wise man saith, that riches avail not in the day of wrath, but righteousness delivereth from death. And therefore the son of S.D.G exhorteth us not to trust in our riches, nor to say that we have enough for our life, for they shall not help in the time of vengeance and indignation. Finally, howsoever these worldly vanities do in the time of peace and security, like the ice bear us up, yet when the hot sun of God's wrath ariseth they shall melt away, and leave us to sink in our greatest extremities. Yea, these earthly things shall in the day of God's visitation be as fuel to his wrath, and make it burn more hot against those who have abused them unto sin. The greater honours that men have, the greater shall be their ignominy and confusion of face at this day, if they have not used them for the advancing of God's glory, and for the countenancing and maintaining of virtue and religion, as also for the discountenancing and suppressing of sin and wickedness. The greater wealth they have, the greater shall be their plagues, if when God cometh to visit, it shall be found that they have not by these rich talents honoured their Lord and Master, and comforted and relieved their fellow servants, but have consumed them on their own lusts in riot and excess. The more they have abounded in voluptuous pleasures, the more shall they abound in pains, if in their mirth they have kept no mean, and have not only recreated and refreshed themselves, but even surfeited in these carnal delights, feeding like the rich glutton deliciously, and going richly apparelled every day, and as the prophet speaketh, drinking wine in bowls, delighting themselves with their sweet music, and stretching themselves on their ivory beds, but in the meantime never remembering the afflictions of Joseph, nor relieving poor Lazarus with the crumbs of his table. But let it be supposed that these earthly vanities could preserve us in safety our whole life, say they were armour of proof to beat back the gunshot of all evils whilst we remain in this worldly warfare, yet what will they profit us when the hour of death approacheth? How vain and insufficient shall we then find them to shield us from this last mortal stroke, yea, to purchase a reprieve even until the next morning? For as they were no helps to our birth and being, so they shall be no impediments to our death and ending. How truly may we then say to them, after that we have our whole life relied on their help, as Job to his friends, miserable comforters are you all, seeing when we most need refreshing, they will not afford unto us any consolation, not unfit in this respect compared to the brooks of Arabia, which are most dry when the passengers stand in most need of water, for when we are tormented with the pangs of death, and are terrified with the threatenings of the law, and vexed with the inward accusations of our own consciences, and affrighted with the apprehension of God's deserved wrath, and assaulted with the subtle and strong temptations of our spiritual enemies, and besides our own griefs, see our friends weeping and lamenting about us, as being loath to part, and yet unable to stay us, when these I say and many other unavoidable evils have beset us, what will it avail us, that we have led our whole life in flourishing prosperity, and abounded in all which our hearts could desire, seeing now they can minister unto us no help in this our last and greatest extremity, but leave and forsake us when we stand in most need of comfort? What comfort shall we then find, that we have sat in the seat of honour, and been advanced to the chief preferments, and have for small or no deserts been famous and glorious in the ears and eyes of men, seeing, as the psalmist saith, these mortal gods must die as a man, and these princes shall fall like others, and when the glory of their house is most increased, they shall take nothing away when they die, neither shall their pomp descend after them, but these honourable personages shall be like to the beasts that perish, and though they have shined in glorious brightness, whilst the lamp of life lasted, yet if their light be not still nourished with the remembrance of their virtues, graces, and good deservings, it shall then go out and vanish away in smoke and stink. What will it profit us that we have multiplied our treasures as the sands of the sea, seeing these golden rays shall then set, and bring no comfort unto us in the night of death? How true then shall we find our Saviour Christ, saying, that our life consisteth not in our riches and abundance? How easily then shall we subscribe to the saying of the wise man, the treasures of unrighteousness profit nothing, but righteousness delivereth from death. Then shall we find the prophet's similitude fitted unto us, as the partridge gathereth the young which she hath not brought forth, so he that getteth riches, and not by right, shall leave them in the midst of his days, and at his end shall be a fool. What will it avail us that we have all our barns full, when as the same night our souls shall be taken from us? To leave rich chests behind us, and to take with us souls quite empty of all grace and goodness. To bequeath much riches to the world, and to carry no good works with us to the seat of judgment? What good will wealth do unto us, which in all our lives we have so dearly loved, as though it were this golden ladder which would mount us up into heaven, seeing at this fearful hour Peter's curse will accompany it, thy money perish with thee, because we thought our heavenly inheritance could be bought with this earthly trash. Finally, what comfort shall we then take in our worldly delights, seeing like a cloud they are vanished away, and have left nothing behind them but grief and heaviness? What pleasure shall we then take in merry company, when as now none but our mourning friends stand about us? Or in our former feasting, and delight in eating and drinking, when as our taste failing us, we can find no sweetness in our best dainties? Or what now helpeth it us to have often heard melodious music, to have seen many delightful shows, and to have spent much of our time in vain sports and pastimes, when as being all passed away like a dream in the night, nothing tarrieth with us but pain, fear, and anguish of mind? In a word, after we have long tired ourselves in hunting after these worldly vanities, we shall then conclude that we have spent our strength in vain, and in our hands have found nothing, for then all these things being taken from us, we shall go out of the world as naked and bare as we came into it, having nothing of all which we possessed but a poor sheet to cover us, and as the millstone which turneth about all day, grinding corn for others, and not for itself, doth at night stand in the same place where it was in the morning, and after that great plenty of grain hath passed by it, is emptied of all, having no good by the bargain, but to wear itself out for the profit of others. So worldly men in attaining unto earthly vanities toil themselves the whole day of this life, and when the night of death approacheth, they are in the same case that they were in when they began, and having now only their labour for their pains, they retain nothing of all that which hath passed through their hands, but are constrained to leave them to the world, from whom they first had them. Now consider further, that by reason of this relinquishing all which they so well love, they shall not only at their departure bring no comfort, but much grief and bitterness. For seeing in the whole course of their life, they have set their affections chiefly upon them, therefore when they are constrained to leave them, they sustain no less sorrow than if their hearts were pulled out of their bodies, and as impatiently bear this separation between themselves and their idols, as the ensuing separation between their souls and their bodies. Thus will the pains of death be doubled to ambitious men who, having spent their whole lives in making themselves known unto others, do die unknown to themselves, when as all their preferments forsake them which they loved, as well as their lives, and much better than their souls. Thus the rich man grieveth to part with his riches, as much as to part with his life, and is tormented as much that another must of them, as that he must leave them, and thus the voluptuous man sorroweth, because he must now leave all his pleasant company, good fare, and delightful sports and pastimes, which all his life he hath loved much better than his own soul. Now the reason of this their double death and extreme sorrow is first, because they part with these things which their soul loveth, having no hope of obtaining better things after this life. For whereas as the wise man speaketh, the righteous hath his chief hope even in his death, contrariwise, when a wicked man dieth, his hope perisheth, and the hope of the unjust shall perish. And what hope, saith Job, hath the hypocrite, when he hath heaped up riches, if God take away his soul? No marvel therefore if they sorrowfully part with their false idols, when as they have no hope of enjoying the true God, and leave with grief worldly vanities, when they have no assurance of heavenly joys. Secondly, this parting with the world and worldly things shall be at that day most bitter and grievous, because when they forsake them, they shall leave that sin behind them which hath been occasioned by them, either in their getting, keeping, or disposing them. For being stripped of all these things, nothing shall be left unto them but the galls of an evil conscience, which in sense of smart shall then cry out upon them, because they have aspired unto honours by Machiavellian policies, or have not used their credit and authority for the advancing of virtue and suppressing of sin, and have made themselves rich with deceit and oppression, or have not communicated their wealth to the relief of the poor and the furthering of pious and charitable actions, and have wallowed in carnal pleasures, utterly neglecting the means of attaining unto the joys of heaven. And thus sin shall accompany them when all things else shall leave them. And as Sophar speaketh, the wicked man's bones are full of the sins of his youth, and they shall lie down with him in the dust, with all which troubles. How miserably is the soul of the wretched worldling troubled and tormented, when as he shall understand that in treasuring up these earthly vanities, he hath also treasured up vengeance against this day of the declaration of God's wrath, and that through that narrow way which he must pass there is room enough for his sins to go with him, but no passage for these things which by his sins he hath compassed. For death, like an inexorable porter standing at the door, will not suffer any of these worldly things to go with him, but being the world's, to the world he must leave them. Oh, how true then will he find the saying of our Saviour, what will it profit a man to gain the whole world, and to lose his own soul? How much would he give at this day for a good conscience, and to have peace made between God and his own soul? How will he condemn his own folly for consuming his life and strength in seeking these worldly vanities which now must leave him, neglecting those heavenly joys which being once obtained would never have forsaken him? How much now doth he prefer a dram of grace before an earthly kingdom, and a few good works before a world of riches? Finally, willingly now would he, if he might, exchange all his glory, wealth, and carnal delights, with the scorn, poverty, and afflictions of the most contemned Christian, so that also he might share with him in his hopes, and partake with him in those heavenly joys. But though these earthly vanities could profit us at our last departure by sweetening death, and making his sting less grievous, yet what good will they do us after our separation? Seeing now there is no difference between the rich and the poor, the king and the beggar, between him who languished in misery and trouble, and another which hath spent his life in pleasures and pastimes. For as nature putteth no difference between the one and the other in their birth, so neither doth it distinguish between them after their death. All have the like ingress and egress when they enter into and leave the world, alike in the womb, and alike in the grave. For open the earth, and see if thou canst discern the rich from the poor, or the noble from the base, saving that only there is this difference, that more perisheth with the one than with the other, the rich having a fairer tomb and finer sheet, or more sweet odours wherewith he is embalmed, all which are losses to the living, and not helps to the dead, seeing these good things are bereaved of their grace and sweetness, but do not enrich the dead core with their virtue and excellency. Yea, if in this life we have set our hearts upon these vanities, esteeming and loving them better than God himself, his spiritual graces and heavenly joys, if unrepented sin have accompanied them, either in their getting or fruition, then how unprofitable shall we find them after death, yea, how hurtful and pernicious to our wretched souls. For what will it avail us to be extolled where we are not, and to be condemned where we are? To have with divers rich friends on earth, which have the command of whole rivers, and to be ourselves in hell fire, not being able to obtain a small drop of water with earnest entreaty, to have left many delights behind us, and to have nothing but torments with us. Oh, how many worlds would a man in this case give for the redemption of his soul out of these hellish tortures, which he hath plunged himself into for the obtaining, for a small moment of time, as it were a little handful of these earthly vanities? How much doth he now loathe those things which before he so much loved, seeing by woeful experience he findeth that they have deprived him of those true and eternal joys, and have been the occasions of his fearful condemnation. Finally, though worldly vanities should accompany us to the grave, yet what will they profit us at the day of judgment? For then we shall be examined, not how we have flourished in the world, but how faithfully we have served God. Neither will the Lord our judge then consider how honourable we have been amongst men, but how much we have honoured him, who hath caused us to be thus honoured, nor what great offices we have borne, but how we have discharged them, nor respect us according to our earthly preferments, but according to the measure of that glory which by them we have derived to him, and of that good which we have done to his church and the poor members of Jesus Christ, with the credit and authority wherewith God endowed us. Then the Lord will not regard how many praises we have had amongst men, but how praiseworthy we have been in his sight, not how they have magnified us, but how we have magnified his glorious name, nor how many caps and knees we have had from our inferiors, but how oft and zealously we have humbled our souls, and bowed the knees of our hearts in praying unto him for his mercies wanting, and in praising him for his benefits received. Then will not our judge respect us for our riches which we had in the world, for he will not receive bribes, neither shall we then have anything to give, but those at this day shall have his favour, who have abounded in the spiritual riches of his sanctifying graces. He will not regard how rich we have been in lands, but in holiness of life, not in our chests, but in our consciences. He will not esteem us for our wealth, but for our good works, nor yet because we in this life had abundance, but because we did liberally bestow it in the works of charity and mercy, and spared for no cost to further all pious and religious actions, using like faithful stewards these rich talents to the glory of our Master and the good of our fellow servants. Neither shall those who here hunted after worldly gain be respected because they seized on their prey, but he that hath followed after righteousness and mercy shall find life, righteousness, and glory, as the wise man speaketh. Finally, the pleasures of this life will then little profit us, neither will it avail us that we have had much joy in the world, but joy in the Holy Ghost, not that we have abounded in worldly delights, but that our souls have delighted themselves in the Lord, and rejoiced in him, not only in prosperity, but also in affliction and tribulation. Yea, contrariwise we shall find at this day that these worldly things shall but increase our bills of account, seeing we shall be called to a reckoning how we have gotten, kept, and disposed them, which accounts if we cannot make even, either by showing how we have employed the talents received, or by laying before the eyes of our judge our quittance and general pardon bought with Christ's precious blood, and sealed unto us by his Holy Spirit, we shall be cast into the prison of utter darkness, there to remain until we have paid the utmost farthing, so that at this day those shall be our burdens, which were here our honours, all our riches shall then be turned into debts, which we must satisfy by ourselves or by our Saviour, showing how we have laid them out in the service of our Master, having his word for our warrant, or where we are short in our reckoning pleading Christ's payment. And for all our past pleasures we shall, as the wise man telleth us, be brought unto judgment. Then shall all that honour which we have received of men, and have not returned unto God, be imputed unto us as stealth and sacrilege. Then shall our riches which we have hoarded up, and not employed in the service of our Master and relief of our fellow servants, be accounted as stolen goods, and the rust of our silver and gold shall be a witness against us. Then shall all our pleasures but aggravate our pains, if we have not by them as by honest recreations been better fitted for God's service, but have used them immoderately, spending a great part of our life in sports and pastimes. Oh, then what will it avail us to have been praised of men, God and our own consciences not approving us, seeing we shall not now be defended of men when God shall judge, nor delivered by them when as he shall condemn us? What will it profit us to have been rich in the world, when as being stripped of all we shall have nothing left but our sins and sores which they have made in our consciences in getting or using them? Finally, what good shall our past pleasures then bring unto us, when as having abandoned and left us, nothing remaineth of them but pollution and filthiness of soul, and the just wrath of God, whom we have displeased by pleasing ourselves with these wicked delights? Or in a word, what will it profit us to have gained the whole world, and to have lost our own souls? Seeing therefore these worldly things profit us not, either as means to procure our chief good, or to free us from our greatest evils. Seeing they do not inwardly enrich us with virtue and saving grace, nor outwardly by good works, seeing they do not bring unto us true delight and comfort, and neither assure us of the love of God, nor favour of men. Seeing they do not free us from dangers, nor cure our bodily diseases, nor yet preserve us in the day of vengeance from God's deserved plagues, nor minister unto us any true comfort or help at the hour of death, after death, or at the day of judgment. Therefore let us not any more overvalue these unprofitable trifles, nor set our hearts and affections too much upon them, but rather let us esteem, affect, and seek after God's spiritual graces and heavenly joys, as being alone truly profitable, and nothing else in the world without them. Let us delight ourselves in hearing and meditating in God's word, and upon our own experience we shall conclude with the prophet David, that the law of God's mouth is better unto us than thousands of gold and silver. Let us labour to enrich our hearts with godliness, which, as the apostle saith, is the greatest gain with contentation, for it is profitable for all things, as having the promises of this life and of the life to come, the former to sustain and comfort us for a time, because God promiseth us his help, the latter to satisfy us forever, because he promiseth us himself. And if the profit of these spiritual graces do not fully content us, by reason of their imperfections and our own corruptions, let us labour to attain unto assurance of heavenly happiness, where we shall be perfect both in grace and glory. Let us effect those eternal honours which are accompanied with all good, and freed from all evil. Let us lay up our treasures there where neither thieves can steal them, nor fire consume them. Let us labour after those everlasting joys which will fill us with pleasure, and more profit us than the world's monarchy, which if we once possess, though it be but in assurance of faith, we will easily in comparison thereof, not only contemn these earthly vanities as base and unprofitable, but also abhor them as loss and disadvantage, when they are the devil's wages, hiring us by sinning to hazard this happiness, or his alluring baits to wean our hearts and affections from these heavenly excellencies. Chap. Roman 22. Of the manifold miseries which do accompany worldly vanities, in the whole course of man's life. And thus have I shown the vanity and unprofitableness of these worldly things, which were sufficient to wean our hearts from them, though there were no other reasons. For who would affect these worthless vanities, which neither satisfy nor profit those that have them? But though it should be granted that they were not thus vain, but in their own nature of some worth, say that in themselves they were profitable, and therefore to be desired, yet let us further know that they are so mingled with miseries, and so distasted with the bitterness of adherent evils, as that there is no reason why we should much esteem them or set our hearts upon them. For let us put into the one scale those things that we think worthy the name of good, which is to be desired, and into the other the miseries, evils, inconveniences, and discontentments which always do accompany them, and we shall find that there is no proportion between the huge heap of the one and the little grain of the other, between the ocean of misery and small drop of true delight and happiness. It is true that this notable hypocrite the world is always ready to deceive us by promising unto us excellent benefits, and things sincerely good, without the mixture of any evil. But when it cometh to performance, behold, it tempereth a dram of honey with a pound of gall. It promiseth all good, but it payeth us with evil, or at least mixeth it with so little good, that it serveth but to give us a more quick taste and true relish of these evils which accompany it. It promiseth life and payeth death. It proffereth joy, but behold, it giveth sorrow. And commonly if we have but one good meal of delight and comfort, we must walk in the strength thereof many days, and having nothing to feed upon but trouble and discontent, lose all that former pleasure many times over with griefs and crosses, before our comforts be again renewed. And thus doth the world, like a stately built sepulchre, make unto us outwardly a goodly show, though there be nothing within but rottenness and putrefaction. And like a subtle merchant, it offereth us a good sample of bad wares, and outwardly presenteth to our view the best end of the stuff, whereas the inmost and middle parts are coarse and slight, and placeth the purest and choicest commodities in the upper part of the vessel, whereas in the middle and the bottom it is mixed, counterfeit, and purposely falsified to deceive us. Neither in truth is it more apt to deceive than we to be deceived, for as those who are born in a mill are so well acquainted with noise, that it little disquieteth them, and as they who are bred and brought up in a prison are not much troubled with their restraint, nor offended with their little light, not grieved to carry their gyves and bolts, yea contrariwise, when their irons are but a little lightened, they are comforted and refreshed, as though they were set at liberty, and think a little bettering of their scant and hungry meals, a great feast and dainty banquet, whereas those who have been brought up in great plenty and full liberty sorrow at the others' joys, and are tormented with grief in the midst of their wretched comforts. So because we are from the first moment of our birth brought up and inured to this noise of miseries, because we had our first being and breeding in this wretched prison of the world, we are ready to love and rejoice in our little enlarged imprisonment, as though we had attained unto perfect liberty, and to account our least miseries our greatest happiness, whereas if either with our first parents we had ever tasted of the joys of paradise, or had but only in vision with the blessed apostle the least glimpse of our heavenly glory, the world's greatest liberty would appear to be a thraldom, and his most delicious sweets would be as bitter as gall, and as loathsome to our taste as the infusion of wormwood, yea, in truth, as the chemical extraction of coloquintida. But the miseries of the world and worldly things may be more clearly shown by considering the testimonies of those who have spoken upon their own experience, and as they have been guided by God's Spirit, which can neither deceive nor be deceived, as also by insisting in some special instances of these miseries, wherewith all men generally are acquainted. The holy patriarch Jacob, speaking as he had found by lamentable experience, telleth Pharaoh that the days of his life had been few and evil, and this job enlargeth to all the sons of men, saying, that man who is born of a woman is of short continuance and full of trouble. Yea, the wise man himself, who had taken the deepest draught in the golden cup of the world's prosperity, even after he had glutted himself with voluptuous pleasures, concludeth that all is not only vanity, but also vexation of spirit, and that all man's days are sorrows, and his travail grief, so that his heart can take no rest, no, not in the night, which time is purposely destinated to rest and quietness, and elsewhere he affirmeth, that the misery of man is great upon him. With which heavenly oracles of divine truth agree the manifold testimonies of the wiser sort of men. The son of Sirach saith, that great travail is created for all men, and a heavy yoke for the sons of Adam, from the day that they go out of their mother's womb, till the day that they return to the mother of all things, namely their thoughts, and fear of heart, and the imagination of the things they wait for, and the day of death. From him that sitteth upon the glorious throne, unto him that is beneath in the earth and ashes, from him that is clothed with blue silk and weareth a crown, even unto him that is clothed in simple linen, wrath and envy, trouble and unquietness, fear of death, rigour, strife, and sea. With him agreeth another, who was herein more wise and learned, because he saw and acknowledged his own ignorance. O Lord my God, saith he, this life present is full of labour and tribulation, as being led with bitter mourning, and lost with brackish tears. Yea, so great is the affliction of this wretched life, that it deserveth to be called rather a death than life, or something else which is worse than death, seeing scarce any man passeth a day thereof without cumbersome crosses and cause of grief. Behold, saith another, the world in passing by troubleth us, and yet we love it. It deceiveth us, and we account it faithful. It killeth us, and yet as life itself it is affected and desired. It windeth from us, and we embrace it. O defiling world, how wouldest thou ravish thy lovers with delight, if thou didst flourish? But flourish thou dost not, seeing thou hast no sincere joy or stable constancy, but thy honey and sweetness hath its bitterness, false delights, certain grief, uncertain gladness, hard labour, fearful rest, replenished miseries, and an empty hope of happiness. And elsewhere, this present life is frail and miserable, uncertain, deceiving, and insatiable. We are born in pain and sorrow, we are nourished in misery and difficulty, we live in labour and die in grief, and in the end, which is most to be lamented, if we depart impenitent, we plunge our souls into perpetual torments. But this misery of man's life will better appear, if we consider it in the parts thereof, which are chiefly to sin and punishment. For the former, we are even in our first conception so wholly defiled with that corruption of nature which hath been derived unto us from our first parents, that we are only alive to sin, but dead to grace and all goodness, unable so much as to move in the way of righteousness which leadeth unto life, although we run with headlong haste in the way of wickedness, which bringeth those who go in it to perdition and eternal death. And from this fountain of original sin issue the poisonous streams of actual transgressions, whereby we break continually, through the whole course of our life, all the commandments of Almighty God, omitting the duties which he hath commanded, and committing the sins which he hath forbidden. In which misery of sin we are wholly plunged before we are called and converted unto God, committing all manner of wickedness with full swinge and consent of will, delighting ourselves and rejoicing in our rebellion, by reason whereof we are naturally strangers and enemies unto God, subject to his wrath, to the curse of the law, and to all those fearful plagues and punishments which therein are denounced against transgressors, the slaves of sin and Satan, and heirs of eternal death. Yea, and after we are converted unto God, the flesh continually lusteth against the Spirit, and the corruptions of nature remain so strong in us, that we cannot do the good we would, but the evil which we would not do, that do we. And as we are by this law of our members rebelling against the law of our mind, daily led captive unto sin, so are we thereby in such sort disabled, that we cannot, to the day of our death, offer unto God any one pure and perfect duty, without the filthy spots and stains of our corruption. Now what a misery is this, that we who were created God's glorious creatures, according to his own image, to the end that we should serve him in holiness of life, should, as though we had forgotten the end wherefore we came into the world, neglect all duty to our Creator, and become voluntary slaves to sin and Satan, ready to do his will, though we have nothing for our wages but eternal death. Yea, even after we are called and reconciled unto God, how great is our misery whilst we continue in this life, seeing we are daily entangled in the snares of sin, and have our best actions so imperfect and stained with our corruptions, that if the Lord should examine them according to his righteous judgment, they would deserve a curse rather than a blessing, and punishment rather than a reward. What a misery is this, that after we have with Jacob prevailed with God, we should halt of our corruptions to the day of death, and after we have broken out of the prison of Satan's bondage, and shaken off the chains of his subjections, all our joints should be so stiff and benumbed, that we should to the very end of life lamely perform all holy duties, and halt like wretched cripples in the ways of God. Finally, that the more time is added to our days, the more we should add to the heap of our sins, and provoke our good God to just displeasure, who hath so tenderly loved us, that he gave his own dear Son to death for the perfecting of our redemption. And this is the chief part of all our misery, as being that cursed fountain from which all the rest spring and flow, for by reason hereof all the creatures in the world are made subject to corruption, and being made for blessings, they are turned into punishments, and though outwardly they seem excellent and desirable, yet this hidden poison of sin secretly lurking in them maketh us to cast them up with grief, when with great pleasure we have swallowed them down. So that even those things which we chiefly affect are full of wretchedness, besides those innumerable miseries joined with them, which all taking notice of, do abhor and shun. And though the things we desire were freed from outward and accidental evils, yet themselves bring with them misery enough to make them justly loathsome to all that judiciously taste and relish them. For the chief goodness of these worldly things which we desire consisteth not in any absolute excellency that is in themselves, but only as they are present helps to free us for the time from the evils which we fear, and no other worth or esteem have they but as they come commended by some urgent necessity. Thus we desire riches, not so much for any excellency we see in them, as because we fear and shun poverty. Thus honours are esteemed, because we fear disgrace. Thus meat hath only so much goodness in it, as men have hunger that feed upon it, and drink hath it worth from thirst. Thus summer is commended unto us, by winter warmeth by our cold, and the cool air by intemperate heat. In a word, nothing in the world is esteemed good, but only so far forth as it bringeth letters of commendations from necessity, and serveth as a present means to free us from some evil, and to make us less miserable. And if wanting the praise which need imparteth unto it, it offer itself unto us, it is unwelcome, and we forthwith loathe and dislike it. If meat come before hunger have made way for it in our desires, who is not glutted with the sight of it? If drink be not commended by thirst, who regardeth it? If we have more clothes laid on us when we are hot enough, we esteem it a burden and not a benefit. If abundance of wealth were offered unto us, not having before any want of it, and consequently no desire, we would not much value it. Finally, so much worth and esteem these worldly things have, as we have first want and misery. So that in truth he who hath most need, and is most wretched, he hath most joy and comfort by these earthly vanities when he hath liberty to enjoy them. He who is most hungry hath also most pleasure by meat. He that is thirstiest hath most delight in drink. And we must first want in state, or at least in mind, before riches have any great welcome. Yea, pleasure itself hath no sweet relish till our appetite be sharpened by the sharp source of misery and affliction. Neither would any man think himself more happy for the access of worldly things, unless it were for former felt or future feared unhappiness. in which respect our life is most fitly compared to a continual disease, for when we begin to live we begin to be sick, and these worldly things which we so much esteem are but medicines for our maladies, and plasters for our sores, which do not perfectly cure us, but only give us some present ease. For in truth the diseases are natural, hereditary, rooted in our first principles, and having settled themselves in our bones and marrow they are incurable. And therefore as that is esteemed the best medicine for the gout which removeth the fit, and that the best salve which keepeth the incurable ulcer clean and sweet, so those are esteemed best among worldly things, that for the present serve as medicines to ease our natural miseries, which it is altogether impossible fully to heal and cure. This will better appear if we consider of some special instances, for what is hunger but a disease, which will consume a man in a few days, like that called the wolf, which if it be not fed with outward things, feedeth upon the body till it have destroyed it. And what is meat but the medicine of this sickness, which because it cannot perfectly cure it, therefore it is continually applied to remove the fit, and to assuage the present pain. What is thirst but a sickness, which would soon dispatch us, unless drink as a physical potion did for the instant serve for a remedy? So what is watching but a natural disease? And what is sleep but the medicine, that for the time helpeth it? What is covetousness but the soul's fever? And what riches, but as a medicine which sometime easeth the fit for the present, though afterwards it be more raging? What ambition, but the heart's tympani? And what honours, but an instant refreshing, which for a while allayeth the grief, though it rather increaseth than abateth the swelling? What is voluptuousness, but as the wise man calleth it, a merry madness, which hath some present comfort, by pleasures and delights? What is labour, but a sickness, which rest easeth? What standing, but an infirmity, which sitting mitigateth? And this also long used becometh of a medicine a disease, which another kind of disposition or placing of the body doth for the time refresh. All which though custom make them so familiar, that we do not take any serious regard of them, yet if we could possibly be freed from them but 1 year, and live without hunger, thirst, cold, heat, labour, concupiscence, we would account them as troublesome diseases, if again they should cease upon us. And thus man first made miserable by sin, doth but show his wretchedness whilst he frolics it out in the fruition of those things wherein he chiefly delighteth, and being sick of innumerable maladies, he is perfectly cured of none, but only is eased for the time by often changing his miseries with one another, hungering and eating, and after eating, again hungering, interchanging waking with sleeping, and sleeping with waking, like a sick man turning from side to side, to find some short reprieval of his pain, or as if one should leap out of the scorching heat into the chilling cold, and often interchange the one for the other, accounting both his refreshing, whereas in truth they are both his torment. For so is man naturally besotted on these earthly trifles, if he be ignorant of true happiness, and hath not fixed his heart on God and heavenly things, that he laboureth to have them in abundance, which he hath no sooner attained unto, but he hath also the usual companion thereof, glutting satiety and loathsome weariness. And no sooner is he thus cloyed, but presently he seeketh to refresh his dulled appetite with variety and change, one while desiring motion, and another while rest, now affecting mirth, and soon after solemn gravity, in the night wishing for day, and in the day for night, in heat for cold, and in cold for heat, eating and fasting, waking and sleeping, dressing and undressing, sitting and standing, walking and lying, with such often iteration, as might well cause a lolling satiety, whenas he is always in the same motion, like the horse in the mill, and as the wise man speaketh, seeth no new thing under the sun. But besides these inherent evils which make these worldly vanities so much desired, in themselves distasteful, they are conjoined and mingled with innumerable other miseries which adhere unto them, the which so far exceed in number, quantity, and quality all the earthly delights and comforts which we enjoy, as the brambles, the roses, or the field weeds, the garden flowers. For who seeth not, yea, who cannot speak upon his own feeling experience, that no day passeth without a number of miseries attending on it, whilst either the evils we feared do fall upon us, or the good things we hoped for fail us, and deceive our expectation, or the comforts which we presently enjoy are either indeed lost, or at least we in some danger and fear of losing them. In which respect the miseries of this life may fitly be compared to Job's messengers, of which one had no sooner made an end of speaking, but another presently beginneth his tale, or like unto the billows of the sea, which without intermission come tumbling one in the neck of another, giving unto us scarce time of breathing, till we rest in the haven of death. It is true that some of these miseries do one so much exceed another, that the less is swallowed up of the greater, like the rivers by the sea, and is not discerned, though if it came alone, it would force complaining, and so predominant are some griefs, that the lesser appear no more than the stars when the sun shineth. Not that they are taken away, but because the greater working a more vehement impression maketh us insensible of the less. Yea, so are we for our sins justly scanted of things truly good, that to make some little equality to our own comfort, we are fain to fill up the number by putting into the rank of good things those which we think least evil, and things truly desirable, failing us to make choice of such as are least worthy to be refused. Herein behaving ourselves like unto politic commanders, who seeing the army of their enemies far to exceed their own party in strength and number, have, to fill up places, and to increase their multitude, made show of women instead of men, and set up afar off on stakes puppets and scarecrows for fighting soldiers, to dishearten the enemy, and encourage their own followers. So we being encountered with innumerable evils, and having few things truly good to refresh and cheer us against their assaults, are fain to make choice of shadows instead of substances, and to make many things good only by reputation and imaginary esteem, which a sound and impartial judgment scarce thinketh tolerable evils. Now if we further consider that as our miseries do infinitely in number exceed our comforts, so also one of them is sufficient to infuse such bitterness into a multitude of our most desired delights, that we cannot relish their sweetness, that 1 ounce of this gall of misery maketh loathsome a whole pound of our sugared joys, and that a small dram of this colloquintida is enough to distaste a whole pot of pottage, making it to savour of death. Then how little sweetness of comfort must we needs have, when as the part which we loathe and abhor so innumerable degrees exceedeth that which we like and love. But who seeth not that one tooth aching doth more vex us, than the health of all the rest of the body can delight us? That we are more tormented with a small loss, than comforted with great possessions? That when but one friend of many is taken away, we have more true grief by him which is lost, than joy and contentment in all the rest? That we are more disquieted with one disgrace, than delighted with many honours? And that we are not so much pleased in the fruition of many things loved and desired, as we are displeased when we are cut short of our hopes, or are troubled and cumbered with some evil which we loathe and hate? And the reason is, because miseries do make a much deeper impression in us than our comforts, partly because they being in this vale of tears, as it were in their own place and element, have more vigour and strength in them, one increasing the force of another, as diverse sticks in the same fire, and retain their own nature without alteration, whereas good things are more weak and feeble in this place of banishment, as being not proper to them, and lose much of their purity and virtue through the mixture and tainture of adhering evils, and partly because by reason of our unthankfulness we are always ready to extenuate God's blessings, and never almost think of them but when they are taken from us, and contrariwise, if we have the least spark of evil, we are apt and willing to blow upon it with the flame of our impatiency, until we have made it a great fire which inflameth and consumeth our hearts with grief and anguish. But let us descend to some particulars, and for order's sake distinguish the miseries of man's life into some kinds, not that it is my purpose to speak largely of all, seeing they are so many and innumerable, that it would require a man's whole life to make but a bare catalogue or relation of them, but only so many of them briefly, as may serve to wean our hearts from the world which aboundeth with such miseries, and to fix them on God his spiritual graces and heavenly happiness, which bring us sincere joy without the mixture of any evils. The miseries then of man's life either respect him generally, or his several ages and estates. The general miseries unto which man's life is subject are either those which are his own directly, or else his friends, which are his by sympathy, compassion, and fellow feeling. Concerning the former, if we do but take a slight view of those miseries to which our frail life is subject, we shall find that even a large world of wretchedness doth overwhelm this little world of man, and that whether we respect his state or person. For first, unto how many miseries is man subject about his state, whilst he seeketh to preserve and maintain, or to advance and better it? With what painful labours doth he spend his strength in the works of his calling, that he may provide sufficient for himself and his charge, which dependeth upon him? What cares, what watching, running, riding, buying, selling, ploughing, sowing, reaping, and toiling to get a poor living? And this misery Eliphaz pointeth at. Misery saith he cometh not from the dust, neither doth affliction spring out of the earth, but man is born unto travail, as the sparks fly upward. With all which labours when as he hath worn out both body and mind, oftentimes for want of God's blessing he hath no success, and hath just cause to complain, that he hath spent his strength in vain, seeing with all his industry and labour he cannot attain unto the things which he laboureth for, but notwithstanding all his diligence pineth with want, or having found that he sought for, how is he troubled in the possession, how grieved with his losses, whilst God blowing upon that he hath, notwithstanding all his care and labour, it vanisheth like smoke, leaving him in poverty, who erewhiles was rich, and in contempt and disgrace, who not long since was respected and esteemed of all. Again, how innumerable are our wants above all other creatures in the world, and what care and pains is required to make a supply, and to furnish us with necessaries and sufficiency. What ado to provide us nourishment, what catering and cooking, boiling, roasting, baking, saucing. And when it is set before us how ignorant are we of the measure of our own bellies, how hardly do we keep a mean in our diet, feeding sufficiently without surfeiting. What care and cost is required to furnish us with apparel, housing, lodging, bedding, and other furniture. What dieting and watching over our appetite that it do not make us over greedy to feed upon that which we too fondly affect, and so impair our health. And being lost, what physic, medicines, bitter pills, and loathsome potions, cauterizing, cutting, launching, and plastering are we fain to use that we may recover it? Whereas the brutish creatures either want not these things, or easily supply their need without care or labour. What lands and possessions are needful for man's use? What purchases, writings, conveyances, suits in law, troubles and contentions, to hold that he hath, and secure his right? It were infinite to particularize those things which man wanteth, all which are so necessary unto him, either in truth, or in his own opinion, that his life without them cannot be comfortable, and look how much of them is lacking, and so much is detracted from his happiness, and added to his misery. Let us add to the miseries of state, the miseries of person, and that both body and soul. The body of man is continually subject to many miseries, as hunger, thirst, heat, cold, watching, and weariness, and that which is more cumbersome and grievous than all the rest, unto innumerable sorts of sicknesses and diseases. For how many maladies are peculiarly incident to every time of the year, as spring, summer, autumn, and winter to every country and region, sex and age. How many diseases which overthrow the health of the whole body, as plague, fevers, agues, consumptions, palsies, and the rest. Yea, how many are incident to every several part, and as it were in whole troops attend upon every particular member of man's body. Surely so innumerable are they, that physicians to this day cannot discover, much less cure them, and howsoever they have filled many large volumes with them, yet they come far short of their infinite number, though those which they have already found would make a man sick but barely to reckon them, many of which though some escape, yet few or none are exempted from them all, it being a thing impossible, though we were all an eye, to keep such narrow watch over our health as may be sufficient to preserve it from the violence of so many enemies which assault us on all sides, within us, without us, and round about us. Unto which we may add the tedious trouble and loathsome remedies which we are fain to use when our health is impaired, whenas we are bound to forbear the things which we chiefly desire, and to use those which our nature abhorreth, pining our bodies with abstinence, which were oppressed with fullness, and swallowing into our stomachs loathsome medicines, which we have first distempered with liquorous meats. whereby it is hard to choose whether the physic or disease, the medicine or the malady be the worst, seeing our cure itself is a sickness, our helps hurts, and our medicines torments. Neither can we be delivered from our griefs, but by suffering more grief, nor free ourselves from these kinds of punishments, unless we be content to be further punished. And these are some of those manifold miseries which are incident to the body, the which are not more in number, or so grievous and pernicious in their nature and quality, as those which trouble and torment the mind. For sin is the sickness of the soul, and therefore look with how many corruptions it is infected, and with so many spiritual diseases it is endangered. The understanding is subject to the blindness of ignorance, so as we may say with the prophet, that we are beasts by our own knowledge, seeing we neither know God, nor his will, ourselves, nor our own souls. Our wills are crooked and rebellious, and so whirled about with a wilful frenzy, as neither reason nor religion can rule or govern them. Our memories are subject to a spiritual lethargy, forgetting still what we should remember, and remembering what we should forget. Our consciences are either sick of the dead palsy, having no sense or feeling of God's mercies or judgments, or else full of melancholic fears and terrors, sores and wounds, so as they are ready desperately to cry out, when they have the least touch. Our hearts are the quarters of almost all diseases. There lodgeth the swelling tumour of pride, the wolf of ambition, the dropsy of covetousness, the madness of anger, and burning fever of furious revenge. In it dwelleth our tumultuous passions, which continually rebel against reason, and deny subjection to God and his law. There is the seat of carnal love, which setteth the heart on fire with the thing loved, and vexeth it with continual torment when it cannot enjoy it. There dwelleth envy and hatred, the one tormenting a man with another's happiness, the other turmoiling him in plotting and contriving his neighbour's ruin, making himself presently miserable, because he would have another so in time to come. In it is mirth and mourning, joy and sorrow, the one pulling open the heart, and letting in much vanity, the other contracting and shutting it, that it may keep out all comfort and contentment, and both like rackets tossing a man interchangeably the one to the other, till he be tired, and even worn out with weariness. There harboureth hope, the great deceiver of mankind, which maketh him continually to expect better, though he still findeth worse, and causeth him daily to believe it, and to refresh his soul with false comforts, after it hath 10,000 times failed him, and innumerably often defrauded his hungry desires. And there also dwelleth fear, which maketh a man presently miserable, because he seeth a possibility of future misery, and tormenteth him not only by aggravating those evils which are present, but also by recalling those which are past, and by anticipating and present apprehending those which are to come. Many whereof are nothing so grievous felt as feared, and many never happening at all, and yet these false fears beget true sorrows, and cause no less grief though they never happen, than if they were already happened, killing a man with an empty sound, and as it were with paper shot, and making him miserable in truth, because he is so in his own conceit. Wherein we are much more wretched than the brutish creatures, for they forget evils past, and fly from those which are present, and having escaped are secure for the time to come, quietly enjoying their present delights without any perturbation of future dangers, whereas fear maketh us to engross all griefs, and as though we could not be miserable enough with present evils, it recalleth those which are past, and layeth hold on those to come. And whereas it were our wisest course to fly our sorrows till they catch us, and to delay our misery which we cannot wholly escape, that we may prolong our comfort as long as may be, fear maketh us foolishly to run upon our own ruin, and to meet our torments in the midway, not staying for sorrows until they come, but wilfully sending for them with posting speed, and hailing them into our hearts before their time. Moreover, besides these miseries which accompany every single passion, those are no less grievous and troublesome which befall us through their opposition and fight, not only against reason, conscience, and religion, in which conflict we are wounded notwithstanding our strongest and best approved armour, sometime with vainglory, sometime with avarice, sometime with voluptuousness, often with anger, and desire of revenge, and not seldom with many other unruly and violent affections, but even we are no less turmoiled with that civil dissension and intestine conflict which is among our passions and desires, the one against the other, which are so opposite and contrary among themselves, that no wisdom of man can reconcile them. Whilst ambition haleth us into the seat of honour, fear pulleth us back, putting us in mind of the burden and danger which doth accompany it. And whilst the former hath the upper hand, we condemn our cowardice, whilst the other we exclaim against the mischiefs of ambition. So vainglory persuadeth us to procure at the dearest rates the praise of bounty, and to purchase the love of all that are about us, but covetousness checketh this motion, and will not hear of parting with riches to buy smoke, and yet after avarice hath shut the purse, pride, whether it will or no, doth again pull it open. So voluptuousness enticeth us to follow pleasures, but desire of profit opposeth against it, telling us how foolish it is to spend upon the stock, and how unseasonable those pleasures are for time of strength, which is allotted to industry and labour, and yet when we have put our hand upon the plough, pleasure clapping us on the back maketh us look behind us, and leaving our profit to follow our delights. Thus we desire the ease of a solitary life, but loathe neglect and contempt, and are in love with the respect that accompanieth action, but hate the care and labour. Thus we desire the multiplication of our years, but fear old age and death, as though we would be always travelling, and never be the forwarder in our way, and have a daily addition, without any increase, for what is old age but the multiplication of many years? And what is death but the haven unto which we sail, and the journey's end unto which we are always travelling? Thus we love learning and wisdom, but loathe the pains of study and observation. We desire to be rid of the tedious troubles of life, but presently and say that we have said, being encountered with the fear of death. And finally, we are ravished with joy when we think of the fruition of God and the kingdom of heaven, but when we hear that we must sell that we have, and give to the poor, forsake all, take up our cross and follow Christ, we go away sorrowful. We would be conformable unto Christ in glory, but not in his sufferings, and sit upon his throne on his right hand and on his left, but we cannot endure to drink with him in the cup of affliction. And to conclude, we do not sooner with one affection desire anything, than we are straight ready to unwish our wishes, by reason of some inconveniences which cross another. And thus have I shown the manifold miseries which are generally incident to mankind, in respect of themselves, from which if any plead immunity, and that he hath not yet drunk of this bitter cup, let him know that he is only reprieved and not acquitted, and howsoever he is not brought out to execution, yet the sentence of condemnation being passed upon him, as well as upon others, he doth but stay the judge's pleasure till he calleth him forth. Let him consider that sailing in this world, as it were in a sea of miseries, he may for a time escape the tempest, but never the fear and danger, and that these miseries which are incident unto all may happen unto any, though they be not yet happened. Let them call to mind, that commonly after a fair summer followeth a foul winter, and a blustering storm after a sunshine calm, that prosperity and adversity have their changes, and that no man but the true Christian can be said to be happy before his death. But besides these miseries which respect a man's self, there are innumerable more which respect his friends, and to say nothing of false and pretended love, whereby men prove most pernicious enemies, whilst they profess the greatest friendship, to say nothing of the breaches, fallings out, and hot contentions which sometime happen between those who are coupled in the nearest bond of amity, and to pass by all those discontents which are caused through the default of any party. How many other miseries which accompany true friendship, even when it is most wisely entertained and religiously observed. For who can see his friend thunder-stricken, and not tremble at the blow? Who can behold him plunged into any misery, and not in compassion and fellow-feeling communicate with him in his griefs? Who sorroweth not at his friend's losses? Who groaneth not in his sickness, and bleedeth not at his wounds? Although any man should be so happy as to have his friends also exempted from these miseries, or so potent to deliver them, yet how is he afflicted with his death, grieving with so much more sorrow, by how much he was more worthy of his love, and never rejoicing that he so long had him, but lamenting that he hath now lost him, and that sweet comfort which he took in his society. All which miseries, though they be somewhat cased with the contrary comforts, yet considering that the griefs of this life do so far exceed the joys, and the crosses and affliction, the profits and delights, therefore it must needs follow, that he who hath most friends, communicates in most miseries, and by compassion and fellow-feeling participates in most griefs and perturbations. Chap. Roman 23. Of the miseries which are specially incident unto all the ages of man. And these are the miseries which are generally incident to mankind, unto which we may add those which are specially belonging to all ages and estates, for no sooner have we our being, than we be in misery, and long before we breathe the air we draw in corruption, and are infected with the poison of sin. Before we can sin we are sinners, as being heirs of our first parents' transgression, and defiled with our next parents' corruptions, and we offend God, before we know what it is to offend him, for with our parents' seed is mixed the seeds of all manner of sin, and as we grow and wax strong, so sin with us groweth until it come to full maturity. Even in our first conception we also conceive corruption, and then the foundation of wickedness is laid, upon which in the whole course of our life we build up the strongholds of sin. Then we are atheists, idolaters, blasphemers, Sabbath breakers, adulterers, murderers, thieves, false witness bearers, not by actual transgression, but by an habitual disposition, and as we are said to be men, because we have in us the image of man, and seeds of humanity, though we never did any manly action, seeing nothing is wanting but growth and maturity, so by as good right we are called sinners of all kinds, because we have the nature and very image of sin, and the seeds of all corruptions living in us, which if we grow will grow with us, and come to full ripeness, if we ever attain unto perfect age. And thus David confessed, that he was born in iniquity, yea, that his mother conceived him in sin. And Job demandeth, who can bring a clean thing out of filthiness, or how man can be clean which is born of a woman? And the apostle telleth us, that by one man sin entered into the world, and death by sin, and so death went over all man, because all men had sinned. Now what a misery is this to be sinners, as soon as we be men, to be poisoned in the very fountain, and leprous in the very first principles of nature, seeing our sickness is the more incurable, because it is hereditary, to be dead in sin, as soon as we are alive to the world, the slaves of Satan, before we are out of the prison of the womb, and in the state of damnation, before we are in the state of the living. And as we are thus miserable in our spiritual estate when we are first conceived, so our outward and corporal condition is also full of wretchedness, for what are our matter and first principles, but a base excrement of nature and impure seed? What is the habitation of the noblest, but the strait and dark poison of the womb, environed with the filth of nature? And what is his nourishment, but the impurest part of his mother's blood? But though it be a prison in respect of misery, yet not in respect of safety, for the child in the womb is sick of the mother's diseases, surfeited with her intemperance, and pined with her want. It is subject to every rush, and endangered with every sprain, every small bruise bringing with it a maim, and every maim monstrous misshape. Finally, it is in danger of stifling before its breath, of choking before it feed, and the womb in which it is born is oftentimes the tomb in which it is buried. But say that he escapeth the dangers of the womb, say he perisheth not with the miseries of these 9 months' close imprisonment, yet how great pain and peril endureth he, when the day cometh of his mother's deliverance and his liberty? Unto what torments doth he unwittingly put her, who hath so long borne and nourished him, himself bearing a great part in these pains and miseries? How fain are they to part the one from the other, and yet what sorrow is there at their parting? Into what dangers and extreme hazard are both exposed, the mother in bearing, and the child in suffering? How many are there which depart, as soon as they are parted, perishing on the coast as soon as they are launched out into the sea of miseries? And they which could no longer live together die because they are severed and put asunder. No marvel therefore if they are born weeping and crying, not only presaging future misery, but as feeling present pain, receiving these first sorrows of their birth as the earnest of all the rest, which they are to suffer in their ensuing life. For though he escape these dangers, and recover of the hurts which he sustained in his first conflict, yet what is the prolonging of his life, but the increasing of his torments? Seeing man above all other creatures is compassed with miseries, for whereas they are able as soon as they come into the world to stand, go, and help themselves, wanting but few things, all which they find ready for them, man as soon as he is born, being poor, naked, and miserable, wanteth many things, and hath nothing to make supply. He standeth in need of milk to feed him, clothes to cover him, fire to warm him, nurses to tend him, being altogether unable to help himself. He hath no use of understanding to know his wants, nor speech to discover them, only he giveth some general notice of them by his bitter crying. He cannot go, stand, or creep, nor with all his wit and strength repel the injuries of a silly fly. And in this impotency he continueth long, bringing much trouble to others, before he hath any pleasure in himself. In respect of which present and ensuing miseries, Jeremiah wisheth that his mother's belly had been his grave, and her womb a perpetual conception, because he came forth of the womb to see labour and sorrow, and that his days should be consumed with shame. But proceed we from the birth to the infancy and childhood of man, and here we shall find no immunity from miseries, but rather as they increase, so these increase with them, and grow stronger with their strength. For no sooner are poor infants delivered from the prison of the womb, but they are presently bound hand and foot, and wholly at the dispose of others, as not having obtained liberty, but only changed the prison and place of their restraint, and all the time of this infancy being without knowledge and understanding, and darkened with more than brutish ignorance, is spent in natural actions, eating, drinking, sleeping, crying, and such like, being destitute of all worldly delights and comforts, and only sensible in griefs and miseries. Next unto infancy succeedeth childhood, which as it hath more sport and pleasure, so also more fear and danger, for no sooner can they go, but presuming above their strength, they get many falls and bruises, and having legs to carry them, and little wit to guide them, they are exposed to many casualties, and except they have the better tendance, are overtaken with many dangers. And when a few more years are overpast, after they begin a little to relish pleasures, and to take delight in sports and pastimes, presently they are checked in them by their superiors, and subjected to the government of some master, who restraineth them of their liked liberty, and forceth them to follow their loathed studies. And now being kept in awe, they begin to distaste the bitterness of limited liberty, and either play with fear, or learn with tedious weariness, having their eye on their book, and their hearts on their pastimes, and being forced with fear to displease themselves, whilst unwillingly they please their overseers, so that now again they recall in their wishes the impotency and ignorance of infancy, that they might also recover their secure liberty, or finding that impossible, they set spurs to running time, and wish the end and death of the servile age, that being set at liberty, they may be at their own dispose without control. Unto which when they have attained, and pulling their neck out of the yoke of subjection, have together with the age the privileges and liberty of youth, they are as far from happiness, and full of misery as they were before, for now it fareth with them as with the bird which hath been brought up in the cage, who searcheth every hole and corner to find a passage for her escape, and at length finding the door open flieth out, and rejoiceth in her new got liberty, but with little cause, for wanting wit and experience to shift and provide for herself, she is presently endangered to killing by reason of her tameness, or of starving, because she knoweth not how to get her living. Or like a new-backed colt, who having cast his rider, doth for a while with frolic wantonness course about the field, but being spent and tired, he wisheth himself in the stable, subject again to his master's rule, that he also may be partaker of his provision. So these younger prodigals, having shaken off the yoke of government, and being wholly at their own dispose, do wildly run many desperate courses, expose themselves to innumerable dangers, and having neither the skill of getting nor care of keeping, they consume all in riot and voluptuous pleasure, till their state is brought to so low an ebb that they are ready to starve for want of necessaries, who before surfeited of superfluity, and to be in truth fellow commoners with the hogs in their coarse fare of mast and draught, who before were like unto them in the allegory, glutting themselves with pleasures, and wallowing in carnal and sensual delights. And howsoever they have now got a name of liberty, yet in truth they were never in the like thraldom, seeing they have changed the government of one father or master into the tyranny, or rather anarchy of innumerable passions, and reason being not yet seated in his throne, they are like the people of Israel without a king, who did nothing well, because they did everyone what they would, and whereas their other governors ruled with discretion, aimed at their good, restrained them from running on in licentious courses, and kept them in some good order, these new guides, like lords of misrule, lead them with headlong rashness into all desperate attempts, riot, excess, and all kind of disorder which seemeth but to promise the present fruition of some vain delight. Now fond love, and filthy lust, mad anger, and furious revenge, proud emulation, and scornful contempt, ungrounded hopes, and causeless fears, immodest wantonness, and immoderate mirth, sports and pastimes no less full of sin and vanity than of harm and dangers, and voluptuousness in all kinds, as surfeiting, gluttony, drunkenness, gaming, whoring, rioting and revelling, swaggering and swearing, are in their full strength and chief predominance, which if they yield unto, they find themselves tossed from one to another and never at rest, and as it were distracted and haled between so many furies, which day and night haunting them, carry them headlong into innumerable dangers of body, soul, and state, wherein many suffer shipwreck, and are devoured of these enticing sirens. And they who escape with life are so shaken and shattered, so full of leaks and rifts, that with much pains and difficulty they arrive at the haven of safety, where they have just cause to spend the remainder of their days in bitter repentance, lamenting the errors and ill-guided courses of their sinful and unbridled youth. Or if God give them grace to resist their passions in their full strength, how tedious and troublesome is their task! With how many foils and wounds do they obtain the victory? How often are they ready to yield, and to look back to Sodom with strong desires of enjoying her sinful pleasures? Finally, how hard and difficult do they find it to resist their natural corruptions in their full vigour, to spend their time in fasting, watching, reading, hearing, and praying, when as corrupt nature with her full strength haleth them to vain pleasures and sinful delights. It being, as our Saviour Christ saith, all one, as if they should pluck out their eyes, cut off their right hand and foot, mortify their members, deny themselves, and voluntarily bear the cross, upon which their own bodies must be crucified. And these, with many more, are the errors, vanities, and evils which accompany youth, wherewith men being tired and wearied do desire to attain unto ripe and perfect age, that they may shake off all these infirmities and inconveniences, and spend the remainder of their lives in a settled and well-governed estate, under the guide of reason and conduct of wisdom. But when they have their wish, they find themselves no more happy or less miserable than they were before, having only changed their evils and troubles for those which are greater, less pleasant, and more burthensome and intolerable. For still they remain subject and in bondage to their affections and passions, and are not freed from the servitude of them all, but only have changed their masters, and this alone difference there is, that the passions and affections of youth are more hot, rash, and violent, and consequently more unconstant, short and momentary, whereas those to which this perfect age is subject are somewhat more staid and moderate, but withal much more dangerous and pernicious, because they are more constant and permanent, and whereas the foolish affections of youth are nearer unto repentance, because men for their grossness are apt to be ashamed of them, as directly contradicting and opposing against reason and the light of nature, these of riper age are more incurable, because they are mad with reason and fill their mouths with arguments to back and maintain their inordinate desires as lawful and warrantable, calling their vices by the names of those virtues, which in some shadow of similitude they do a little resemble. Now they leave their prodigality and excessive riot, and subject themselves unto avarice and covetousness, under the name of frugality and good husbandry, defending all their vile courses of oppression, deceit, bribing, usury, and the rest, under the shadow of that laudable care which everyone should take to maintain his charge, they set aside their wanton pleasures and vain sports, and give themselves over to be ruled by ambition, with insatiable desire affecting one honour after another, under the colour of preserving their fame and reputation. They now dislike their open rashness and violent courses in accomplishing their wills, and give themselves to the practice of cunning plots, to dissimulation, double-dealing, treachery, and devilish subtleties, all which they entitle with the name of wisdom and good policy. Unto which we may add the manifold cares which accompany men of this age, and the toilsome labours which they take in settling their state, in providing of such things as they call necessaries, in purchasing lands, building houses, and procuring sufficient maintenance for their wife and children whilst they live, and after their departure, all which is requited oftentimes with unfaithfulness in the one, and with undutiful ingratitude and stubborn rebellion in the other, the great difficulties which they find in governing their household, the disagreeing of children, contentions of servants, and manifold disorders of their families, which they are fain oftentimes to pass over, because they cannot tell how to reform them, with innumerable other evils, which it were too long to stand upon. Finally, if we attain unto old age, which all desire, and none like, what shall we there find but misery and affliction? For what is old age but a continual sickness, the receptacle of all human infirmities, and the prelude of death? And howsoever men usually make it the chief quarter of their hopes, and are content to learn in their childhood, and to take pains and care in their youth and riper age, that now having plenty, they may live upon the stock, take their ease, and enjoy their pleasures, contrariwise old age coming, is accompanied with so many infirmities, that though they have much, yet they enjoy little, though they may have many sports, yet they have small mirth and few delights. For to say nothing of those who have grey hairs and green wits, and being old in years are again children in understanding, to let them pass who lose the chief privileges of that age, for want of wisdom and discretion, and are strong and vigorous in nothing which concerneth either body or mind, but only in their vices and corruptions, to let them alone who have spent their time so ignorantly and unprofitable, that they are ready to die before they know what it is to live, and to leave the earth before they have learned the way to heaven. How many other infirmities and sorrows do attend it, which are sufficient if grace support not to make it miserable. For then usually the soul is vexed, and the conscience troubled with the errors and crimes of ill-guided youth, and with the wrongs, deceits, and oppressions committed in riper age. Then the body is tormented with the rushes and bruises taken in youthful sports, and violent exercises, enfeebled with the cares, watchings, and labours sustained in that age which is accounted most perfect, and punished for the intemperance, voluptuousness, surfeiting, and excess of them both, with innumerable sicknesses and diseases. Then is the time when palsies, gouts, stone, strangury, colic, and innumerable such like tortures chiefly sway. Then the head shaketh, the back stoopeth, the joints tremble, the limbs are weakened, lame and stiff, ready to stagger and run because they cannot go, the spirits languish, the vital heat decayeth, having first spent the natural moisture, and like the flame consumed that whereby it was nourished, the ears deaf, or thick of hearing, the eyes bleared, the sight dimmed, the feeling benumbed, the smell and taste lost and perished, the face wrinkled, the skin rivelled, the teeth rotted, the breath corrupted, and in a word, the whole body enfeebled and diseased. Unto which we might add the infirmities of the mind, wherewith usually in this age it is extraordinarily cumbered, as the dullness of conceit and understanding, the stiff perverseness of the will, the decay of memory, the disorder of the affections, for being made tender with infirmities they are easily angered, and hardly pleased, apt to conceive jealousies and suspicions, and not so ready to receive satisfaction, over heavy and sorrowful, repining and complaining, and senselessly covetous and greedy in heaping up wealth, when they are ready to leave it, and have no time to enjoy it. In a word, whether we consider the evils naturally incident to this age which respect the body or the mind, we must needs conclude that it is full of miseries. Chap. XCI. Of the manifold miseries unto which all estates of men are subject. And thus have I shown the miseries of all ages. The like also may be said of all estates and conditions of men, which are all so full of wretchedness, that everyone having experience of their own evils, wish rather to be any other than that they are, whereas if all should bring their miseries to a common bank, and plainly discover them to open view, offering to exchange estates with one another, even those who most complain of their condition, as being more wretched than any other, seeing the common miseries incident to all degrees of men, no less grievous than those which they sustain, would contentedly take their own again, and willingly depart without any desire of commutation. For there is no estate which hath not miseries enough attending on it to make them wretched who live in it, if they be not strengthened with present patience, and hope of future happiness. There is none in the world so happy, who if they compare their honey with their gall, and their comforts with their crosses, have not just cause to complain of their unhappiness. For doth a man lead a single life? Why then, as he hath not the cares, so neither the comforts of wedlock, and as he is privileged, having none to care for, so he is punished, having none to care for him. As he hath few to bring unto him want, so if he be in need, he hath as few to relieve him. As he hath no children to trouble him, so neither to cheer and refresh him when he is otherwise troubled, to say nothing of his solitariness usually accompanied with sad melancholy, of the loss of half his kindred and friends which by marriage are doubled, of the continuance of his life and memory in his posterity, of the troublesome conflict which he continually hath against his own concupiscence, of the discontents which he endureth, whilst either setting his feet under another man's table, he is fain to eat when they are an-hungered, to go to bed when they are drowsy, to make their appetite the rule of his diet, and to be subject to their orders, or keeping a house without an housewife, and wanting an helper which is as it were the one half of himself. He is subject to receive many indignities from his servants, and to have his estate wasted, and havoc made of all by those to whom he giveth food and clothing. On the other side, doth a man live in the state of marriage? Then surely as he hath some comforts, so also many troubles, for besides his pains and care in providing for and governing of his family, he hath many crosses in his chiefest comforts, for hath he a good wife, he feareth to lose her, and is tormented with her loss. Hath he a bad one, she is as a continual dropping to his bed, and as a quotidian ague to his bones. Hath he no children? Then with the holy patriarch he complaineth, that all he hath is nothing, having no heirs of his body, to enjoy his labours. Hath he but one? Commonly he spoileth him with cockering, and by overloving him he maketh him unworthy love, and is more troubled with fear of losing him, than comforted with enjoying him. Hath he many? Then commonly some undutiful and rebellious, by whom he is more vexed and grieved, than pleased and delighted in all the rest. Hath he few servants? Then also small attendants. Hath he many to do his work? Then also many to whom he must pay wages, many mouths to feed, many businesses to oversee, and having many to rule, he hath so much the harder task if he govern well. The like also may be said of other states and conditions, for doth a man lead a private life, he is subject to contempt, injuries, and oppressions of those who are in authority. Is he a public person? He is as it were openly upon the stage, obnoxious to the censures of the basest people, liable to their slanders and evil reports, exposed to many dangers, turmoiled with much labour and many cares, envied of his inferiors, and hated of the most, if they cannot serve their own turns by his authority. Is a man of mean quality? His virtues, wisdom, and good parts pass and perish unrewarded, yea unobserved, as the wise man noted. Is he nobly descended? He is exposed to more temptations, more prone to fall into many sins, and being overtaken, the greatness of his birth doth but aggravate the greatness of his fault. And as he beareth a great port, so he is at great charge to maintain it, at great care also to furnish himself with means. And if he come short, his state overmatching his ability, then are his cares multiplied and increased according to his employments and occasions. Wherein he is defective, then is he as bare and discontent, as he who carrying a low sails possesseth least, and all his pomp and greatness is nothing else but proud penury and glorious beggary. Is a man in the state of subjection? His life and lands, body and goods, are at his sovereign's command, and if conscience and religion restrain him not, his frown is as a sword, and his displeasure bringeth death. Is he seated in the royal throne? The greatness of his command doth but add to the greatness of his care and pains, increaseth his fears, and exposes him to greater dangers, not only of foreign force, but also of secret conspiracies, and hidden treachery. Doth a man live as a merchant? He liveth as one saith neither among the living nor the dead, there being in his best health but an inch between him and death. His person and goods are often at the mercy of the unmerciful seas, and more merciless pirates, and standeth at the devotion of foreign potentates, and barbarous people. Is he a tradesman? His honesty dependeth upon the credit of other men, failing when it fails. His state is continually endangered with bad debtors, who decaying, bring him also to ruin, and usually he is so prodigal in giving credit to others, that in the end he leaveth not any for himself. Is he a lawyer? He selleth his breath, if not his honesty and truth. He loseth his peace in finding his profit, and spendeth a great part of his time in wrangling and contending, whilst he pretendeth to accord differences, and decide controversies. Is he a husbandman? His life is a continual toil, and after all his labour he is still in fear of losing all by unseasonable weather, one while complaining of rain, and another of drought, now of too much heat, and soon after of frosts and cold, 1 year of mildews and blasting, and another of worms, cankers and caterpillars. In a word, there is in this world no man's estate so happy, but besides the innumerable miseries which are incident to all mankind, he hath many evils proper and peculiar to his particular calling and condition. Now if any think that Christianity and the true fear of God will exempt men from this misery, and advance unto happiness, let him know, that howsoever this estate doth bring with it such inward comforts, as will not suffer them by misery itself to be made miserable, yet in respect of freedom from the miseries of this life, they have but little privilege above others, and as little preferment in worldly happiness, so as they may truly say of their felicity, as Christ of his kingdom, that it is not of this world, but reserved in the heavens. Yea, rather setting aside our spiritual comforts, and future hopes, that they of all men are most miserable, as the Apostle speaketh. For besides that they have a large share in those miseries which are commonly incident to other men, they have certain others proper and peculiar to themselves, for no sooner hath our Saviour Christ chosen them out of the world, but presently it professeth against them open enmity, it envieth their prosperity, and plotteth their ruin, it scorneth, derideth, backbiteth, and slandereth them, it wrongeth, oppresseth, afflicteth, and persecuteth them, haling them before the judgment seats, accusing, condemning, and killing them for the profession of God's truth. So that our Saviour Christ might well say peculiarly of them above others, that in the world they shall have trouble, because none in the world are so troubled. Unto these we may add the griefs which their righteous souls do suffer in seeing the abominations committed by these cursed sodomites among whom they live, as when they behold God's worship neglected, and idolatry erected, some adoring images, and some making an idol of the world, the holy name of God blasphemed, his Sabbaths profaned, authority despised, government disordered, murders committed and pardoned, the whole land defiled with tolerated filthiness. When they shall see all preferments attained by bribing and corruption, in the places of judgment, justice perverted, truth wrested, equity contemned, the guilty acquitted, the guiltless condemned, wrong maintained and right suppressed, and all things carried with favour and respect of persons. And among private men cruelty and oppression bearing sway, every shop full of lying and deceit, every street full of pride and vanity, and almost every man abhorring simplicity and faithful dealing, and affecting the art of dissimulation, hypocrisy, treachery, double-dealing, complimental friendship, and disguised enmity. What a grief, I say, must this needs bring to a child of God, to see his heavenly Father thus dishonoured, and his laws neglected and trodden under foot. Yea, when he shall behold those most advanced and respected in the world, who most dishonour God by running on in the course of wickedness. When he shall see him who hath used most deceit most enriched, and he who is most rich most esteemed, the world measuring his goodness according to his goods, and not his virtues, when he beholdeth the oppressor, extortioner, usurer, who should stand at the bar, sitting on the judgment seat, the rich fool made a magistrate to rule others, who hath not wit enough to govern himself, the poet and player more esteemed than the painful preacher, the ambitious advanced, having nothing to raise them but their pride and impudency, whereby they have resolved that they will rise, the humble, though never so worthy, neglected and kept under audacious boldness, having free entrance, when as modesty is repelled and excluded, the parasite and flatterer much esteemed, and he who faithfully admonisheth and speaketh the truth from his heart, hated and disgraced. But besides the grief which the faithful sustain in beholding the sins of professed worldlings, they are much more vexed with the scandalous lives and exemplary sins of those who are the professors of God's true religion, weeners they who daily hear the word, make conscience of an oath, abstain from the unprofitable corruptions of the time, and make some outward reformation in their family, are nevertheless as proud and fantastical in their apparel, as unfaithful to their friend, as false in their word and promise, as deceitful in their dealing, as backward in all works of mercy, and as covetous in all their courses, as the profane contemners of all religion. Seeing these sins do more dishonour their heavenly Father, as being committed by those who are of his own family, and that against the light of knowledge, the often admonitions of God's Spirit, and checks of their own consciences, and also do more disgrace them who are professors of the same truth, whilst they besprinkle them with their filth, and dim the light of their holy conversation with the duskish smoke of their discovered wickedness, causing them to be suspected of the same crimes, because they are of the same profession, and exercise themselves in performing the duties of the same religion. Besides all which griefs which have an outward ground, they have inward causes of much misery, trouble, and bitter sorrow, for they are continually exercised in that dangerous conflict against the spiritual enemies of their salvation. Satan daily like a roaring lion seeketh to devour them, by suggesting into their minds wicked temptations, whereby he allureth them to lose their souls by sin, for the hire of some worldly vanities. The world maligneth them, and allureth them unto evil by offering some pleasing baits, or discourageth them from that which is good by troubles and persecutions. The flesh lusteth continually against the spirit, and maketh them to do the evil they hate, and to neglect the good which they like and love. In which spiritual warfare they are always troubled, and often foiled, being overcome with temptation, and led captive unto sin. And this is the last and greatest misery wherewith the faithful are in this life afflicted and molested, in that they are through the strength of their enemies, and violence of their own corruptions, often besides their purpose overtaken of sin, and thereby offend their gracious God, whose displeasure they shun as the greatest evil. Romans 25. Of the miseries which accompany worldly things, in respect of their getting, keeping, and possession. And thus have I shown some of the manifold miseries which do accompany the life of man, which if any think that they may be cured with the counterpoison of worldly prosperity, and that we may find in earthly things such comforts, as may bear us out in all these crosses, making our joys to exceed our sorrows, let such an one know that he is much deceived, seeing they are so far from freeing us from the former miseries, that they help to increase them, and though like Job's friends, they proffer their service for the mitigating and appeasing of our griefs, yet before they depart they add unto our sorrows, and aggravate the weight of our affliction, for besides the evils which they find, they bring many with them, and like liberal contributors, they add abundantly to the bank and heap of misery. For let a man but set his heart upon these vanities, and with what cares is he presently turmoiled, with what hopes and fears is he continually racked, with what envy, emulation, jealousy, rage, hatred, and contention is he forthwith wholly possessed, spending part of his time in mad mirth, when he hath his desires, and a greater part in sad melancholy, because he is crossed of his hopes, one while overjoyed and snatched up into the clouds with ravishing admiration, and soon after suddenly dejected with discontent, because he can ascend no higher in the pursuit of those things which chiefly affect him. Thus he who taketh all his pains in sowing the seeds of honour hath never a harvest that answereth his greedy expectation, but having sown the wind of vainglory, he reapeth the whirlwind of trouble and vexation, as the prophet speaketh. For his head is continually turmoiled with cares to rise higher, and with fears lest missing footing in his climbing, he fall from that height unto which he is already aspired. Every honour which he misseth is unto him a grievous disgrace. The knot and covering of his inferior's head is a corrosive to his heart, and the greatest honour doth not bring unto him any joy and comfort, whenas he is but touched with the least contempt. The least frown of his prince, as a piercing sword, inflicteth such a deep wound into his heart, that all the smoothing tongues of his fawning flatterers cannot make it whole again with their often licking. Only it is the renewed beams of the prince's favour that can do away these clouds of sorrow. So what cares and fears, troubles and discontents accompany worldly wealth, if it be immoderately loved and affected, in regard whereof one faith, that no man can wish a heavier curse unto a covetous man, than that he live long, because like the Indians he is continually tormented with the idol which he worshippeth, and when he aboundeth most in wealth, he is not so rich in anything as in woe and misery, for what tedious tasks doth his golden god impose upon him? How is he constrained to watch whole nights in giving attendance? How doth it thrust him into desperate dangers, for the compassing of that which being obtained, it will not give unto him power to enjoy? In regard whereof that may be truly said of them, which is spoken of the angel of the church of the Laodiceans, that they only have a name and bear opinion of being rich, whereas they are wretched and miserable, poor and naked. The like also may be said of worldly pleasures, which are not only the companions, but also the causes of many miseries, for joy and sorrow like two twins are born and bred together, and no sooner doth the one appear, but presently the other attendeth on it. So the wise man saith, that even in laughing the heart is sorrowful, and the end of mirth is heaviness. Fitly therefore are these carnal pleasures called the world's sirens, which have the beautiful faces of women, but the hinder parts of scorpions. They have honey in the mouth, but a sting in the tail, for though they delight at the first taste, yet in the end they prove as bitter as the gall of serpents. Though in the beginning they please the carnal appetite, yet poisoning us with many sins, at last they bring horror of mind, trouble of conscience, and at the best bitter grief, and painful, though profitable sorrow and repentance. In which respect they may fitly be compared to Abner's play, which began with pleasure but ended with bitterness, to Balthasar's banquet, which began with mirth and jollity but ended with fear and trembling, and to sweet meats of hard digestion, which are pleasant in the mouth, but loathsome and burthensome in the stomach. For who seeth not that riotous revelling in worldly delights is commonly attended on with want and beggary? That unclean lusts and filthiness of life are accompanied with inward diseases and outward shame. That banqueting and excessive fare is the mother and nurse of the most sicknesses, and the common cause of untimely death. Yea, who seeth not that these carnal delights are not only accompanied with miseries, but in themselves miserable? For to say nothing of their common fellowship which they have with sin, which above all things in the world maketh a man wretched, we find by continual experience that these pleasures, like sweet and luscious meats, grow presently loathsome, unless our appetite be sharpened by the sour sauce of interchanged miseries, that until we have enough of them we are troubled with our own concupiscence. But no sooner have we satiety, but there followeth tedious loathing, and seldom or never is there such a just equipoise and proportion, but that we are vexed with too much or with too little. Finally, we find that extremity of joy is an heavy burden, of which the heart seeketh no less to ease itself, by sending out whole floods of tears, than when the weight of grief lieth heavy on it. Yea, that being excessive it bringeth, as a more pleasant, so also more sudden death. Then the greatest extremity of bitter sorrow, the heart letting out the vital spirits, whilst it too much enlargeth and openeth itself, to let in pleasure and delight. But the miseries which accompany these worldly things will better appear, if we more specially consider those which are incident unto them, in respect of their getting, keeping and losing them, for they are gotten with labour, kept with care and fear, and lost with grief and sorrow, or as it is in other words expressed, pains begetteth them, care nurseth them, and sorrow accompanieth them to their funerals. For first, howsoever these worldly things are of small worth, yet they are attained unto with no small labour, neither is there any good thing in the earth to be bought and purchased without the coin of continual pains, and laborious industry. So the wise man saith, that all things are full of labour, and that God hath given to the sons of men to humble them thereby, great travail with little profit. Neither is it small pains which men take in pursuing of these vanities, but so extreme and great, that even they commonly consume and tire them. For so the prophet saith, Behold, is it not of the Lord of hosts, that the people shall labour in the very fire? The people shall even weary themselves for very vanity? And surely who seeth not that worldly men do take much more pains in attaining unto earthly trifles, than God's servants take for heavenly treasures? And that with more ease we might furnish ourselves through God's blessing with all spiritual, sanctifying and saving graces, than with a small competency of worldly necessaries, and secure ourselves of the fruition of our eternal inheritance, with far less labour than is usually taken in procuring of these worldly annuities, which last but for the short time of a momentary life, and oftentimes are not with all this pains enjoyed, they flying the more from some, the more earnestly that they are pursued. And yet so foolish we are that we neglect these rich treasures of spiritual grace and eternal joy, which God to take away all excuse hath offered unto us freely and frankly without money, and with little labour joined with much comfort, and with all eagerness pursue these worldly trifles which cannot be obtained without much pains and toilsome travel, like little boys who with great delight spend their sweat in catching a butterfly, but are straight tired though they sit easily at their books to get learning, and never take the least thought in securing unto themselves the title which they have to their inheritance. The which folly is so much the greater, in that men do not take these extraordinary pains for obtaining worldly necessaries, but for the most part needless superfluities, not such as the necessity of our temporal life requireth, but such as insatiable concupiscence desireth and affecteth. For those things which are necessary to nature, and to the preservation of life, as meat and drink, clothing and lodging, air, fire, water, and the rest, are given liberally by God to those who take some moderate pains in their lawful callings, and they lie out in common without enclosure, to be obtained with ease by those that need them. But superfluities are not so easily compassed, being either hid and not found without great search, or enclosed about with so many difficulties, that men cannot approach them without great pains and danger. For example, the mines of gold and silver are hid in the secret caverns of the earth, precious stones in the sea and sands, gorgeous clothes bought at dear rates, and delicious meats with much cost and pains procured, and with no less cooked and prepared. And yet, as one saith, though gold be hidden by the Indian emits, watched by the griffins, deeply buried in the earth, and not without restless labour and extreme danger gotten and obtained, yet men willingly take all this pains, and boldly hazard themselves to all these perils. But though grace be freely offered without money, and heaven open to all that desire, and but strive to enter, yet the most neglect the one, as not worth the receiving, and lose the other because they had rather not of it, than take the least pains in travelling to it. Yea, so are men besotted with the love of worldly vanities, that they take all these pains and endure these restless labours with pleasure and delight, which otherwise would be intolerable. And as it is said of Jacob loving Rachel, they think many years but a few days which is spent in compassing these things which they so fondly affect, that if this dotage supported them not, would be irksomely tedious. They are in such haste in running after these trifles, that though they tread upon prickles and briars they feel no hurt, so greatly do they thirst after these worldly vanities, that though they be made bitter with toilsome labour, yet they greedily swallow them with pleasing delight. And as the ox accustomed to draw in the yoke, doth after he is loosed, again yield his neck unto it of his own accord, without compulsion, so these men being inured to the world's slavery, though they were set at liberty out of this thraldom, would again voluntarily take upon them the yoke of servitude, and wear themselves out with toilsome labour to attain the uncertain possession of these momentary vanities. And thus do ambitious men take infinite pains in attaining unto worldly glory and preferments, for it is the feed of labour which bringeth forth the fruit of honour, and he who will attain unto it must be content to endure toilsome pains, and to run himself into desperate perils. He must spend the day in restless troubles, and the night in careful watching, plotting those policies which the next day he will put in practice, for the achieving or preserving of honour and advancement. Like a common servant he is wholly taken up by other men's businesses, his sleep is broken by suitors, if not by his own cares, his recreations are interrupted with affairs of state. And whilst he becometh other men's, he ceaseth to be his own, having no spare time to enjoy himself, or to bestow on his private affairs, unless he will be exclaimed upon by his waiting clients for giving too long attendance. He must in time of war fight in the front, first enter the breach, and even run upon the pike and cannon's mouth, exposing his body to maims and wounds, and his life to the extremest perils, if he will have honour. In the time of peace he must undergo no less perils, both of professed enemies and undermining foes, the one seeking to crush him, the other to trip him whilst he is rising, nor yet endure less pains, for he must labour whilst others rest, watch whilst others sleep, and with a world of care uphold his state, whilst others live at ease and take their pleasure. So what pains and perils do men undergo who will attain unto worldly riches? Whilst they rise early, and go late to bed, fare hardly, and go barely, pinching both back and belly, and withholding necessaries from themselves and theirs, to increase the stock. If they stay at home they toil themselves in ploughing, and sowing, running and riding, with innumerable other labours to attain unto wealth. If their calling be such as employeth them abroad, what miseries do they endure? What pains do they take? What dangers do they run into? They must leave their own country, and run into voluntary banishment, as it were into another world. They must forsake house and friends, parents and children, yea, they must be content to part with their wives, making a temporary divorce between them whom God hath conjoined, and as it were divide themselves, leaving half at home, when the other half must go abroad to seek for worldly pelf. They must commit themselves to the merciless waves, cruel pirates, and barbarous people, and one while be in danger of drowning, and another while of spoiling, sometime of starving on sea, and soon after of betraying when they are come to land. And thus, as the psalmist saith, man walketh in a shadow, and disquieteth himself in vain. He heapeth up riches, and cannot tell who shall gather them. The like also may be said of pleasures, which have more pain and grief going before them, than joy and contentment coming with them. For what preparations are required to delightful shows, revels, and pastimes, and what running and riding, toiling and moiling, catering and cooking, is necessary for the provision of unnecessary dainties. Insomuch as the epicure himself, who made a god of his belly, and an idol of his pleasure, prescribeth to his disciples for their chief diet roots, apples, and ordinary meats, which might be procured with greatest ease, because exquisite banquets, and dainty fare, requiring for their preparation great care and labour, did bring unto men more pain and trouble in their getting, than pleasure and delight in their enjoying. In a word, whosoever purchase any of these worldly vanities, they are fain to buy them at so high a rate, that if at the first few the price were set upon these deceitful wares, all would pass by them, and not once cheapen them. And thus have I shown what miseries accompany these worldly things in respect of the pains which are taken in their getting. Now if we further consider that these wearisome labours of the body are commonly joined with the sin of the soul, and that as they bring to the one temporary troubles, so to the other eternal torments, if they be not prevented by serious repentance, we may justly conclude that in this respect also they are truly miserable. For what greater misery can be imagined than to toil for that which is not worth our pains, and after all our labour to give our souls to boot for the procuring of these trifling vanities, to sell our souls unto sin, and by sin unto death, which the whole world cannot redeem when they are once lost. For if it will not profit us by the loss of them to gain the whole world, as our Saviour speaketh, then how wretched is their estate, who sustain by sinning this irrecoverable loss, for the obtaining of some small pittance, and slender share of the world's vanities. But who seeth not that few of many compass these worldly things by honest and lawful means, but take indirect and sinful courses for the achieving of their ends, some wronging others by violence, oppression, treachery, and subtlety, fraud and deceit, and almost all wronging themselves with immeasurable toil, and carking care, spending their strength, and hastening their death, for the obtaining of these earthly trifles, whereby also they grievously sin against God, not only by destroying his creature, but by dishonouring the Creator, whilst wholly resting upon their own care and labour, and using their own means. They deny his providence, and refuse to be ordered in their courses by his directions prescribed in his word, as though either he were ignorant and knew not their wants, or careless and did not regard them, or insufficient, and not able to relieve them, whereas in truth he seeth all, ruleth all, and hath enough in store for all that depend upon him, so that as the wise man saith, in the fear of the Lord is an assured strength, and his children shall have hope, seeing he neither wanteth knowledge, power, nor will to provide for them. And thus do men draw unto themselves iniquity with the cords of these worldly vanities, as the prophet speaketh, swallowing under these baits the hidden hooks of sin, and receiving these earthly trifles as the wages of wickedness, whereby they eternally lose themselves, for the temporary gain of worldly vanities. And yet so foolish men are, that they conceive not of this miserable loss, but think only those things dear which are bought with money, and those cheap for which they sell their souls, that loss alone which diminisheth their outward estate, and that advantage which addeth to their stock, though it robbeth them of themselves, and their own salvation. And whereas they would refuse many things which they desire upon the base price of some little money, they will not stick to purchase it by sin, wrong, injury, oppression, lying, and deceit, though thereby they hazard body and soul to hell and eternal death, whereby it appeareth how highly men prize these worldly trifles, and how meanly they esteem themselves, seeing they are ready to make exchange upon all occasions, and to make sale of their souls to buy these vanities. Thus those who are ambitious do not only toil themselves with excessive pains, but also are ready to run on in any wicked course which doth but promise to lead them unto honour and preferment. They care not to break the laws of God and men. They neither regard piety nor humanity, stranger nor familiar, kindred nor country, but are willing to confound all, to overthrow all, and to defile their consciences with blood, murders, conspiracies, treasons, and rebellions, rather than they will fail to attain their proud hopes, thinking a kingdom well bought, which may be had at any price. They are ever plotting Machiavellian policies, and think they are best advanced when they rise to their desired height by treading upon others, whom by their fraud and treachery they have supplanted. They make no account of lying, dissembling, swearing, forswearing, infidelity and falsehood, if by all or any of them they can serve their own turns. Finally, having nothing in them worthy praise, they are ready to commend themselves by dispraising others, and having nothing simply good in them, they would appear good in comparison, by making others seem worse than themselves. Thus also covetous men are ready to commit all manner of wickedness to increase their riches, as oppression, extortion, cruelty, injury, bribery, usury, and all manner of fraud and deceit. Yea, they will not stick with Ahab to murder innocents, that they may make a prey of their goods, with Demas to forsake Christ and follow the world, with Judas to betray their master, and with Demetrius to stir up persecution against the disciples of our Lord and Saviour, if they speak against that whereby they have advantage. Yea, in truth they are worse than Judas, for he would not sell Christ under the price of 30 silver pieces, whereas they are daily ready to part with, and forfeit that right and interest which they have in him by lying, swearing, and deceiving, for the base offer of a groat or penny, yea, when they have sold their souls unto sin, for the purchase of this worldly pelf, they are ready as the wise man speaketh to transgress God's law for a piece of bread, and that even when they abound with wealth, and have no spur of necessity to prick them forward, having full bellies, with ravenous greediness they hunt after every prey, and like the fish which Peter caught, though they have money in their mouth, yet are they nibbling at every bait, and so as rich thieves, they double their fault in stealing when they have no need. Thus the wise man bringeth in covetous worldlings, resolving upon any wickedness for the obtaining of riches. Come, say they, we will lay wait for blood, and lie privily for the innocent without a cause. We will swallow them up like a grave, even whole, as those that go down into the pit. We will find all precious riches, and fill our houses with spoil. And lest we should think that this is the case of some few only, he concludeth, that such are the ways of every one that is greedy of gain, and that he will take away the life of the owners thereof. So the Lord complaineth by his prophet, Among my people, saith he, are found wicked persons, that lay wait, as he that setteth snares. They have made a pit to catch men. As a cage is full of birds, so are their houses full of deceit, and thereby they are become great and waxen rich. They are waxen fat and shining. They do overpass the deeds of the wicked. They execute no judgment, know not the judgment of the fatherless, and see. And the prophet Micah complaineth, that the covetous oppressors of his times did hate the good and love the evil, pluck off the skins of the poor people from them, and their flesh from their bones, that they did eat also their flesh, slay off their skin, break their bones, and chop them in pieces as for the pot, and as flesh within the cauldron. And elsewhere, that they did use scant measures, false balances, and deceitful weights, that their actions were full of cruelty, and their mouths full of deceit and lies, the which their sin is redoubled upon their sinful souls, because by their cruelty and deceit they oppress the poor, making choice to go over the hedge where they find it lowest, and treading those under foot, who are not able to rise or make resistance. And in regard of these and many other sins, which usually accompany riches in respect of their getting, they are called by one wicked riches, and by our Saviour Christ, the mammon of iniquity. And in this regard also they are compared unto thorns, because as when they are hastily catched they wound the hand, so these the consciences of those who greedily seize upon them, and unto snares, which being covered with a bait, enthrall us whilst they allure us. For he who greedily desireth to obtain riches, taketh no care to avoid sin, and being taken like a bird, when with an hungry eye he beholdeth the bait of earthly things, he is unwittingly strangled with the snare of sin. Hence also it is that covetousness by the apostle is said to be the root of all evil, and by another it is called the metropolis, or mother city of all vice and wickedness, because where it is entertained, thither also all manner of sin resorteth, and as it were keepeth continual term. In regard of which sins usually accompanying riches, in respect of the unlawful means which are ordinarily used in their getting, one doubteth not to affirm that a rich man is unrighteous himself, or the heir of one which is unrighteous, which though it be not always so, yet it seldom faileth in those who immoderately loving wealth, resolve with themselves that they will be rich, and making haste to satisfy their greedy desire with all possible speed, do in short time accomplish that they wish. For as sudden fullness and fatness is an undoubted sign of the ill disposition of the body, so when as a man suddenly waxeth great, and as I may say fat in his state, by ordinary means, and by his own industry and labour, it is an argument more than probable that his mind is full of the gross humours of sin. Of the former the apostle saith, that they who will be rich, that is, pitch and resolve upon it, fall into many temptations and snares, and into many foolish and noisome lusts, which draw men into perdition and destruction, because the desire of money is the root of all evil. And of the other, the wise man telleth us, that he who maketh haste to be rich shall not be innocent, and that he who hasteth unto riches hath an evil eye. For as the author of the Book of Wisdom saith, they make their whole conversation to be but as a market where there is gain, and they resolve with themselves, and doubt not to speak it, that they ought to be getting on every side. though it be by evil means. Yea, this the heathen man could discern by the light of nature. There is no man, saith he, suddenly made rich living justly, for a just man increaseth his wealth by little and little, through sparing frugality, but he that treacherously lieth in wait for those goods which others possess, doth forthwith seize on all, and all at once becometh rich. Now what greater misery can there be, than to find that trifling gain which bringeth with it the greatest loss, in getting silver to forfeit the soul, and as one saith, whilst we gain some gold to lose our faith, and whilst we deck ourselves outwardly with these worldly ornaments, to be spoiled inwardly of all those spiritual ornaments of grace and virtue. But this misery accompanieth ill-gotten goods, for the covetous man by his sinful gaining loseth himself. And whilst he deceiveth his neighbour of his silver, the devil cozeneth him of his salvation, which howsoever for the present worldly men taste not, being overjoyed because they have seized on their desired prey. Yet if ever they come to remember themselves, and to feel the weight of their sin lying heavy upon their consciences, they will account these evil gains the greatest loss, and will take no more pleasure in them than Judas in the sight of his 30 pieces of silver, when he saw also his sin in betraying his master, which did but work in him horror of conscience, and moved him in despair to murder himself. Or if God prevent them with his grace, their wealth will comfort them no more than it did Zacchaeus, and that was neither in respect of his getting or keeping it, but as it did enable him to make restitution, and in liberal sort to relieve the poor. Let us therefore take heed that we do not fall into this sinful dotage of worldly men, who desire increase of their wealth, though it be by evil means, seeing riches thus gotten are not only vain and momentary, but also hurtful and pernicious. For as the wise man saith, the gathering of treasures by a deceitful tongue is vanity tossed to and fro of them that seek death. And the prophet Jeremiah telleth us, that as the partridge gathereth the young which she hath not brought forth, so he that getteth riches, and not by right, shall leave them in the midst of his days, and at his end shall be a fool. So also they are hurtful and pernicious, seeing whilst they treasure up wealth, they treasure up sin, and in treasuring up sin, they also treasure up wrath, and having in heaping up wealth, heaped up sin, they also prepare for themselves an intolerable weight of condemnation and destruction. And therefore let us not set our hearts upon this mammon of iniquity, but upon the rich treasures of God's spiritual graces and heavenly joys, which, as they are infinitely of more worth and value, so may we certainly attain unto these things purely good, by good and holy means, seeing our Lord and Saviour of his free grace and mercy, being infinitely rich, for our sakes became poor, that we through his poverty might be made rich, as the Apostle speaketh. Finally, worldly pleasures are seldom compassed, but sin accompanieth them, they being the devil's ordinary baits which he casteth before men, when he endeavoureth to catch them in the snares of destruction, and as one calleth them, the very gate of sin, which leadeth us to the committing of all wickedness. More specially men sin in getting of their pleasures, whilst they pursue them with immoderate love, far esteeming them above their worth and value, when as they are at excessive cost in compassing them, spending those rich talents which God hath lent them in these superfluities, which they ought to employ in relieving the poor members of Jesus Christ, when as they take up the greatest part of their care and pains, and not only their own, but many others also which are at their command, who spend a great part of their life in preparing shows, sports, and pastimes, and in travelling sea and land to make provision of delicious drinks, and dainty meats, which may delight their curious palates, causing a number to sweat many days for the procuring of that which bringeth but a momentary delight, lasting no longer than their dainties are in swallowing down, and in passing that short journey between the mouth and stomach. Finally, when as they raise their delights out of others' torments, and maintain their pleasures by oppression, cruelty, deceit, wrong, and injury, making many heavy and sorrowful their whole lives, that they may delight themselves with a few hours' mirth. All which unlawful pleasures let every Christian carefully avoid, and thinking it sufficient for us that we have spent the time past of our lives after the lust of the Gentiles, walking in wantonness, lusts, drunkenness, in gluttony, drinkings, and in abominable idolatries. Let us pass the remainder of our time in holiness and fear, laboring to take all our delight in those spiritual pleasures which may be lawfully obtained, and being once enjoyed, shall never be taken from us. And thus have I shown some of those many miseries which accompany these worldly things in respect of their getting and obtaining. Now further let us consider of those which are incident unto men in respect of their keeping and possession. For as they are gotten with great toil and labour, so are they kept with much care and fear, in regard whereof they are no less troublesome in the enjoining than they were in the obtaining, like herein unto wild and savage beasts, which cannot be taken without great pains and peril, and being in hold, bring no less labour and danger to restrain them from doing mischief. And in this respect the wise man passeth this sentence of all worldly things, that they are not only vanity, but also vexation of spirit, troubling and molesting men both in their pursuit and possession. So he saith elsewhere, that the house of the righteous hath much treasure, but the revenues of the wicked is trouble, where if he had fitted the antithesis, he should have said, that as the one had much treasure, so the other much trouble, but to note the great molestation and anxiety of mind which waiteth on the estate of worldly men, he is not contented to say that it is troublesome, but trouble itself, or in itself trouble. The which trouble and restless vexation the prophet Isaiah expresseth, by comparing wicked worldlings to the raging sea that cannot rest, whose waters cast up mire and dirt. Now the cause of this care and fear in the keeping of these worldly vanities is the immoderate love which their owners bear unto them. For as we securely possess those things which we little regard, so if once we set our heart upon anything though never so vain, we are presently tormented with a jealous care in keeping it, and fear of losing it. And as little children are never at quiet when they are fond of anybody in the family, but cry after them as soon as they see them, and when they have their company, cry as much if they but seem to stir, for fear of losing them, so if we once wax fond of these worldly vanities, we possess them with such care and fear, lest they should be taken from us, that they bring us much more disquietness and grief than comfort and contentment in their fruition. Neither can we ever securely enjoy any worldly thing, or take delight in it without molestation, unless loving it less than we love our Creator, and possessing it with a desire moderated by His will, we be content to retain it as long as it pleaseth Him, and can part with it willingly when it is His pleasure to take it away. For when we love the world or anything in it with unlimited affection, and affect the creature more than the Creator, it is just with the Lord that this excessive love should be punished with excessive cares and fears, and that by immoderate loving we should lose the comfort of our love. Now if any shall say that they feel no such torment or molestation through these cares and fears, let them know that it is not the want of a burden which procureth their ease, but their madness of affection which maketh them senseless in feeling the weight. It is not for want of trouble that they are so well contented, but because their foolish love causeth them to mistake crosses for comforts, and turneth torments into delights. Like those who are well pleased to have their backs almost broken, whilst they are loaded with gold, or unto such as being diseased with the dropsy take their chief pleasure in drinking, though it be the chief cause of their pains and torments. But how many miseries accompany these worldly vanities it may more plainly appear, if we insist in the special instances. For first as honours are begotten, born and bred by perils and labours, so are they by the same nursed and preserved. Neither can glorious fame be long maintained, unless it be upheld by watching care and painful labour. And as those who climb up the high and steep rock of honour must before they can get up spend much sweat, and be even tired with their laborious travel, so being come to the top, they shall stand as it were upon a narrow ridge, and find but tickle and slippery footing, whereby they shall be in danger of falling, unless they have a good brain, and a careful eye. And this causeth those who are advanced to high places to be jealous and suspicious of all that stand about them, not thinking what they will do, but what they can do, nor what presently they undertake, but what they may attempt in time to come, making their power of infringing their glory to be unto them a continual terror, as if already they were assaulted. They fear those who are under them, lest they pull them down, that themselves may more easily ascend those that are their equals, and as it were on even ground, lest they should justle them out of the path of honour, and cross or overthrow them by competition, as being corrivals in the same love. And much more do they stand in fear of those who are above them, lest they should crush and tread them under foot, having the advantage of the upper ground. So that the ambitious man, having with great pains ascended to the steep top of honour's hill, findeth himself not exempted from the stormy tempests of troubles and dangers, but rather exposed to them, and these high cedars are more often blasted and shattered with thunders and lightnings than the lowest shrubs. Which perils howsoever many escape, yet few or none the fear, for as the thunderbolt striking but one or two, doth affright and terrify all those who stand about them, so when those who are highly advanced have their greatness ruined and overthrown by those who are higher than they, or by the fury of popular rage, or because it is no longer able to bear its own weight, those have their part in the fear, though not in the danger, who are of the same quality and estate. Moreover, add unto these fears and cares the manifold molestations and fretting griefs which are incident to those who are of honourable condition, whilst they vindicate their reputation, upholding and preserving those honours which already they have received, or aspire unto new preferments, being distracted between hope and fear of rising, whilst they envy their superiors, emulate their equals, and magnify themselves to their inferiors. Every check of their sovereign woundeth their heart, every repulse or disgrace crusheth and breaketh it. They are vexed with every salutation which they give unto their equals, if they be not resoluted. They are tormented if their inferiors fail in dutiful respect, and if any outstrip them who was behind in this glorious race. They sink down with sorrow, and eat their hearts with grief. They are tormented if they do not overtopple in height and greatness, and though they be too high already, they have little joy in their advancement, unless they can rise to the full pitch of their proud hopes. Often they desire to do evil, and yet are fearful that it should be discovered, and loving those courses of pride, insolence, and tyranny, which expose them to the envy and just hatred of all, they are nevertheless fretted and vexed when they are reputed to be such as indeed they are, and when they find that they have no more love and respect than they have deserved. They would be lords over all, reigning and ruling at their own pleasure, and yet their pride abaseth them to a servile condition, setting over them so many masters as they have familiars and acquaintance, whom they often, even unwillingly observe and please, because they would not of them diminish their fame and glory by detracting their praise and commendations. In a word, innumerable be the griefs and discontents accompanying this estate, many whereof are in their own nature grievous and very burthensome, and many in themselves but light, made heavy and intolerable by the great spirits and small patience of those that bear them, whereby it appeareth that these worldly honours, though they make outwardly a glorious show, yet inwardly they are full of miseries, and therefore when the world offereth and bestoweth them upon it friends and favourites, it dealeth with them as the soldiers with Christ, for it giveth them glorious robes, but it is to mock them. It putteth a sceptre into their hands, but it is of reed, which breaketh in the managing, and most faileth when it is most rested on. It bestoweth upon them crowns indeed, but they are of thorns, which being often smitten to their heads with the cruel strokes of adverse accidents, wound instead of comforting, and bring in the place of expected joy innumerable molestations and bitter griefs. Although they be of pure gold, yet their worth is so much exceeded by their weight, that none will care to them but only such as count safely lay them aside, or those who are so wholly carried with the fury of ambition, that they take pleasure in their pain, and love that which is their torment, which being the case of many, gave just occasion to one of making this exclamation, O ambition, saith he, which art the cross and torment of the ambitious, how dost thou torment all, and yet please them in their torments? Nothing more bitterly vexeth, nothing more grievously disquieteth, and yet nothing among miserable mortal men is more magnified and extolled. The like or greater miseries accompany riches, whilst they are in custody and possession, both in respect of the care and labour of body and mind, in keeping and disposing them, and also in regard of the fear of losing them, and of many miserable effects which accompany them both. For as they are gotten with intolerable labours of the body, so they are possessed with infinite cares and perturbations of the mind, either whilst they who have them are troubled in disposing and employing them so, as may return unto them the greatest increase, or in sharing them with some indifferency to those who are of their family and charge, for when goods increase they also are increased that eat them, as the wise man speaketh, or finally if at least they be possessed with a good conscience in watching over themselves, that they be not corrupted with their abundance, and that their plenty of gold do not make them poorer in godliness. In which respect riches are compared to thorns, which being griped wound the flesh, but be harmless if they lie in the open hand, so if they being excessively loved be as it were griped with immoderate cares, they prick and wound the heart with many griefs and troubles. But if we carelessly keep them, and slightly hold them, being ready to part with them upon all good occasions, and to suffer them to take their flight like an eagle, when God calleth for them, they will become to their owners not only harmless, but also profitable. To which purpose one demandeth, who saith he would believe me, if I should interpret thorns to be riches? Especially seeing they prick, and these delight, and yet in truth they are no better than thorns, because by their pricking cares they rent the mind, and when they entice us unto sin, they make it bloody with the wounds of wickedness. And as they are continually vexed with these cares in keeping them, so also with fear of losing them, for as before they had them, they pursue them with burning desire, so being possessed of them, they keep them with quaking fear. No sooner have they gotten riches, but presently they lose their security, and now they are in fear of that wealth which before they wished, sick of enjoining their own desires, and fall into trouble as soon as they have their longing. For as Eliphaz speaketh, a sound of fear is always in their ears, lest in their peace and prosperity the destroyer should come upon them. If the covetous rich man seeth one stronger than himself, he feareth violence and robbery. If one wiser, fraud and deceit. If one richer and mightier, then he is afraid of being spoiled by oppression. If one poor and weaker, by theft and stealth. Abroad he feareth thieves and robbers. At home he suspecteth his own servants. In time of war he is afraid of common spoilers. In time of peace, of envious and spiteful slanderers, which are ready to make him faulty because he is rich, and an enemy to the commonwealth, because he hath too much for his own particular. Finally, the covetous rich man is afraid of all things, saving God's displeasure, and of losing all, except it be his own soul, and the joys of heaven. And such is his folly, that whilst he feareth to lose his gold, riches, lands, and possessions, he is in no fear of losing himself, as though excepting his own person he had nothing in his custody, unworthy the keeping. Hence it is that he keepeth such a narrow watch over his wealth, and having enclosed and shut it up under the sure custody of many bolts, iron-barred chests, and strong locks, which neither picking nor breaking can endanger, he addeth also to his aid so many servants, that his covetous mind will suffer him to maintain, that they may the better keep the watch, and bring security, but all in vain. For within a while he groweth jealous of his guard, and suspicious of his assistants, and the more able they are to keep out outward violence, the more stronger he thinketh them to break open his chests, and to spoil him of his treasures, and therefore thinking no known strength sufficient to keep his gold and silver from force or fraud, he hideth it in the ground, being ready to suspect his eyes and heart, as privy to his secrecy, lest imparting it to his tongue, it should reveal it at unawares, either waking or sleeping. And as one of the ancients noteth, such is the madness of these greedy muck-worms, that after they have with sweating pains searched for their treasures in the bowels of the earth, they are ready with shivering fear to hide and cover them in the earth again, like the adder's young, which being newly come out of their dam's belly, glide and return into it for safety, whenas they are frighted with any danger. Yea, and as though notwithstanding all this, it were not safe enough, they are ready as one safe to lie over the place in which their gold is hid, and to bury their hearts together with their treasures, that it may be the better watched. In a word, as they never think their money free from danger, so are they never free from fear. They never securely eat or sleep, but as the holy martyr said, they sigh at their banquets, although they drink in the richest plate, and after their feasts, when they have laid down their bodies made lean with cares, and even hid them in their beds of down, they watch and can take no rest in their soft lodging, and when but a mouse stirreth, they are ready to bustle up, suspecting a thief, not understanding, wretches that they are, that all their wealth doth but bring unto them glorious punishments, that they are fettered with their gold, and possessed of their riches, whilst they think they possess them. The which folly of over-careful keeping their wealth, as it is in all sottish and absurd, so it is most ridiculous, and yet most common in old men, which though they have already one foot in the grave, yet do they in this kind show their foolish fear more than any other, burying their treasures in the earth, not long before themselves are buried, as though howsoever they never had any good of them in this life, yet they were in some hope to have it in the life to come. The which dotage befalleth men through the just judgment of God, for whenas they neglect the love of their Creator, who is loved without any labour, he giveth them over to dote upon the creature which they love with laborious pains, and enjoy with many griefs, being ready at the command of their concupiscence to endure all labours and dangers for the obtaining of it, and to what purpose? Surely that they may fill their chests with treasures, and empty their minds of peace and security, gain gold, and lose their sleep. To which purpose one saith, that covetousness desireth gold, sorrowful labour findeth it out, and carking care keepeth it. It is the matter of labours, perilous to the possessors, a weakener of virtue, an ill master, and treacherous servant. No man thinketh that he hath it safe, unless he always hide it, because it shineth to the owner's destruction. In darkness it is sought, and it is kept in darkness. And the reason of all these miseries is, because men make idols of their wealth, and love it out of measure. Neither can that be securely possessed which is excessively overvalued, whereas if loving God above all, they could in all estates be content with that which pleaseth him, if in the time of prosperity and plenty they would learn the vanity of abundance, and make poverty familiar unto them, not only by meditation but by accustoming and inuring themselves to endure some want, they would enjoy their riches with much more security, and entertain poverty, if it happened to seize upon them, with much more patience and contentation. And thus have I shown the care and fear which accompany riches in their possession. Now let us consider of some miserable effects which issue from them both, as first through this care and fear they deprive their bodies of rest, and their minds of peace and quietness. For as the wise man speaketh, the abundance of the rich will not suffer him to sleep, whom the son of Sirach imitating, saith, that waking after riches pineth away the body, and the care thereof driveth away sleep. This waking care breaketh the sleep, as a great sickness breaketh it. For their concupiscence keepeth them waking, whilst it forceth them to tire their thoughts in plotting how they may keep their own store, or get other men's, and so turn their sufficiency into abundance, no less vexing their souls with envy when they see other men's state hastily increase, than with sorrow because their own standeth at a stay, or goeth backward, one while sorrowing because the earth not yielding fruitful increase nor sufficient plenty, they have not enough, another while no less grieving at the great abundance of all commodities, because the market falling, they cannot sell their own at their own rates, bewailing all that as loss wherein they come short of their greedy expectation. In which respect one truly saith, that when the love of riches is excessive and insatiable, they much more torment the soul with greedy desire, than they do refresh it with any comfortable use. And whilst a man too much leaneth towards them in love, they failing him, he slideth and falleth into grief and sorrow. He who findeth them loseth his rest, for when he waketh he thinketh of increase, and when he sleepeth he dreameth of thieves. He is afflicted in the day, fearful in the night, and always in want and beggary, continually robbing himself of rest, for fear lest at any time he should be robbed of his riches. So also they load themselves with unsupportable burdens, and as the prophet speaketh, with thick clay, and as birds of heavy bodies cannot fly though they have wings, being pressed down with their own weight, so though worldly misers have souls and minds which might carry them into heaven in spiritual meditations, yet the burden of their wealth, and their worldly concupiscence, will not suffer them to rise, but presseth them down grovelling unto the earth. which burden, as one saith, is now more unseasonable, in that it being the time of warfare, and our enemies still in field, it is altogether a meet before the battle be ended to load ourselves with spoils, which will make us unfit to continue the fight. But after we have obtained the victory, then may we securely enjoy our treasures. Moreover, with their cares, fears, and restless watching, they weaken their strength, and bring upon themselves sickness, and untimely death, and all for the obtaining of such trifling vanities, as are not worth the labour in seeking and trouble in keeping them, in which respect their earnest endeavours are fitly by the prophet compared to the weaving of the spider's web, in making whereof she consumeth her own entrails, and being finished, it is good for nothing but to catch flies. So covetous men wear out themselves with cares and labours, for the obtaining of gold and silver, and when they have them, break their rest, and oftentimes their hearts in keeping them, having for all their pains, cares, and fears no return of true profit, nor any more good by all their travels, than their bags and chests wherein they keep their money, which are but worn out, and sometime broken open for the silver sake which they keep in custody. Finally, by their cares and fears they make themselves of masters and owners, keepers and jailers of their riches, or rather in truth fellow prisoners, for not the limbs but the heart is bound with these golden chains, and whilst they lock up their gold in their iron-barred chests, their minds also are imprisoned with it. And thus have I shown that those who keep their riches with immoderate love, do together with them harbour many miseries, the which should serve as an effectual persuasion to wean our hearts from the excessive love of these miserable vanities, and to make us affect with our heartiest desires the rich treasures of God's spiritual graces and heavenly joys, which bring comforts without cares, because all our cares are cast upon God, who careth for us, and true happiness without the mixture of any misery. To make us loath these vain and worldly riches, which, as Sophar speaketh, filling us with abundance, fill us also with pain, and to be more in love with those heavenly treasures, which we shall securely enjoy without any perturbation of our rest. For if our affections cannot be withdrawn from this earthly mammon, let us, as our Saviour Christ exhorteth us, labour to make friends of it, which we may do if we use it friendly, and love it truly, as it ought to be loved, and we to love. Now riches are truly loved when we use them in their kind, and according to their own nature, helping them forward to the attaining of their chief and best end for which they were created, even as we are said to love books best when we even wear them out with studying, and meat best when with a good stomach we feed upon it, and our neighbours best when we move them to glorify God in their salvation, because these are the main ends for which they were made. But the chief end of riches is that we may glorify God in their use, as when we employ part of them to the necessary and sufficient maintenance of ourselves, and those who are committed to our charge, and that which remaineth, to the relieving, feeding, and clothing of the poor members of Jesus Christ, which is the main end of our plenty and superfluity, from which end also they have their name, being called goods, because they enable us to do good, and are the instruments of well-doing, and therefore they who hinder them of these ends, and will not use them according to their own nature, which is to do good, by being communicated to those who stand in need, but keep them fast locked up as it were in close prison, not suffering their gold and silver to be at liberty, which were created and ordained to be, as we also call them, current money, passing from man to man, as need requireth. They can neither be said to love their riches, nor yet themselves, because altering their use and nature, they make them to degenerate, and ceasing to be good and profitable, they cause them through their abuse to be hurtful and pernicious. In which respect they are compared to bandlugs, which are most fierce when they are tied up, but gentle when they are set at liberty, and to rivers, which if they be suffered to have their natural course in their own current, they run quietly and do much good to the whole country, but if any will stop their course, as desiring to engross them to his own use, they rage and swell, break down their banks, and drown all that are about them, or unto springing fountains, which if they may purify and cleanse themselves by sending out their purling streams, they continue clear and sweet, but if their issue be dammed up, and they made a standing pool. Their water putrefieth and corrupteth. So if we suffer riches to have their natural course, like streams issuing from us, by communication and Christian liberality, and to fill the empty places which are in their way, they will retain their natural purity and perfection, being used in their kind. But if we imprison and hoard them up, they will corrupt and become unprofitable, yea, in truth noisome, hurtful, and pernicious. Thus clothes laid up become moth-eaten, corn reserved overlong becometh musty, and unsavoury meat kept past due time putrefieth and stinketh. And coin itself being hoarded up and not used, loseth it beauty and brightness, and is fretted with rust and canker. And that which is worst of all, these moth-eaten garments, corrupted riches, and cankered gold and silver, shall be a witness against those who thus abuse them, eat their flesh as fire, and for their false and wrongful imprisonment shall cast them into the prison of utter darkness, as our Saviour Christ and his holy apostle have plainly taught us. If therefore we truly love riches, or ourselves, let us not by hoarding them up increase our own cares and fears, and hinder them of their right use and end, but let us so dispose of them, as they may be most safe, and we most secure, they preserved in their natural perfection, and we benefited by their fruition. Now this we shall do if we enjoy part of them to our own comfort, and communicate the overplus to the good of others, feeding the hungry, clothing the naked, and relieving those who any way stand in need. For we lose these earthly riches in keeping them, and keep them in bestowing them. If we give them, we shall ever enjoy them. If we reserve them, we shall surely lose them, seeing we cannot long continue with them, for either they shall be taken from us, or we from them, carrying nothing with us out of the world, but returning naked as we came into it. So that if we would have these perishing things permanent unto us, we must give them that we may always have them, and leave them for a time, that we may enjoy them forever. For as the wise man saith, if we cast our bread upon the face of the waters, after many days we shall find it. If we give unto the poor, we lend unto the Lord, and he will recompense and repay us that which we have given. So our Saviour telleth us, that if we give to the poor we shall have heavenly treasures. And the apostle teacheth us, that those who be rich in good works, and ready to distribute and communicate, do lay up in store for themselves a good foundation against the time to come, and obtain eternal life. If therefore we so love our riches, as that we would eternally possess them, let us not hoard them up in the earth, where we are sure to leave them, carrying nothing with us but the canker of our coin, which shall bear witness against us at the day of judgment, but let us send them before us unto heaven, delivering them to the poor who are God's factors and receivers, and so having conveyed and made over our goods as it were by bills of exchange, we shall find the Lord a sure and all-sufficient paymaster, who will give us more than double the usance, and yet pay us at the first sight. If we would have our corn continue sweet and good for a great space, let us know that there are for this purpose no garners comparable to poor men's stomachs, which will preserve our grain for our use unto life eternal. If we would have our clothes preserved from moths, and to last long, the backs of the naked are our safest wardrobes. If we would keep our gold and silver from rusting and cankering, let us commit it to the custody of the poor, and they will not only keep it bright, but become our porters to carry it before us unto heaven, whereas whatsoever they bear not for us we shall surely leave behind us. In a word, if we would be rich truly and eternally, let us, as our Saviour Christ counselleth us, not lay up our treasures upon the earth, where the moth and canker corrupt, and where thieves dig through and steal, but let us lay up our treasures in heaven, whereas they shall be securely safe from all these dangers. And as elsewhere he exhorteth us, let us sell that we have, and give alms, and so make us bags which wax not old, lay up a treasure in heaven which can never fail, where no thief cometh, nor moth corrupteth. And if we look to find rich treasures when we come to our heavenly country, we must not give it pinchingly and with a sparing hand, but send it before us in great plenty. If we will there be rich in glory, we must be here rich in good works, imitating our bountiful God, who giveth us abundantly all things to enjoy, as the apostle speaketh. If we will find there a fruitful harvest of joy and happiness, our seed time must not be niggardly and sparing, for as the same apostle saith, he which soweth sparingly shall reap sparingly, and he that soweth liberally shall reap also liberally. the which liberality is not to be measured according to the greatness of the thing given, simply considered, but as it is compared to his estate that giveth it, and proceedeth from a free and bountiful heart, in which respect the poor widow's mite, and the cup of cold water given by him that hath no better thing to bestow, shall have as rich a reward as he that giveth much out of his abundance. But as our alms are fully in proportion to match our estates, so they are not to exceed them. For the apostle giveth us this rule, that we must lay up for these charitable uses, according as God prospereth us, and not whilst we relieve others, bring ourselves and those who depend upon us to want and beggary. And as we are to moderate our alms with Christian wisdom and discretion, lest we lavishly pour out, instead of liberal giving, and by our present profuseness in wasting the stock, disable ourselves for the time to come. So we are much more carefully to take heed, that we do not withhold from the poor that which our state will well bear, nor give less than our ability will presently afford, for fear of wanting ourselves in time to come, seeing this were but to bewray our diffidence and distrust in God's bountiful providence. Yea, and after that he hath given us a pawn and pledge of his liberal love in providing for us sufficient store, from whence we might conclude, that as God hath already furnished us with necessary and convenient plenty, so as the apostle saith, he is still able to make all grace to abound towards us, that we always having all sufficiency in all things, may abound in every good work. To say nothing of their extreme folly, who upon a cause of suspicion and diffident fear neglect these works of mercy, seeing hereby they certainly deprive themselves of the eternal joys of heaven, upon an uncertain fear of wanting hereafter those temporary trifles, and without all doubt cast themselves into the torments of hell. For as truth itself hath spoken it, those who have not fed the hungry, given drink to the thirsty, clothed the naked, and lodged the harbourless, shall at the day of judgment hear that fearful sentence passing on them, Depart from me, ye cursed, into everlasting fire prepared for the devil and his angels. For I was an hungered, and ye gave me no meat, and see. Even as contrariwise those who have performed these deeds of charity shall with infinite comfort have their judge and Saviour pronounce that joyful sentence, Come ye blessed of my Father, inherit the kingdom prepared for you from the foundations of the world, and see. And therefore if we will escape this curse, and be partakers of this blessing, let us not with carnal worldlings take all our delight in possessing abundance, and as it were in burying ourselves under an huge heap of this worldly dross, hiding these lent talents, and not employing them to the glory of our Master and good of our fellow servants, but let us liberally communicate of our store to those that stand in need, which that we may do with more cheerfulness. Let us further consider that herein we shall approve ourselves to be children of our Heavenly Father, seeing we resemble him in his bounty and liberality, giving abundantly according to our ability to the relief of all that want our help, and that we take hereby the best course to rid ourselves of carking care and unquiet fears of losing these things which we so much love, seeing we have laid them up in heaven, where they shall safely be kept for us, as it were, out of the gunshot of any danger. Let us call to mind that it is a more happy thing to give than to receive, and that those who are most liberal in bestowing alms do hereby obtain far greater benefits than they upon whom they are bestowed, for they give transitory trifles, but shall be recompensed with eternal treasures, as it is written, He hath sparsed abroad, and hath given to the poor, his benevolence remaineth forever, his horn shall be exalted with glory. They bestow single benefits, but they shall have them returned 100-fold, and have everlasting life to boot. And therefore if we truly love our money, and be wisely covetous, let us fall into the practice of this Christian usury, which will not only bring us in for gain 10 in the 100, but 100 for 10, yea, 100 for 1, so as we may well say with the son of Sirach, that if we bestow our treasures after the commandment of the Most High, it shall bring us more profit than our gold. Neither is there any cause why we should suspect our payment, seeing he who hath promised it is true and all-sufficient, and never failed of his word. If therefore men be willing to commit their seed to the ground in hope of a fruitful harvest, though there be many accidents often happening which frustrate their expectation, if they can be content in hope of a little gain to trust out their wares and goods to such as they think sufficient, though they are often mistaken and deceived of all, how intolerable is their diffidence, who dare not give credit unto the Lord, promising them to repay that which they lend him with such infinite increase, but rather let their seed wax musty in their garners, then they will employ it in this spiritual husbandry, and repose more confidence in unable and deceitful men, than in the most true and all-sufficient God. And thus have I shown the cares, fears, and manifold miseries which accompany riches in their possession, as also some means whereby we may be unburdened of them. It followeth that I add briefly a word or two of worldly pleasures, which as they are gotten with labour and pain, so they are kept with much trouble and fear. For what care do they bring to those who set their hearts on them to continue them so, that they may neither be wanting to their appetite, nor their appetite to them? How curiously do they diet themselves one day, that the day following they may be more able, and as it were better breathed, to run on in their voluptuous courses. How discontented are they when having pleasures they can take no pleasure in them, because they are cloyed, and have already surfeited of their delights. How are they vexed if they do not answer their expectation, nor please their wanton palate, when as oftentimes there is no want in their pleasures, but because they being glutted with satiety cannot relish them? How are they turmoiled whilst they feel an inward conflict between voluptuousness and desire of honour, and stand in fear lest by enjoining their pleasures they lose their credit and reputation, when either they are in themselves unlawful, or in their use immoderate? What inward pangs feel they when their consciences tell them that their voluptuous courses will not agree with religion, and the fear of God, no, nor yet with civility and common honesty? And what remorse and stings of repentance do they endure when the sweetness of their pleasures are overpast, though they are so bewitched with these pleasing sorceries, that with the drunkard in the Proverbs, after they have found themselves sick, and surfeited of their delights, and even beaten with the scourges of many miseries, they continue in their voluptuous courses, and with no less fondness than before dote upon their pleasures. Finally, whereas the temperate man who hath learned to abound and to want, doth securely enjoy his delights, as not greatly valuing them, because he can as well be without them as with them, contrariwise he that is voluptuous, having set his heart upon these bewitching vanities, and made an idol of his pleasures, is in continual fear of losing that which he so much loveth, and when he aboundeth with those things which his heart desireth, his rejoicing is not so great in their fruition, as his fears, jealousies, and suspicions, lest in time to come he should be deprived of them. And howsoever these carnal pleasures are but base vanities and childish toys, yet men setting their hearts upon them, they become great, not in themselves, but in opinion, which is the chief measure of worldly excellency. Which opinion as it maketh them to enjoy them with love, so it causeth them to keep them with fear, like little children, which with no less care watch over their worthless trifles, than if they were the most precious jewels, and richest treasures. But having sufficiently shown the miseries which are incident unto these worldly things, whilst they are in custody and possession, let us now in the last place consider, that as they are gotten with labour, and kept with care, so they are lost with sorrow and bitter grief, for men having advanced them infinitely above their worth, both in their judgment and affection, and made them their idols, upon whom they have wholly set their hearts, when they are deprived of them they bewail their loss no less, yea in truth much more bitterly, and with far greater passion, than if they had lost all part and interest in God himself, his Son Jesus Christ, and all those glorious joys in his heavenly kingdom, and having reposed in them all their joy and comfort, their hope and confidence, when with Laban they are robbed of their idols, they lament their loss with more true grief, and sustain this burden with much more impatiency, than if they were at once spoiled of their wife, children, and all their friends, because they are together with them robbed also of their hearts, which are fast nailed, and inseparably affixed to them. Neither in this case is the worth of the thing lost to be considered, but the affection and estimation of him that loseth it, for those things which are possessed with immoderate love, are lost with immoderate grief, although in themselves they are vain and worthless, even as we see little children lamenting with no less true sorrow the taking away of their childish and contemptible trifles, than if they were deprived of their inheritance. So in like manner, worldly men overvaluing earthly vanities above their worth, are more tormented with grief when they are forced to forego them than for losing the glorious inheritance of the saints and the eternal joys of heaven. Yea, their sorrow is so intolerable oftentimes, that to ease their grief, they murder themselves, as thinking less torment in death, yea in hell itself, than in living to sustain so great a loss. For the greater they conceited their happiness in the fruition of their vain desires, the more miserable they think themselves when they are deprived of it, and now they heartily wish that they had never enjoyed these pleasures, because at the last they are spoiled of them, though in truth with great folly, for they having had formerly the fruition of their desires, might, were it not for their own peevishness, still delight themselves with the remembrance of it, and when they are most destitute and forsaken of the things they loved, they are setting passion and opinion aside in no worse case than before they had them. Yea, sometime men are thus afflicted with bitter sorrow, when as they are deprived but of some small part of these worldly things, though they have still the greatest share left behind, neither can their great remainder so much delight them, as their little loss grieveth them, as though their joy and comfort were bound jointly to all, and severally to every part of these vanities, so that if any part be wanting, a forfeiture must presently be made of the whole sum, wherein they may fitly be compared to little children, who though they have 20 trifles wherewith they play, yet if but one of them be taken away without their consent, do presently fall a-crying, and in a moody discontent cast away all the rest, taking no delight in many, unless they may still have all. Yea, oftentimes it cometh to pass, that though they make but mean account of a thing whilst they have it, yet they value it when they must forego it, beginning then only to love it when they lose it, and highly to esteem it when they can keep it no longer. And as their damage endeareth their affection, so answerably it increaseth their sorrow, and the arguments which they gather to amplify the greatness of their loss are so many quarrels against their own quietness, and so many motives to augment and aggravate their impatiency and grief. In all which respects worldly men have much more sorrow for the loss of these earthly vanities, than ever they had comfort in enjoying them, and after their false and counterfeit joys sustain true and piercing grief. And that which is worst of all, this worldly sorrow hath no comfort attending on it, but as the Apostle telleth us, it bringeth death, and that not only of body, but of soul also, unless they have grace to bewail this grief, and be heartily sorry that they have so sorrowed. And as these things are of undoubted truth in all other worldly things, so especially in honours, riches, and pleasures, for how uncomfortably doth the ambitious man grieve, and with what impatiency doth he sustain his loss, if he be deprived of his honours and preferments. How much more bitterly and heartily doth he bewail it, than the death of his firstborn or nearest friends. Yea, how much rather had he die himself, than to live disgraced, though it be but in the opinion only of his own consorts. And though he have many preferments, and much glory in the world, what comfort doth he take in all the rest, if he be deprived but of one? Yea, if he come short of his hopes where he thought to obtain, losing that which he never had, but only in conceit. So the covetous man bewaileth his lost riches, as if he had lost himself, and that not out of passion only, but out of an ill-grounded judgment, which maketh him so to esteem them, as though all his good and happiness consisted in having them, and all ill and misery in their want. And hence it is that in their usual phrase of speech they say when wealth is conferred on them, that they are made, and when it is taken away that they are none, or as it were made again, judging that in having or not having riches, their making or marring chiefly consisteth. Yea, so fast hold doth their immoderate love of this earthly mammon take of them, that they can more easily part with their souls than part with it, as we may see in the example of the rich man in the Gospel, who when he could learn of our Saviour no other means to be saved, than by parting with all and following him, he went away sorrowful for the loss of his soul, but yet resolved to keep his wealth. And such as their love is whilst they have it, so such is their grief when they are forced to leave it, and that not only when they lose all, but also some small part or portion of it, in regard whereof he who hath the greatest riches hath also most plentiful matter of sorrow and grief, because in such abundance, and so many particulars which are all casual, some things must of necessity every hand while miscarry, the loss whereof so much and often troubleth him, that it were much better for him that he had never had them, than to sustain such grief in losing them. Neither can the greatness of their estates lessen their sorrow when any loss befalleth them, for as one said wittily, an hairy man doth with no less pain suffer his hair to be pulled off, than he who is almost bald, and a wound bringeth as much grief to a giant as to a dwarf, and so in like manner it is all one, whether a covetous man hath much or little, because his heart adhering, and being as it were fast glued to his wealth, the pain is all alike when it is pulled from him. And this maketh men so impatient to think of parting with their riches, that they are ready with the heathen, when they make their will, to make themselves their own heirs, and to bequeath unto themselves their own possessions. The like also may be said of voluptuous pleasures, which howsoever they be but childish toys, and of small worth, yet those who set their hearts upon them are vexed with no small sorrow when they are deprived of them, and howsoever they had never any good by them in their fruition, either in respect of soul or body, yet being inured to them, they bewail the loss of their company with bitter grief. And whereas men remember their crosses, dangers, and troubles, with great comfort and contentment when they are once past, contrariwise the greater their past pleasure have been, the more bitter sorrow they bring to their hearts when they think upon them. And thus have I shown not only that all worldly things are mixed with, but also in themselves full of miseries, the consideration whereof, as it should wean our hearts from the immoderate love of these vanities, which howsoever at the first they seem sweet and pleasant, yet their aftertaste is full of bitterness, and though they be crusted over with a thin rind of sugared delights, yet that being presently melted away as soon as it is relished, the whole body and substance that remaineth is no better or more pleasing to our taste than gall or wormwood. So on the other side it should move us highly to esteem, and chiefly to affect, and seek God's spiritual graces in this life, and heavenly glory in the life to come, seeing the former in themselves are free from miseries, and leave no aftertan behind them, but howsoever at the first taste they seem a little bitter to flesh and blood, yet the more we feed upon them, the more sweet they will be unto us, until at last having made them the ordinary diet of our souls, they will taste more sweetly and delicately than the honey or the honeycomb, as the prophet David spake by good experience, and so they will not only delight us in themselves, but relish our mouths when they are distasted with the bitterness of worldly miseries. And for the other they are not only in themselves sweet and pleasant, but also free from the mixture of all worldly evils, not tainted with the least trouble, nor distasted with the smallest grief, for then all tears shall be wiped from our eyes, and all matter of mourning ceasing, we shall be replenished with fullness of joy, and be even ravished with those happy pleasures which are at God's right hand for evermore, which if we would truly seek, we should surely find, and attain unto them with far less labour than we spend in compassing worldly vanities, and having obtained them, we shall securely possess them without trouble, care or fear, and never have cause to bewail their loss, because they are eternal, and shall never be taken from us.